This is Scott Allen Miller. It is Thursday night here in Sutiaba, Leon, Nicaragua, and that means it is time for the Nicaragua Live. We are here in the studios. I am on the Fuji up front. I've got the new Zoom H1 Essentials that we're trying out again. We tried it in the afternoon. It seemed to work pretty well. I've been in Managua all day. I'm exhausted and really looking forward to being on the live this evening. So welcome everyone. We're starting a little bit early. It's barely 5:30. This is awesome. We already have someone on. That's crazy. Welcome everybody to the show. Glad to be here. Hop in, say hello, greet everyone. Let's get the party started. This is awesome. I love doing the lives and I like having new equipment, and I like finally being home, and it's been a very long day, kind of a long week, and yeah, here we go. Let's get this party started. Gonna send this out to a few people, let them know that the show is on and that they can jump in and fun. Just watching the messages come up in quick little news for the show. Doesn't matter to very many people, but we're just getting started. People aren't on yet, so just letting you guys know about that. First of all, new hat. What do you think? We're gonna talk about it later, but new hat. Yeah, everybody. Very, very pink. It's much pinker than you think. Luke is here. Aloha from Fat Point. Is it Fat Point, Florida, or Fat Point of Florida? Hey, Luke, what's going on? I'm going to show the hat. First of all, boom. Oh, yeah, look at that. Focus right on it. And then look at that pink. Yeah, I was at the Florida Kanye Experience today, and I saw this hat, and I'm like, yeah, I'm grabbing the hat. I was thinking about getting the Florida Kanye cooler. It's like a koozie. And it's like $80. I'm like, I don't know. It's probably not actually $80. It's probably like $60. It's still a large number that feels inappropriate for Punta Gorda. Punta Gorda's in Belize. Don't try to trick me. I know better. And yes, I know for our Guatemalan audience, it is in Guatemala. For those who don't know, Punta Gorda is the disputed town between Belize and Guatemala. Yeah, it has been a really long day for me. There's just been a lot of work stuff this week and a lot going on, and it's been a little bit crazy, but needs more mauve. Oh, well, send me some mauve hats, right? Let's get on that. It's just been kind of a crazy week with stuff, but we did have time to do a show on Tuesday, and let me get Tuesday, I think. Let me know how it sounds today. We're on the new microphone. A lot of people said it was pretty good. It has a little bit of hiss. This is the Zoom. This is definitely gonna make noise, but it's the Zoom H1 Essentials, and I'm mostly just playing around with it. I did listen to the show. I could hear it a little bit, but it wasn't bad. It was pretty good, but I definitely want your guys' feedback on that microphone. We're gonna try out another microphone a little bit when we have more people on. And I'm still sending out the notifications to people so that they can hop on and enjoy the show with us. And get this party going. Always fun to be Thursday night. I look forward to this all week. It's also the day that I don't get a chance to eat, because no matter what I do, one way or another, there is no reasonable way of me getting food on a day that I'm doing the show. It just doesn't work. No matter what I do, it just doesn't work. It's crazy because I always coordinate. Like last week, I had everything lined up for dinner to be ready at 3 o'clock. Start the show at 6, still no dinner. That was when I had a housekeeper. My housekeeper quit this week, so that was fun. She cited the reason as she had a stomach ache. She quit because she had a stomach ache. I'm not sure what that is supposed to mean, but that was the story of my week. So that kind of stuff always going on, it seems. But that's not too disruptive in life. But sending out the notification to everybody. Ooh, 13 people on. We barely gotten started. Tom Mathers, who, by the way, sent me an email just like an hour ago, or at least that's when I got it. I got your email, Tom. Hey to British Columbia. B-Town Bum 86. Hey, Scott. Hey to yourself. Apocalyptic Pete, thank you so much. That's the best way to say hello. For anyone who hasn't done like a super like or whatever it is that does that, what is that called? That is I don't know, it just says show support. But that is the best way to say hello. Everyone should do that if you can. But thank you so much. Janet's here. Yes. Oh, no housekeeper. Honestly, we were talking about getting rid of her, so it's not the worst thing ever. MLS, I know who you are. Melvin's here. Hello from Miami. Wait, are you on and saying hello from Miami often and I forget that it's you because you just have an M? But yeah, I know it's you. Yeah, the housekeeper really wasn't working out very well, but we weren't going to fire her. But she quit because of a stomach ache. So we kind of won out, right? That's like the best situation, that you don't have to put up with the situation any longer and it just goes away. So I have no idea. Like, we gave her really flexible hours and she would just show up less and less. We only had her for like 3 weeks. Like, it was super fast. And she could never show up on time. And it was just later and later and later. And then she just didn't come in. And she's like, I'll be in tomorrow to say goodbye officially or something. And I don't know if she came in. I never saw her because I had to go. I was in Managua all day. By the way, did everybody like the film noir mouse logo for today's show? I thought it was cute. It came up and I'm like, oh, that's a good one. It came up like I designed it, right? But that's what turned out at the end of the process. So I was happy about that. B Town Bum 86 is Hans Jurgen. Hey Hans, are you normally B-Town Bum? Oh, Melvin, yes. You sneak by sometimes and just pretend you're in Miami, and I don't realize who it is because there's so many people. Why don't you have a logo? MLS, everybody, is the host of the former popular Nicaragua show. Yet another Nicaragua show that disappears, 20 Drinks and Food, that he was doing before I moved down here, and then he moved away to Miami and doesn't do the show anymore. So you can no longer get the latest 20 Drinks and Food shows. But that was, he was getting things going. They had like a T-shirt thing. They had a logo. Like, he had all kinds of stuff going on. Oh, Melvin. Let me see if I can find it. 20 Drinks. That should come up, right? There it is. Wait. Oh, no. Now that 20s in San Juan del Sur has their own channel, it's much harder to find 20 Drinks of Food. Ooh, I'm going to subscribe. I actually have quite a few subscribers. Like, it's they haven't posted in 3 years, but you can follow just in case they do. Why no Bitcoin Beach? Haha. I used to live in El Goyalar, in 1980. Would love a picture of my old childhood home. Where is that? Send me a map of that, Melvin. Hey, TJ. We need a Surfer Beach channel. I could talk to Brian about that. On to Surf is a good friend of mine, and they've got cameras down there, and that actually wouldn't be too hard to do. It's a lot. Well, really, Nicaragua could do that. We just need to get someone out there filming the surfers all the time. Because the entire Nicaraguan Pacific coast is surfers, except for San Juan del Sur, obviously. Boring beach with no surf. Actually, Melvin did upload an episode doing Coco Locos not that long ago. This is 5 months ago. I forgot that there was this recent episode. Don't watch this now. Watch this after the live stream. Thank you very much. Actually had a good number of views, way better than a lot of the starter channels, and then it ended. Like all the channels, we had that discussion this week of all the channels disappearing from Nicaragua. It's crazy. It's like the curse of the Nicaragua channels. Everybody gets excited, makes a channel, and then for some reason or another, it vanishes. After sometimes a few years, sometimes very little time, but it's been, I want to say, well, the Trans Travelers was the one that I noticed first, that they, left Leon yesterday, now down in San Juan del Sur, missed Leon and Las Penitas already. Yeah, it's not the same in San Juan del Sur. How much did you pay your housekeeper maid? Maybe you weren't paying her enough. I don't know, but I know in the past we were paying like $380, and we provide housing. And this particular housekeeper took the job, was like, yeah, live-in housekeeper, blah, blah, blah. And on her first day, she was crying. And we're like, why are you crying? She's like, I don't want to have to live here. I have little babies at home. And we're like, why did you take a live-in housekeeper job? So we let her stay at home, but she still didn't like it. Like, she really took the job under false pretenses. I understand that people need work, and they're like, I'm going to take whatever I can get. But if you're going to take whatever you can get and quit immediately, it doesn't work out. Like, it's got to be... I'm totally down for taking a job that I'm not really prepared for, and I'm just going to give it a chance. I'm going to try my best. Yeah, I get it, right? Give people opportunities. But when it's like, oh, I'm just going to take anything, but then quit because I didn't like it. It's like I had a friend of mine. He had a really good job, decided he didn't want to do his day job anymore, quit it to go manage a hotel on the beach, and went down, made it one day, and was like, oh, I have to do things? And I don't know what he was thinking. He was thinking manager, and he thought he'd have a whole staff of people that does everything for him, and he would just manage those staff, and he would do the occasional English translation for things because it's a hotel. Like, I get it if you're talking about a big hotel, but he knows it's a hotel. Right, he knows the hotel. He knows that it's like an itty-bitty little boutique that only has a few rooms, and he can easily do the math in his head and be like, oh, wait, there's no possible way for me to manage other people. I'm the one person, and occasionally a housekeeper to help with beds or whatever. And I was like, yeah. So he gets there on his first day and found out he was expected to do shopping. He was expected to check people in, and he's like, nope. So he quit on his first day. Then he came and asked me for a job. Oh, can you do something? Well, we happen to have an opening. So he decided to come work for us. Made it, and this is in our real business stuff, not like housekeeping and stuff. And he made it 3 weeks. Decided the job was too hard for him, quit, and then went on somewhere else and did something in an office downtown and made it not very long, and has already left that job. It's just this ongoing thing. So he's on 5 jobs in 4 months or something, and all because he just quit. None did he lose the job. He just keeps taking jobs and quitting. And he had another job that was offered, and he maybe he was going to do it doing social media, but then didn't feel like going to it, so they didn't give it. I don't know. It's a lot. How much do we pay? Left Leon. Is it safe? Yeah. So Nicaragua is crazy safe. We're the safest right now. El Salvador is safer because they're just insanely safe. But in general, Nicaragua is the epicenter of Western Hemisphere safe. This is, not just is Nicaragua safe, but Leon is an extremely safe city even within Nicaragua. So we're super safe. But Nicaragua in general, if you're going by stats, is just a little bit safer than the United States, and officially not as safe as Canada, but we're hearing non-stop reports that Canada is no longer reporting accurately and that safety has dropped dramatically, and that they're delaying numbers to try to hide how dangerous it has become. But Canadians are constantly reporting that they're coming to Nicaragua for safety concerns. They're getting scared in Canada, so they're coming to Nicaragua because Nicaragua is so much safer. The nice thing about Nicaragua and much of the region is that even when you do see numbers of danger in general, right, violent crime numbers, if you see Guatemala or Honduras, and Mexico and Panama, which have reasonably high numbers, right, they're not crazy. Well, Honduras is definitely crazy, but in general, they're not super high numbers, but they're high, right? But when you go to those places, I can go to Guatemala, I can go to Honduras, I can go to Panama, I can go to Mexico. I just went to Mexico. I've been to all those places except Honduras in very recent time. And I'm perfectly safe because I'm not involved in things like gangs, drug dealing, stuff like that. The crime, the violent crime in those countries is high, but it's isolated almost entirely within gang activity. And so if you're outside that gang activity, then the chances of you being in danger remain pretty low, maybe equal to the U.S. In the U.S. and Canada, when they say that there's a certain violent crime statistic, of course, poorer areas and gangs all up the crime. But the chances that a normal everyday person is going to be affected by that crime rate is vastly higher than in Central America. And so things like the most dangerous things you can do in Central America, like arms smuggling and getting involved in armed uprising, you still remain safer involved in armed uprising than American students do going to public school. Like, that's a crazy statistic, but that's real, right? So this area is quite significantly safe. So that's actually a major selling point of Nicaragua. Is if you're looking for a place that is specifically quite safe, then Nicaragua should be very close to the top of your list for nearly anything. Is it hard to find employees? In general, more or less. There's always employees, but finding employees you want that can do the things you want, that's where it gets hard. Finding an employee is super easy. If you want like a driver, pretty easy. But if you want someone who's going to reliably come at certain times, do certain things, know how to do things, it gets a lot harder. So it kind of depends on your perspective. How's my Spanish? At this point, decent. I've been taking Spanish for a really long time. I took it in high school. I do Duolingo. If you dig into like my community post on here, this is Port City Investments, who's new to the channel, by the way. Hi, Port City Investments. Welcome to the channel. I've been doing like Duolingo for forever. I have a hard time hearing. Like, I'm hard of hearing a little bit. Not terrible. And it makes it much harder to learn any language. I just can't hear what people are saying very easily. And so that makes it really hard for me to hear people speaking Spanish. But I also have a hard time hearing them speak English in many cases. So how's my English? Well, but my Spanish is good enough that I just casually have conversations with people, no problem. I don't worry about going into businesses or anything and doing business in Spanish. And I do, my hat's crooked. And I've done Spanish on live television multiple times without a problem. Is it fluent? No. Do people know I'm not a Spanish speaker? Absolutely. But am I able to communicate? Yeah, under normal circumstances, I'm able to get my point across decently well. I'm just going to stare at the camera for a second and be like, what do I have to do? It's a new hat. I'm trying to figure out exactly how it sits on my head. Do I get gringo prices? Everyone gets gringo prices from time to time. I'm at a point where I know when I'm going to get them. Like, I go to a market, I do things that will definitely be gringo price. You're like, yeah, I know this is going to be. But I also have resources for that, right? Like, I have people who shop for me because I've been here. And so I know when I'm sending someone out that it'll be gringo prices and they'll get it. But if I'm dealing with cars, houses, rent, normal restaurants, phone services, all those things, no, you don't get gringo priced on that. You could, right? I'm not saying it's impossible, but with a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of been here, that won't happen. But in like going to the market, going to buy some fruit, doing some, one-on-one stuff, like you'll end up in situations where you get gringo priced. But pretty much as you're here for any length of time, that stuff starts being a part of life and you figure out how to handle it, such as having a shopper that goes to the market and knows what the prices are and gets you a good price. Ni Carnivoro says 380 sounds like a good salary. It is. It's an extremely good salary, right? Is that a local or expat? Is who a local or expat? Sorry, I don't know what the context was on that question. Jorge's here. Hey, Scott. Hey, Jorge. $380 a week, right? Ha ha ha. No, that is a month. It is always a month, always a lunar month. In Latin America, you never have to specify. It's always a month. Minimum wage here is just under $200 a month. It's like $195. It was $186 when we got here. They had a 10% increase. You can do that math, whatever that is. Maybe it's a flat $200, but it's right about $200. But that's if you're not providing room and board. So providing room and board, like easily, teachers don't make minimum wage here. They make it just came up, but so last year when minimum wage was $186, senior teachers were making like $168. So sneaking in under minimum wage, and if you work at the Zona Franca, you can be under minimum wage. So minimum wage is kind of a fuzzy thing. So $200 a month is kind of the national standard for minimum wage. So $380 is with room and board is above double minimum wage. It's an extremely good salary at a month. How am I? I am good. This week has been tiring, but I am good. It has actually been a pretty good week. It's just a lot of stuff has been going on, and that leads me to feeling tired. And I'm trying to watch a bunch of things at the same time. B-Town Bum 86, well, Hans says, my daughter and best friend did the volcano boarding at Cerro Negro during a rainstorm the other day. Ooh, during the rainstorm? How was that? That's extreme. Seems like South America. Well, we're Central America's best kept secret, but we really are. It's amazing that it's a secret because I don't know. Being here, it feels like everyone knows, but then when you talk to people, everyone's like, I don't know that country, and it's like, but it's in the news all the time. Like everyone's talking about it. Like it's the big thing. Canada's like it's the government's been talking about it in Canada because they're starting to panic because people are coming down here, and it's and everyone's like, it's the place that's being overrun by tourists and stuff, and you're like, really? Because sometimes I feel like no one knows, and sometimes get really crazy. 380 every 2 weeks, maybe. Port City investments. I have so many questions. How many races, relations? Is it multicultural in Leon? So Nicaragua, like much of Latin America, so it's a completely different picture than United States and Canada. I presume that's what your context is. And thank you, Jorge. I do like the hat. Brand new. I was just at the Florida Kanye experience with someone, and I'm like, I have to get that hat. So Nicaragua has this weird thing where they're like really open about certain things. So they'll refer to people by their skin color all the time, but it's not derogatory. It's just how you reference people. Kind of like calling Americans by hair color. Like we don't consider it offensive or anything, and it's not meant to be. If you called someone, hey, blondie, right? That's not like, oh, you have blonde hair, it means something. It's not like that. Here, everybody is mixed, basically. Yes, there are, differences between the coasts. There are some groups that are very indigenous and some that are very not indigenous. But in general, everybody's a blend. And so the idea that you use race or even nationality as a positive or a negative is like foreign, kind of literally. Right? That Americans are like that confuses them. They're like, why would someone's race matter? Why would someone's, like, yeah, you notice their skin color because that's how you identify people from a distance, but not that's how you like people or don't like people or stuff. So it's an incredibly, they also don't see that with nationalities. So growing up in the United States, you really kind of have this, like, especially growing up during like the Cold War, like me, like we're afraid of Russians. Oh no, Russians will come get us. What? They're just like everyone else, right? They go to restaurants, they play video games. Like it's okay. They drive a little bit crazy and they do a lot of crazy stunts. That's a real thing. But in general, right, Russians are just like the rest of us. It's not like you meet an individual Russian and you're like, oh no, they're Russian, they're out to get me, they're trying to convert me to something, right? That's not real, right? They want to, share their favorite borscht recipe with you, just like you want to tell them about your chili cook-off, right? It's just where people are very much the same everywhere. And Nicaragua has, and most of Latin America has this very strong, everyone's kind of the same, we just eat different food. And that's how they approach it. And so a lot of people, and someone was on the other day, and like Nicaragua was taking a really strong stance on the Palestinian war, right? Nicaragua was all in supporting Palestine. They're hosting the government. They renamed one of the main highways the Pista Gaza. They just put in Palestinian Park. Like they're making a huge deal of show of support for Palestine. And in the midst of all this, someone came on and is like, as someone who's Jewish, it's so great to be in Nicaragua because they're just, the level of racism is so low. Not that there's zero, there's never zero, right? But the level of people take your race into account when considering you as a person is so incredibly low. It's such a different experience than in the West, where race is seen as like this really important thing. So that's a really important thing. And it's really great being here for that. And the same thing with like LGBTQ, like people are aware of it. In fact, you're more able to be aware of it here. Like it's more supported to be just like, oh, this is a gay bar, right? You're allowed to kind of be that way. In the United States, you have to be like, you can't really say that. It probably is, but we can't say it. We can't determine that by looking, right? Like there's like all these taboos because in the U.S. all these things are taken to be good or bad, and everyone has like an opinion about how other people should be. Like, oh, you shouldn't like that person. You shouldn't be from that race. Like it's a very weird thing in the United States, and it's really extreme. And in Nicaragua, those things are so background, if they exist at all, that of course they exist, but they're so background, they're so minor that it really is different. It feels incredibly different. And in saying that to like North Americans from the U.S. and Canada, it's like, what? Can that even be real? And in Nicaragua, trying to explain what the U.S. and Canada are like, do you realize that by being Latino and going to the United States, all these problems will occur for you? And they're like, what? They can't be like that. Like, it really is. Like, they just, it's so foreign. But is Leon multicultural? Like, there's expats from all over, so kind of. But as a city, Nicaragua is incredibly, like most of Latin America, very homogenous. But homogenous being a blend of all the people who came here long ago. So you'll have individual people who are part white and part black and part indigenous and probably a little bit of something else. But all people are that, with just different amounts. And people from individual families, one kid will look one way, one kid will look another, and it's just, they know that everyone's related to everyone. It's all one group of people. And so you're kind of multicultural, but unlike the U.S. and Canada, and this is not good or bad, right? The U.S. and Canada are known as the salad bowls, right? Yes, you have lots of ingredients, but you can always tell them apart. And places like Nicaragua are like soup. All the ingredients blend together. And so that's a very different view of the world. And so I think if you come down and see it, you'll be like, after a little bit, you'll be like, oh, I'm starting to get this. Like, it does occur to you that it's different, but it doesn't always hit you right away that that's what's different. James says, how much do maids or nannies cost? I've never actually seen pricing on a nanny specifically, but a maid, for example, is typically between $180 and say $250, maybe $280 a month. It's always a month. And Latin America, months are lunar months, not solar months. So there's 13 of them in the year, not 12. So that throws people off just a tiny bit, and they're always like, what's this extra thing? Is this a bonus? No, it's their 13th lunar month. Han said that his daughter and her friend who went to the volcano and went through the storm. She says, like, she went to hell and back. A really cold, wet hell, I guess. Is right. Can you buy farms in Nicaragua? Absolutely. People do all the time. There's a channel. This is one that, we were talking about the channels that disappear here in Nicaragua. One of the channels is this young couple who bought a farm and came down in a converted chicken bus and lived in their chicken bus and started a farm. And it was interesting. And then their channel disappeared. Like all the others. That's the thing. Is like, why do all the channels disappear? I don't know, but they do. They all disappear. It's weird. Just either they go quiet or they vanish. And we know some, right? We know that like the RadPad channel that was all about Nicaragua, well, they got ran out of the country because they were running scams. Well, that one, we know why that one dried up and disappeared, of course. But that was obvious and everyone knew. And, we can hypothesize the trans travelers, they went back to London. They probably got harassed through their channel. It was too identifiable given their situation in life. And so they seem to have wanted to be a little bit more anonymous, is our guess. But and we just talked about Traveling Roots, who had a really cool channel here. They disappeared over the last few months. Theirs was cancer. They're now posting from England and being super supportive, and I talked to them this week. They seem to be doing well, but they're very bummed that they had to leave Nicaragua for, I believe, family support in the UK to help them out with everything that they're doing. But it's good that they're doing okay now, for sure. But just one channel after another just vanishes, including the one about farms. But yes, farms, all kinds of people buy farms, super common thing to do, and easy. Port City, very interesting. I'll dive into the rest of your content. Yeah, good luck with that. It's like 3,500 videos. Joke's on you. No, there's good stuff. Like, for real, it's a lot of stuff, and I'm very pedantic. It goes on for a really long time. I'm rambling. However, my audience has told me that I have a very specific audience because that's what I do. I can't really change it up. I can't go into, like, short form and be that way. It wouldn't be me. And you guys would be like, okay, that might be better for a lot of people, but not the people that are here. So this is who I am. But we go, like, everything you could possibly have as a question is likely in there. Of course, I'm going to answer as much as I can here. I'm not saying go away. But if you have things that you want to reference, nearly everything is in there. Everything about how visas work, all kinds of stuff. So Port City, what country are you coming from? Because anything like visa is always going to be based not on where you're going to, but where you're coming from primarily. So that's the most important thing. But assuming you're coming from the U.S. or Canada, then no, you do not need a visa. or of course you need a passport, but you do not need a visa or a residency or anything. So we've got a couple videos that are things like just come to Nicaragua. Like we say that like in the titles, like don't be afraid, come down, Nicaragua wants you. There's a whole bunch. I need to have a reference. This is why I need a producer here. My producer's mother had kidney stone surgery, so she's not here today. But if you look for those, and I can't just link them for you real fast, we talk all the time. For Nicaragua, if you're coming from North America, literally just get on a plane. And getting on a plane and coming here, of course, eventually there's something you'll need to do. But you can start your life in Nicaragua by getting on a plane. Literally, you could make the plane tonight. As long as you have a passport, you're coming from the US or Canada or most of Europe and several other countries and nearly all of Latin America. All you would have to do is walk to the airport, probably take a Uber, but go to the airport, buy a ticket on Spirit or United or American or Avianca or Aeromexico or Copa, and you're here. You could be here tonight, and you don't have to leave. That's how easy it is. Now, yes, eventually you'll probably have to do some kind of paperwork, or eventually you'll probably have to leave for a few hours. You'll probably have to go talk to Migracion and work out extensions, right? Which is super simple. It's a normal process we all do. I'm not saying that there's literally nothing you ever have to do, but to get your life started in Nicaragua, and I'm not saying you want to do this, but the mentality, okay, you're from Canada, perfect. So if you're coming from Canada, you're literally in a position where all you have to do is get a flight to the U.S. and then get a flight. The trick is, for most Canadians, fly somewhere that isn't Miami. And this is a pain, but it really does save a lot of money. Fly somewhere like Houston, I think Indianapolis, New York, like Rochester, New York, and get a cheap Spirit flight to Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and then take the Spirit flight from... don't fly to Miami. Get to those places and take the Spirit flight to Managua that goes through Miami. It'll bounce through Miami. Don't buy separate tickets. Just go through, and so it's a one layover. That gives you a lower price than if you fly directly to Miami. Just weird tax stuff. It's weird. But Spirit's your cheapest flight, and this week it comes in the middle of the night, so you could still make the flight right now. If you ran to the airport, you could be here tonight. Not during the live stream, but shortly thereafter. And but if you wait until July 10th, then Spirit starts flying in the middle of the day instead, like 1 p.m. But yeah, it's that easy. You could literally jump on the plane tonight, get here, and go 89 days without even thinking about anything. And on the 90th day, you'd have to stop by an office and ask for an extension, and that's it. You get 30 more days. And then do that a few times, and then eventually you have to decide, do I feel like doing a border run to extend for another half year? Okay, what does that take? It's kind of a busy morning. What do you do? Just drive to the border, walk over, come back. Highly recommend stopping at this Malaysian restaurant on the way back. It's fantastic. Like, the whole thing, everything is simple. If you look into anything with Nicaragua, and you're looking at moving, and it looks like if the process could be hard, well, of course, if you want it to be hard, you can find a way to make it hard. But if you're looking and it feels like it would be hard, like it needs to be hard, you're missing something. There's nothing that would be hard in coming to Nicaragua. There literally just nothing. I moved here the first time, threw some luggage on a plane with my kids, no planning. Right? Like, I don't know, 2 weeks of planning, tops. And my job at the last second, like the day before, is like, oh, you have to move to California. And I'm like, I don't need this job. Quit and move to Nicaragua. Right? Like, you really can. And one of the things, and this is like a mental thing for everyone, when you're thinking about Nicaragua and you're trying to picture, what's it really like? How hard is moving there? A standard mechanism for people who move here is that they came here on vacation and didn't leave. That is a real thing that happens all the time. There are very few countries where that can happen, and here it is absolutely normal that you come on vacation, you go, I'm going to postpone my flight back, and eventually you cancel your flight back. And that's it. Send for your stuff, right? Don't actually do that. That's a really reckless way to live your life. But, like, seriously, it's so easy to move here that is something that happens regularly. Carnivoro, damn, that is a garbage salary, $200 a month. Well, I mean, it depends how you think of it. It's minimum wage here. It allows you to, in many cases, live better than minimum wage in the U.S. would. I would pay at least $500 a month. You should not do that. You will definitely cause problems if you pay absurd amounts that don't coincide with reality in any way. Just throwing out crazy numbers. This is just, look, 100% support going out and making a difference in your community, especially here in Nicaragua. But giving people a windfall, like winning the lottery for taking a job that is a standard job, doesn't do the value that it seems like. You would do much better taking that money and hiring 2 people at normal salaries than giving one person a completely absurd salary that, 1, isn't based on the work that they're doing, and 2, would make everyone really envious of their jobs, make them really scared of ever losing that job, potentially, but they'd still randomly quit it, and that they could never do again. You wouldn't be improving their lifestyle. You'd be putting them in a situation where they temporarily had a lot of money. You'd actually, as some people have said, that kind of stuff encourages drug addiction, because they would suddenly have an entire minimum wage income that they weren't relying on previously, that they would have as expendable income that they are not used to. They wouldn't have built up to it organically. So just like lottery winners in the United States, like if you win the lottery, there's like a 90% chance that within 3 years you'll be destitute. Same kind of thing. That would not actually help someone. It would cause problems, potentially. Way better, hire more people. Like, for sure, you have $500 to spend it in the environment. Go out and hire extra people. There are people without work. Once everyone is employed and there isn't an unemployment crisis, then absolutely start raising what everyone earns. But picking and choosing at random, I hired this one person and that's the lottery winner. They're now going to be paid 2.5 times the standard rate. That causes issues, right? Social issues, family issues, employment issues. It won't help them. It could hurt them, and it isn't good for the environment. But hiring multiple people and having I'm going to have a cook and a maid, that employs 2 families that need that food on the table, right? Because if you pay $500 to one person, there's another person who's willing to do the same work who's getting 0 instead of having 2 people to do 2 jobs, right? Does that make sense? I know, coming from the United States, we want to bring our own context to it, or wherever you're coming from, but you have to think of it in a context. Like, you can't determine what a good or bad wage is based on an arbitrary outside number, right? 200 is minimum wage. It's a crap number, no question about it. But being a maid in a house is a luxury job, right? Don't pay 200, pay 250, right? Making 250 a month as a housekeeper at a house with some flexible hours and people who are nice to you is a dream job, right? And absolutely, let's hire as many people as possible, and then let's start raising the minimum wage. But we should do it through that mechanism across the industry, not picking and choosing. Luke says, well, there's a lot of parades. Just saying, there are a lot of parades. 16 a day for a family of 4. Can you survive with that? So 1, keep in mind that it's not for a family of 4, right? It's minimum wage for normally you have 2 workers in the family, but can you survive on $16 a day? Like, people survive here on $5 a day all the time. Like, that is absolutely a survivable number. Life here is really, really, really cheap. Is it good? No. Should they have more money? Yes. But can you survive? Yeah. I know tons of people who are making $250 a month are often not even that concerned about losing their job. They will just be like, and they'll quit, right? Like the maid that I had that just quit, she didn't quit for a better job. She quit to be unemployed, right? She's like, nah. And, I know people who were teachers, right? Teachers make less than $200 a month. They make $180. I know teachers who were surviving on that. Is it good? No, it's terrible, but they were surviving on it. Yeah, so you have to shift all those numbers, and this is a real key thing for everyone coming to Nicaragua. Anytime you're like, the Nicaraguan numbers are wrong, or the way that Nicaraguans do it are wrong, I'm going to bring this other thing, it's always you that's going to be wrong. It's true that the numbers that they earn here are really low, but a family making $200 a month here is in many ways doing better than a family making minimum wage in the United States. They have lower taxes here, none at that rate. They have better roads. They have free internet. They have free power. They have free healthcare, basically unlimited healthcare. They have a lot of things, and they're able to put healthy food on the table. They're not struggling to get access to organic food, fruits and vegetables. They're right. Life is tough. They can't just buy video games. They can't go out and buy an extra TV. But are they able to get education? Yeah, way more than the American is. Healthcare, way more than the American is. So it's everything is skewed, and you just have to look at it differently. And so until you have that context, you don't want to be bringing in an outside context and saying, well, in America, that wouldn't be very much money. You're right. In America, that would be a ridiculously small amount of money. But the whole world looks at America and says, what is required to survive in the United States is an absurd amount of money. That doesn't make sense anywhere else on earth, basically. There's a few places like that. And so you have to remember the purchasing power parity. A person who's making $200 here has way more spending power than it seems like, because money goes much, much farther, right? A person who's making minimum wage here still has the power to go out and eat at restaurants about as often as an American does who's making, $40,000 a year. Like, that sounds crazy, but that's actually true. You see people who are making minimum wage out with beers at the bar all the time, because while they're scraping by, they are able to afford those things from time to time. From Best Western at airport to Rivas to pick up motorcycle, best way to go. Best Western to Rivas. Private driver is probably the best way to go, James. But if you're not going to go with a private driver, then the buses are not bad. There is I can't think of the name of the bus station that it goes out of, but there's one of the big buses. It's air conditioned sometimes, goes down to Rivas from Managua. You have to get there from the airport. Nothing goes to the airport. I'm not sure why. You got to take a taxi from the airport to whatever bus station you're going to take. But then there's a nice big bus that goes down to Rivas. I've done it before. It's super comfy, really easy to do, and it's like anything else, it's like $1.50 or something. Ben Landers here. Hey Scott, great topic. Soup. Woo. Thanks, Ben. Zara, is it because of the government? What is what because of the government? I don't know which. There was a lot of things. I don't know what. Port City Investments. Do you invest in multifamily property down there? I have not invested in any multifamily property. So just a general rule, Port City is, if you're going to say, I really want to help Nicaragua, how can I throw money at it to help it? We have a million answers for you. They're like, start a business, buy some housing, like a million things. If you're going to say, how do I invest in Nicaragua and make money because I want it to be my income, you've picked the wrong country and don't understand what third world investing is like. All right, if you have access to the US and Canada, where you have really, 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 really good, like some of the world's best investment opportunities, you never give those up. If your goal is to make money, to come to one of the world's most difficult places to make money and put your money here. That is nuts, right? Businesses here don't make money. Investors here are not investing here to make money. If you're like $1 billion company and you're investing to like take over a part of the industry, like Walmart is here, do they make money? Yes. Is Costco here makes money? Yes. Huge $1 billion companies, they have that's a different animal, right? Cargill is here. Are you going to manufacture things on a massive scale, like some of the big Chinese car makers make car parts here? They make money. Yeah, if you're going to do labor arbitrage, you can make money here. But if you're coming here because you're like, I want to invest in a small business, I've got $100,000, I could invest that in the U.S. or I could invest that in Nicaragua. You do not. Nicaragua should never come up on your radar. It should never occur to you. And actually, one of the videos we have coming up this week is called The Travel Investor or Travel Investments. That there's this thing about when you're traveling, when you're on vacation, that you kind of have this, I'd like to invest here. That is the worst mentality. You want to put your investments where investments make sense, right? Business. You use business thinking. You never have it's beautiful, I want to be here. I love my vacation, No. What you want to do is invest where it makes you money and live where you spend your money, right? So you want to, if you're going to make Nicaragua make sense for the 99.99% of people, it is that you If you're going to work, you work remotely to the US, Canada, Europe, wherever pays the good money. If you're going to invest, you invest in the US, Canada, Europe, wherever investments make the good returns. Where do you spend your money? You spend your money in Nicaragua, where the money goes farther, where your purchasing power parity is really good, where cost of living is really low. Suddenly you're getting amazing things, and on a scale that makes you able to really enjoy it and make a big difference. If you invest in Nicaragua, you're investing like a Nicaraguan at a massive disadvantage, right? Every Nicaraguan, every single one of them has an advantage over everyone who's not Nicaraguan investing here. They have connections, they have better tax benefits, they know the market, they have all kinds of things that are make them have an advantage over you. And so you don't want to be intentionally going up against a basically guaranteed bad scenario like that. Unless your goal is to donate money, then absolutely, that's cool. Do that. For sure do that. Absolutely do that. That's fantastic. But if your goal is to, in doing that, you're maxed out at earning like a Nicaraguan would. If you were to take a job here, you can't make more than a Nicaraguan. You're suddenly at $200 a month minimum wage. Does that make sense? I can make $200 an hour in the United States, right? Why would I do that as a monthly salary in Nicaragua and take a Nicaraguan's job? Which that's why they won't let you do it. But you would take a Nicaraguan's job away because they don't have enough employment here, and you would make peanuts. But if you work in the US or Canada, bring in even a bad salary from the US or Canada is giant money here. Then you can live like a king here, and it's not just, oh, I'm taking advantage of the arbitrage and I'm living great, haha, good for me. Okay, yes, and people will be like, it's so annoying that the Americans and the Canadians can just be rich by the nature of being from there and having access to those working markets. Well, yes, that sucks for the Nicaraguans, for sure. However, it's also important to note that that is what makes us beneficial as expats. Our sucking money from wherever we're from, whether it's investments or jobs, and spending it here, those of us who spend it here, like Nicarnivoro is pointing out, right? He wants to pay more for people. Well, that's not a great way to do it, but hiring more people is. And if he could come down and take that 500 and hire 2 people, right? I don't know how he's making his money, but we'll just say he's working a remote job in the US and spending 500 a month here on 2 more people. He created 2 jobs that only exist because he's here. Out of nowhere, he created 2 jobs. And presumably, he's going to rent a house. He's going to maybe buy a car. That doesn't matter too much. He's going to do all of his grocery shopping here. He's going to probably go out to restaurants here. He's probably going to go listen to bands here at night. Like, that's what we do. And throughout his day, he's going to spend way more than $500 a month. He may spend another $1,000, $2,000 on going out and doing things, maybe more. And that money may not hire a direct person, but by putting that money into a grocery store, they're hiring farmers. And by going to a restaurant, they're hiring farmers in grocery stores. And by listening to a band and getting a beer, like all these things are little slices of workers in Nicaragua, working on the farm, playing the guitar, bagging your groceries, whatever. And at the end of all that expenditure, yeah, he may hire 2 people. But he may account for a total of 3 or 4 or even 5 jobs that exist because he's bringing in an expat salary and spending it here. So it's really valuable. It's a really important thing to do. So it's not just you can make more money by investing in this one particular way. It's you can make a massive positive impact in Nicaragua by doing that. Whereas if you were to invest here and try to make money at it, right? Like I invest here, but I invest here because it's like I'm just trying to create jobs. We don't make any money. Like I know my investments here aren't going to make money, and I have no expectation of that. If you were to invest here to make money, in theory you could make a small amount, but you'd be making it at the cost of a Nicaraguan investor who lost out in the business market, right? Because it's a zero-sum game. For the most part. Now, if you're doing arbitrage, you're like opening a factory here, creating jobs that never existed before, shipping the parts out, and you want to start a wing nut factory. You manufacture wing nuts, and you end up doing well, and you sell wing nuts to, let's say Vietnam buys billions of wing nuts, and they wouldn't have otherwise. Then yes, you could create new jobs and bring in new value through investment. Absolutely. If you do that, the government will be like, yes, thank you. But for most of us, we can't really do that on any scale. And so the thing that you want to do is do all your investing, unless you have a way to do that. If you have a plan for that, then do that. If you don't, then you want to do all your investing in real estate, you're investing in business, normal stuff, in whatever. You want to do that in the markets where that's super healthy, and then just pull those profits here and then spend them as part of your income. That's where you get the biggest benefit for you and the biggest benefit for Nicaragua. Everybody wins in this scenario, right? So that's why that's good. Port City says, somehow you got my algo. You're doing something right. Well, thank you very much. Yes, suddenly a lot of people are mentioning to me that I'm showing up in their algorithm that they didn't see before. It's definitely... Things are happening. Frederico is here. Hey, you all. Frederico, how's it going? I just got your email as well. James says, talking about woke the Western downfall. Oh, yes. Talking about the soup topic. Yeah, like here it's weird because in some ways you'd be like, Nicaragua's like crazy woke. They're like woke beyond needing to be woke, right? Like you don't have to do anything. Just everyone just kind of gets along. Like the idea that you have to single people out and make rules just disappears. Oh, there's been a ton of stuff I didn't realize. I missed all the people talking. Well, how far back am I? TJ, Port City, Jimmy John. Do you own the sandwich chain? That's amazing. Tuna salad with tuna melt, please. That would be fantastic. I haven't had dinner yet. Scott, my wife and I are considering Leon or Grenada. It's just my wife and I plus a small 12-pound dog. Aw, what kind of dog? I have a Boston Terrier. And my blue heeler, who's on the floor right here, but my little one is a Boston Terrier. Small house is preferred. To give our dog a patch of grass is $500 for realistic for rentals. You want to rent. Is $500 realistic for a rental? Yes. So be aware, Grenada is wildly more expensive than Leon, like as much as double for real. Grenada is the most expensive city for like rentals and stuff in the country, and Leon is the cheapest or nearly the cheapest. I don't know if it's actually the cheapest, but it's definitely really close to the cheapest. So we don't know why Leon is so cheap, has so many benefits, and is so safe, but we kind of have like this really nice mix. Yes, we're really hot. Yes, we have limitations from the colonial structures. I know there's negatives, but the cheap and safe are so significant. And we're the second biggest city, which kind of seems odd to have all those benefits, but that's really a big deal. So here in Leon, $500 for a house with a patch of grass is ridiculously easy. Of course, it depends what you want, but to give you an idea, a really small house, the smallest I've seen, but really safe neighborhood, still like a little gated yard, enough for a 12-pound dog to run around, but you'd want to walk them from time to time, but you could just let them out, let them run a lot. 145 is the lowest I've seen. If you're looking at like 180 to 200, you'd have like a lot of choices of pretty decent places. Get up to like 250. This is on long-term rentals. This is unfurnished long-term rentals, right? So at that price, you're starting to be able to look at like pretty decent houses, nice yards. Nothing fancy, right? We're still talking really basic houses. Nicaragua's full of really basic housing. I have some videos. Look at some of the videos of like cheaper houses like Casa Leon stuff, and that'll give you an idea. Or my videos in Ciudad Sandino, I walk past a lot of houses. Those are often in the 200 range. So maybe 300s, like that you're seeing in the gated communities there. So that'll give you an idea. Not that Ciudad Sandino is in the cities you're looking at, but it gives you an idea. The building style is similar throughout the country. At 400 and 500, you're into like in Leon, super exclusive gated communities where like the chief of police is there, like really desirable places that people are fighting to get into at those prices. In Grenada, 500 is definitely doable. Probably not in the city center. Like, that would be crazy. Last time I rented was a decade ago, and it was like $1,200 a month, right, in the city center. But getting outside of the city center in the more, like, around Grenada, like, shopping around, definitely you'll be able to find a small two-bedroom, one-bedrooms basically don't exist, house for $500. But your selection is going to be very lean. Plus, Grenada's half the size city of Leon. So it's a much smaller city, so there's much less on the market. And what is on the market leans very heavily towards affluent expats because it is the city of affluent expats, right? It is where if you have money and you're an expat, you have a tendency to go, just because it's the vacation city, right? It's it's crazy. But I think you could make it work. You would definitely have your choices, but Leon and a lot of other cities will give you just loads. I mean, Managua, Matagalpa, Esteli, Jinotega, Chinandega, Rivas, all of those you could rent at those prices. You may have to look around. It's not going to be just the first place you see, but that is a very realistic price, Jimmy John, for a reasonable small house, unfurnished, long-term rental, meaning 6 to 12 months at least, with room for the dog. And potentially, if you're really putting in time and shopping around, I've seen some really nice houses that I like a lot in the high 300s in gated communities with big yards that you would never need to walk your dog ever. Like you could have a couple dogs, you could have big dogs like me and let's let them run. You'd be great. Holy cow, I'm only down to where Port City said Canada. TJ says, hey Scott, talking about paying the maid, is it like the Philippines? If you pay them too much, they may not show up to work. If you pay them too much, yeah, it's a risk. I don't think it's like the Philippines to the same degree. But yes, if you overpay, you have this risk that people are going to they don't know what to do with the money. Like it's this one time that they have so much money and their family will prey on them, and like it can be a bad situation. So you want to pay well, but within the context and normal scope of what Nicaraguans can do, not jump the shark and go to 2.5 like 250% of normal rates. That doesn't work. But up to 50% more, yes, that won't cause them to have this huge change in their lives, but it will make a big impact. But they're still not, then they won't be afraid of like, if I lose this job, my life is over. Frederico says, my Spirit from Phoenix to Managua by Houston, Fort Lauderdale, and Managua was $112. Funny thing is, taxes were more than the actual flight portion. Prices were all over in the same week from $110 to $350. Yeah, it does jump all over. I like that HR hat showing. We're trying to convince them that I should have, they should just be sending me lots of hats and stuff, right? Like I could be holding all kinds of things that I'm not. Instead, I just have this bland coffee mug with this morning's cold coffee because my day has been that busy. Mr. No Good, hey, what's up? I just looked up Spirit today. Prices are crazy cheap all the way from Cleveland. If I didn't hear you speak about Spirit, I would have booked on Google Flights, which is twice as much. Yes! Always. Every single time I look on Google Flights, it's awful. And every time I've ever looked on Google Flights and then said, okay, I'm going to give it a try, because everyone raves about it. Every single time I tried, it turned out that the number that they listed on Google Flights was totally fake. They'd be like, $800, here's your, this is like really far. Like I'm flying to like 5 countries away. I'm like, $800, yes! And I would go to book it, it's like $1,600 every time. And I would take a different day, I'd take a different flight, just try one thing after another. I never once in my life, when I don't use it very much, has Google Flights found me a good deal, or when I found a reasonable deal on it when I went to try it, did it exist. Ever. I know other people who swear by it, but those people don't travel very often and seem to always overpay. Just saying. Jeff Bramwell's here. Hey, Jeff, what's up? Luke says labor market research applies to the local market. Yeah. James says you have so many videos. He does not say too many, just so many. Is there a way to search for walkabouts? So yes, but it's not very reliable. I plan on we're really ramping up a lot with the show, and one of the things I want to do is get an assistant who goes through all 3,500 videos, because we have a lot of things, like we've upped our game significantly. A lot of the old ones don't have thumbnails. A lot of them have terrible titles. A lot of them don't have, there's all kinds of stuff that we put in now. They weren't there in the old ones. Well, that'd be great to go through and add that in. Have end screens to go to things, figure out the dates, make a chart, and then categorize things as well. When I come on one, and I'm thinking about it, so it's not very reliable, but I mark them in a special group called Barrio Walks, which doesn't always refer to a barrio, but that's what we've always called them on the channel, and most of the time it is a barrio. So if you look in the Barrio Walks playlist, those are all my walkabouts, but it's only, I don't know, maybe only 5% of them are in there right now, but I do try to add them in. If you stumble on one and it's not in there and you're like, this is a barrio walk, send it to me so I can go through and update it and pop it in there. But I do try to do it that way. I do often call it a barrio walk. So if you do a search on like barrio walk or on the barrio you want, that'll help bring it up. But it's not perfect yet, but I want to get there. Port City, how much does an expat need to live comfortably? So this is a tough one because it varies by person. I've talked to expats who say they live comfortably at like $850 a month. But in many situations, realistically, a lot of expats are like, well, but I want to live in, for comfortable. I want a North American style luxury house, maybe not super luxury, but luxury. And I want air conditioning on, and I want, like, they have like certain expectations. They're not terrible. And often when you want to do those things, you're still looking at like $3,000 or $4,000 a month because you're getting into specialty things. You're paying a ton for electric because you run air conditioning around the clock. You want to custom build a home that's to a specific style that isn't super efficient here, that doesn't really make sense. You can end up with some pretty high numbers, depending. Especially, and a lot of people are like, well, for me to be comfortable, I want to be in a gated enclave where everyone speaks English, and then your prices just go through the roof, right? So it depends, but the majority of people that I know that are expats, and most of them live here and are like, wow, life is great, are living on under $3,000 a month. They may make more than that, but they're not spending it, right? If you think about like really nice rents, like if you gave me a project and I wasn't like, I have a business and all kinds of things that make me different, but if you gave me like a project and it's like, okay, let's go figure out how you can live in this way, and you go out and do I could get a really nice furnished house, let's say for $600, like luxury, like in Fatima here in Leon. Okay, great. Like that would be super comfortable. And I need a car. Okay, that's going to be, I don't know, budget whatever that is, $300 a month. Now we're at $900 a month. Now we need to figure out the food and the electric. Okay, well my electric's probably going to be $400 a month because I'm just going to run the air conditioning all the time, and I want to be safe that the number doesn't catch me. Do I pay that? No, I pay $80 and I've got 8 rooms with air conditioning. I have a lot of air conditioning, right? We're only paying $80 a month, so your mileage will vary, but you need to have enough to have comfort. But I know like Alan on the channel, his total housing envelope with a house, like a 3-bedroom house in a really nice gated community, really nice barrio near like the new stadium, with his electric and everything, I think his total for everything is like $400, but it's unfurnished, so he supplies his own furniture. And then, but that's his water, his electric, his, like everything. And then just buy whatever appliances you want. And then how much do you want to go out to eat? How much do you want to go? And a lot of times, like I went out to eat last night. Well, I went out for lunch today. I went to a really expensive, in the Beverly Hills of Managua, in Santo Domingo. I went to a sushi place. Lunch was, after tax and everything, $11, $12, probably $12. And that was like super high end. A lot of times I'll go out to eat and, a meal will be $5 or $6. If I need to, I can eat for $2, right? I don't normally want to do that, but, so it's, how you want to eat. Do you want to cook at home? What do you want to do? Does being comfortable include having a maid? Those things will affect you a lot. Crazy cheap. Jeff says hi. Labor market. James, Port City, comfortable. Spark says hello, Jeff. Oh, I'm back down to Port City. Why Leon over Managua? So for me, so first of all, Managua is the capital, and almost no people like it, right? 99% of people that you talk to are like, Managua, I wouldn't even go there. There are so many expats in the country that will never visit Managua. I happen to like Managua. Don Jorge lives there and likes it, right? So who's just commented, right? Like there's a lot of people who do go to Managua and are like, yes, Managua, it's great because you've got great restaurants. It is actually decently cheap. It has a bunch of stuff. It's near the airport, but it is not a normal capital city. It is nothing like, if you're familiar with like a Panama or Costa Rica or Guatemala, and you're like, oh, well, their capital city is really cool and big, or El Salvador or San Salvador, right? Same thing. Really core, like very city. That is not Managua. You will get to Managua and go, what? This is weird, right? It's like a series of villages that all sprawled into each other. It's a completely different animal than you're thinking, unless you've been there. And I like it. I like Managua a lot. I was just in Managua today. And if you said I couldn't live in Leon, you have to live in Managua, I'd be like, okay, that's all right. like every time I'm there, I'm like, I kind of want an apartment here. I don't, but we're only an hour and a half away when there's no traffic. So it's also like right around the corner, so I can go there anytime, and I can take the bus for $2.50 and be there in 90 minutes. So like it's really accessible. So those things are not out of reach to us. And life is cheap here. So like if I want to go into Managua and spend the weekend, I can take my kids on the bus for like $8. The three of us go in. I can take my wife $10, and all four of us go in. We can get a hotel room for not that much in Managua, and we're good to go. And like we can hang out and go to restaurants and do all kinds of things. And it's a really it really is a nice city with a lot going on, and it's quite safe and very walkable, and all kinds of things are pretty good. So there's a lot of reasons to consider Managua, but most people, even those that live here and know Managua, mostly go, with the traffic and the chaos, and it is dirtier than most of the other cities just because of being the big city. There's a lot of reasons that people tend to avoid it, especially as expats. Like just the vibe doesn't work for a lot of expats. But there really is a lot going for it, right? So I don't want to be like, no. But León is one of the old cities. We're colonial. We're much smaller. Traffic is not a big deal. And we are the only city that has beaches in the city zone. So for us, that was it. Like I would not, if I was just choosing a city, I wouldn't choose León or Managua if I was coming to Nicaragua. My first choice city would be Matagalpa. I prefer that quite a bit. Cooler temperatures, mountain vibe, more urban, bigger sprawling area. Without the chaos of Managua, and without moving the microphone a little bit away. I'm being told it's a little bit high. I thought the other one was a little bit high. Actually, let's try this. I'm going to switch over. How does this sound? Can you guys hear me okay? Now I'm talking on a lavalier that I'm holding. I really want to know if this sounds good. Is it like terrible? Give me some feedback. But I can't tell if it's any good at all, so I'm going to go back. But let me know how that sounded. So León is the colonial vibe, the university town that's super lively, really, really, really safe. Managua is the most dangerous of the big cities. León is the most safe of the big cities. That doesn't make Managua dangerous. It's just, if you want that extreme level of safety for your kids and stuff, like León really just slam dunks it. But my wife's rule was the thing she wanted was to be near the ocean. León is the only city that gave us that. So that for us is why León was such a win. Managua definitely has much nicer weather. It's noticeably cooler, and people don't realize this. León groundwater is really cold, like it hurts. And Managua groundwater is so warm that it feels like you have a really mild heater on your water. Frederico says, it's all about personal point of reference. Many cannot see other than their own, which colors what is right amount. If you feel that you need the things that are in your own life. Yeah, about the cost of living. Alan says, hey, Alan, oh no, it went off my screen. I know what you asked, but I want to read it and get it correct. Oh no, it flew away. Can someone buy a small house in an okay area for $50K? Yes, $50K is above the standard price range of Nicaragua houses. So we're going to do an interview with someone who bought a really in-demand area house for less than that. I don't know what she paid, but they weren't even asking that much. If you're out in some place like Castle, now if you're going to someplace really high end, yeah, you can definitely spend over $50K, no question. Like you can spend $1 million if you really, really want to. But if you're going to go to like Castle León, which is what I call entry-level middle-class housing in Nicaragua, and that may not be accurate, but that is hold on. I'm just getting to all the. I'm so far behind. The range at Castle León for standard houses, you can custom build, so you can spend more. Their lowest price house, brand new construction with the land in a community. Now it's not gated, but it is guarded. But it's such an extremely safe area that gating it makes no sense at all. So I totally get why that's not gated, but it feels like a gated community, and it's really safe. Everyone around you is like entry-level middle class. It's either older folks who decided they wanted a really quiet, safe place to retire, or they're like younger and they're just getting into their like starter homes. So I know some couples who are like in their 20s and they get like they went for like a 3-bedroom big place in Castelleon because they could afford it. And yeah, someday they're going to have like luxury high-end place. But that's not going to be until their late 30s, early 40s when they've saved up. So in the meantime, they're in Castelleon with like a 3-bedroom, very comfy, super safe neighborhood, play in the street, have a yard. The starter price for a 2-bedroom, they're super basic, like crazy basic, is $16,000, and the highest end I've seen listed is $32,000, maybe $35,000. So at $35,000, that's a custom build 3-bedroom with the land in a really nice community with great neighbors that are all in this middle class kind of thing. So now that's a little bit outside the city, but very, very okay area. Great area to live, and so that kind of gives you an idea. And in the city, yeah, you could get into a colonial for $50K. That's going to take a lot of work, but you can do it. Out in the countryside, easy. Depending on the city, right? It'll vary. Getting a $50K place in Granada, for example, would be quite hard. Getting one in Leon would be quite easy. Most of the cities are in between, but definitely doable everywhere. And I see advertisements in really great areas, advertising in the 40s, like 40s up on the billboards. 45,000, get into this amazing community, like in Ciudad Sandino. Suggestions for Spanish learner classes and teachers. Yeah, Apocalyptic Pete. My friend Ava from Chinandega gives online classes in Spanish. So first of all, Duolingo, do Duolingo. It's free, do it all the time. If you're not doing Duolingo, you're not going to do anything else, right? Because it's free and it's really good. So be doing that. Once you've done that for a little bit and you're like, okay, I'm serious about learning Spanish, like maybe it's a week, maybe it's a month, right? I'm on, 1,600 days, then talk to Ava. She's something like $90 a month, and she's a professional teacher, right? She was a school teacher. Now she does the opposite. She taught English in schools here. Now she teaches Spanish privately, and she'll do like 3 1-hour sessions a week. So you sit down and do like a video with her, and you just do conversations, and she'll correct you and guide you and stuff. And she's Nicaraguan, so you're getting Nicaraguan Spanish. There's tons of people that do that, but that's my friend who does that. Don Jorge, RadPad was a scam? Yeah. I did realize he was gone from the country and in Costa Rica now. Guy made a lot of content here and apparently was selling and building those prefabs. No, he was selling the idea of selling the prefabs. He never built any prefabs in the country. I've talked to loads of people. I've watched his channel. I've been following him since before he made the channel because he tried to scam some of the people on my channel, and they were told that they were sworn to secrecy because it was a con, obviously. It was an investment scam. The thing that he was selling, that he is still selling in Costa Rica, is he's trying to get investors to invest in him. The paperwork he has is not investment paperwork. He's looking for expats who've just arrived, are very green, have never been in business before. He meets them. This is what happened to the people on my channel. He met them at a bar, befriended them, and within the same night as meeting them, said that he'd never trusted anyone before, but they were the only people he trusted with his guaranteed get-rich scheme. He had everything worked out about how this scam would make all this money because houses are so expensive in Nicaragua. You can't get a house under $100,000 in Nicaragua, and it takes so long to build a house in Nicaragua that you have to have these prefabs that go on your property so you can watch them build because you can't, he came up with all these fake things. Every single thing was fake, right? Houses are dirt cheap here. The cheapest you could possibly imagine. I can't explain to you how cheap houses are here. No one believes how cheap they are. But we did 2 days ago in the live stream, we were talking about raising money. We're not ready for this. I don't want anyone to volunteer money. Talking about what it would take to get the channel to raise money to do projects where we would go out and buy a really cheap house and show every single cost, every single thing, and completely rebuild a house and do something awesome, and then either sell it or rent it and then maybe do it again, right? And just improve neighborhoods. But make a show about it, or do it on the show, whatever. But because you could do those things, and someone jumped in, it's like, yeah, I bought my house for $1,000. And yeah, he had to put a bunch of work into it. I have a friend who built a house himself for $13,000. So the numbers are completely off. His whole thing, he never had a hope of selling the RadPads. No one who's ever been to Nicaragua would ever look at the prefab and go, wait, why would I buy this? It cost quadruple a better, already built Nicaraguan home with land. He was selling them for like $45,000. It's basically a glass shed that's not big enough to live in for $45,000, and you had to provide the land. But you can go buy a pre-built $16,000 home with the land in a good community today. Like, you could literally have one today. So his numbers didn't make any sense. Anyone who had ever been to Nicaragua and actually looked at a house would have been like, nope, his numbers don't make sense. His idea that it takes a long time to build doesn't make sense. That you need, like, nothing made sense. And then his investment thing wasn't getting shares in a company. It was literally, when you read the paperwork, because they gave it to me, it was you had to donate your money to him and he gets to keep it. And that was it. There was no you get paid dividends. There was no you get money later. It's not you don't get a prefab, nothing. It was 100% donate your money to him, and he presented it as an investment scheme, as a guaranteed get-rich-quick scheme. And when I talked to people, he left the country and never managed to build one. He had one investor, supposedly, who built one. So there was one eventually, right in the last weeks, to get a photograph of. Because if you look at his website, he never got a photograph of one, ever, because they never existed. But supposedly one of his investors who got scammed got extra scammed and built one so that they could try to scam other people because they were caught in the scam, right? We refer to San Juan del Sur as the expat pyramid scheme, and this is an example of that when people come in, the older expats that have been there have been getting scammed for so long, not every one of them, but an awful lot of them, and they have no way out but to keep the scam going. And so they have a tendency to scam the new expats coming in. And no one wants to say that the emperor's not wearing any clothes because everyone's house values in their minds depend on the lie. And everyone's investments depend on the lie. And so there's so few people. And the people who would admit to it would be ratting out all their neighbors and friends that they have to live next to. So no one's willing to pull back the curtain and be like, it's all a scam. Everything, all the property, all the real estate, all the businesses, it's just layers and layers of scams. And so it's kind of like a Ponzi scheme. They're all trying to get the next generation of expats to put money in the hopes that they can cash out and get out of the scam that they accidentally got into. And so that's what was going on here. So we have this investor who was in. So since he was in, he was like, well, I've got to up the game. He had to up the ante by building one of these units to try to trick other people into buying these completely nonsensical units. Tony from RadPad made the mistake. We don't know that this is what caused it, but the timing was really close. He made a video, and someone on my channel sent it to me, where he was basically ranting about the problems of hiring Nicaraguans and talking about how they didn't appreciate the work and how they agreed to not be paid a minimum wage and then went to the labor board and how he got in all this trouble and why did they treat him this way. And sometimes he was like, I tried to do all these things right, but then he described what he did and made claims that his lawyer was acting criminally. He flat out complained that his employees expected to be paid. He complained that he had stolen their money and they were upset about it. He complained that under duress they agreed to things and then turned him in for committing crimes that he had committed when he had threatened them. A whole bunch of things. So I made a response video and I did not call him out on all this stuff. I just said, Tony, hey, so watched your video. Your lawyer has been lying to you and here's things you need to know that are basics about employment in Nicaragua, and went through. These are all things you are required by law to know and be aware of and do ahead of time. You can't be like claiming you don't know. It is your responsibility as the business owner to know these things. It's your lawyer's responsibility to have told. You could sue your lawyer if he actually gave you this false advice. There's legal processes. You could clean his clock for sure. He would lose so much if that really happened. But everything was, he admitted to basically massive employment fraud. He admitted accidentally that his business was completely defunct and had no sales and no profits whatsoever, which went against everything he had done to build the business. Like his whole thing was, it's so fantastic, it makes so much money, it's so successful. He accidentally admitted that he had no money and couldn't pay the employees. He had hired them under false pretenses and was angry that they expected to be paid when they were just employees and not investors. And then he also admitted to tax fraud on the video. So this was some pretty big stuff that he admitted to in his video. His show, I don't know if it's monitored. My show is. So definitely, once we responded to his video and went through, here's what your lawyer told you, here's what the actual law is, and here's why this is employment fraud. This is why you stole. This is why you did. I'm like, and I'm sure you're going to go out and raise the money and give these people the money that you owe them, but everything you said was very illegal, and the thing you're upset with was you threatened them, and then they took you to court. That is the expectation when you threaten minimum wage employees, right? If you're like, I'm not going to pay you, what are you going to do about it? They're going to get a lawyer, right? And that is exactly what they did. And something like 48 hours later, he fled the country and is now unable to return, I've heard, as is probably best. I don't know him personally. This is a lot, but I do know people he directly attempted to scam, and so we've been keeping tabs on him all along. So the things I know absolutely for sure are that he tried to scam people that were friends of mine, and he definitely never built anything, and none of his stuff made sense at all. It was all very, like, it's black and white. It is as scam gets. And every person I've talked to, he is the poster child of scams in Nicaragua, right? Everybody uses him as the scam example because he didn't try to hide it, and because you didn't have to hear him talk. If you just saw pictures of him, you're like, whoa, like, it was part of his deal. It's kind of like when you get a spam email and it's full of typos and it doesn't make any sense. They do that intentionally because they want people who are going to catch you to not bother opening the email. And he gave that vibe in person. He was so over the top a con artist that most people didn't have to interact with him to get that really icky feeling and be like, well, I'm not even going to talk to this guy. But he, some people don't have that filter. They don't catch that, or they're just really trusting, and they're like, no, he just comes across weird, right? And that's a really powerful thing, to filter that out and have people that are really willing to give you an extra benefit of the doubt, or people who really can't read the situation. And that's who he wanted to get, because they would get in deeper. And then once you hook people with you could be making lots of money. Oh, I'm such a nice guy. You're friends of mine. You could be helping me out, and you get rich while doing it. Once you become emotionally attached to that, it's very hard for you to see past the promises and into the reality of, well, obviously that's never going to happen. None of this business plan makes sense. So that was the RadPad story. And now, if you go to their website, RadPad Nicaragua suddenly says RadPad Costa Rica, and he acts like the Nicaragua thing never existed. Fran Aruz, I've been going to Nicaragua for the past 30 years. Wow. And I am now more eager to live there, thanks in part to your video blogs. Well, thank you. I've always thought the Postal Service has been an issue. Has it improved? I've never once wanted to use it. So let me ask. So this is one of those things. And I have a couple of videos on this where I literally say, why would you ever want to use the Postal Service? Ever. When I lived in the U.S., I wanted the Postal Service to evaporate, right? Absolutely hate the Postal Service. I hate the idea of Postal Service. I love the idea of it when I was a child, right? When I got Ranger Rick magazine and everything came by mail, like, life was different. But now we have email, now we have UPS, now we have Amazon. Mail gets in the way. It's a blight on society and on civilization, and it's only used in the United States to deliver other people's trash and make you have to dispose of it. One of the things I like is that people can't postal mail me here. They have to figure out something more appropriate. I have never in my adult life, literally my entire adult life, have I ever wanted to send or receive something by mail. So let me ask, what is making you want a postal service? I really think that the protection that Nicaragua gives you from not being blighted with the Postal Service like in the United States. When I lived in the U.S., they would come to my house and they'd put trash, and I had to deal with it. I was forced to go deal with someone else's trash. They were literally a litter service, right? They didn't deliver me messages. They brought me trash. So I really appreciate that you cannot mail me here in Nicaragua. Anything that I want to be delivered, I have delivery services that come right to my door instantly, right? Reliably. Post means it's not important, it may never get there, right? We literally were just talking about this. Someone tried to send a check from the U.S. to Canada today, and the first thing that we all said was that was an obvious attempt to obfuscate that they weren't paying their bill, right? The check is in the mail. Literally, when you're going international, like, that's not getting anywhere. Even the U.S. and Canada, right? There's no expectation it's ever going to get there. You would do that. You would only do that because you were trying to hopefully not have it arrive or something. Under most circumstances, Fran, the thing that I say is really reevaluate is having any postal service at all, good or bad, actually a positive. And maybe rethink, do you want to receive a letter? Why would you want it to come by post? Have it come by another way, right? There's lots of ways to get things delivered here, and electronic. This is the thing, right? We also don't have a good telephone system. Well, is that a problem? No, it's a blessing. It's a huge blessing because we have unlimited, free, encrypted, secure communication methods with WhatsApp. We don't want a phone system. It would be a problem, just like it is in the U.S. The U.S. is completely crippled by this ancient phone system that they can't resist keeping for obvious reasons. Like, I'm not saying it's like a bad thing. I'm saying that they got stuck because they were the first ones with phones, and now they're stuck with this old thing. But Nicaragua never fully adopted modern phones, and we're able to adopt more modern technologies and leapfrog the U.S. in technology in that area because they didn't do that. And I think in Post, it's the same thing. We have Transnica. If I need to move something around the country, I can do so cheaply, so quickly, so reliably that it's just it's crazy, right? Like, it's so good. And not that the U.S. doesn't have great services, UPS, FedEx, things like that, but what we have here is phenomenally good for moving things around the country and getting things to you that have arrived in the country, and then getting things to the country. Yeah, there's a little bit of different and things to do, but for the most part, if it's a small item, you want it to be electronic. If it's messages, move to electronic, move past regular mail. If it's something that you want to get that's more important, you didn't want to use the mail anyway, you want something reliable. Even in the U.S., sending messages between Texas and New York, it could only be, because my dad lived in New York and I lived in Texas for a long time, we knew everything had to be worthless if we sent it, or replaceable, right? It's fine to send a Christmas card. It's fine to send, a check that you could cancel, but you had to assume, because it was like a 50% rate wouldn't make it through for all the decades that I lived there. 50% didn't make it. So you just had to assume that, yeah, it's a nice thought, but you can't expect it to actually arrive. And if it did arrive, you didn't know if it would be a day or 2 weeks. And so even within the U.S., right, it's just, we feel like it's decently reliable, and it's decently reliable, but reliable? No, that's what UPS and FedEx are for. So the question is, what would you want to send to someone that you want to be unreliable? Like, if you want it to get there, make sure it gets there. Otherwise, why send it? B-Town Bum, shared shuttle from Granada to Leon, $20 per person. Shared shuttle from Leon to San Juan del Sur via Granada, $35 per person. Is that Ishimche? That's what I use. I like them. Luke says, Tony Montana investment strategy. Don't get high on your own supply. Yeah, exactly. Gallivant, I'm way behind on messages. Gallivanter, if I decide to move there permanently, should I drive my Jeep, or is there a big import fee? There is a huge import fee, and under no conditions should most people ever consider driving a vehicle here. That is not a thing you want to do. But even more importantly, if you have a Jeep, you absolutely do not want to drive here because I know people who did that, and that was the reason they had to leave the country. Because a Jeep is not a vehicle that you can maintain here. You cannot get parts here. So assume, like, if your Jeep costs you $35,000 in the U.S., assume it's like having a $120,000 car here, right? Everything will be months to get fixed. Everything has to be shipped in from the U.S. No one knows how to work on it. And every single police officer that is standing on the side of the road will flag you down because they've never seen a Jeep before and they want to talk to you about it. You're not going to get in trouble. It's not going to be a, big ordeal. It's going to be a very friendly, hey, can I see this car? But you won't be able to drive. That is what they found. They could not go anywhere because they would be pulled over so often because they were driving a flashy, you have to understand that here, because things like Jeeps do not exist, it's like driving a neon light flashing Lamborghini through poor regions of the U.S. and being like, everyone pay attention to me as much as possible. And of course, in a country where the police stops are you drive past and they flag you over, if they want to see your car and they've got nothing else to do, you're your only excitement for the day, they're going to go all the time. And so you just, every couple miles, normally I can drive for a month without getting pulled over a single time. And they're fine. Like the getting pulled over is not a big deal. You just hand them your paperwork, they look at your car, they hand it back, they have a good day. And that's it, right? It's not a big thing. It's not like in the U.S. where you're like getting pulled over like you're in trouble. It's not like that. Very easy. But it will ruin your life. Right? It's not like driving a Jeep in the U.S. where it's like, it's a fun off-road vehicle, right? Maybe there's not a lot of them. Nope. It will destroy you financially. It will make you so unhappy. It literally, I would expect anyone who did that to end up leaving the country to get away from it. Because you can't sell it. You're not allowed to, right? And no one would buy it. And you can't take it to another country. You're not allowed to take it there either. Like bringing a vehicle, especially if you're coming from like the U.S. and Canada, because you're coming so many countries away. We've been hypothesizing that one of the other YouTube channels, we know they kind of broke some rules bringing in a vehicle. Not like a big deal, but they like skirted a few things. And we think they got caught and emigrated out because I don't think they had the money to solve the problem, right? They did something that potentially carried like $100,000 tax fee, and they probably took off because who would want to pay that on a vehicle worth $5,000 tops? In their case, right? It was piece of junk. It was just a stupid thing to have imported. Moises says, yes, there is a tax. Yeah, a big one. You can open a bakery store or open a good fast food joint of fritanga. You're making Nicaragua grow with all you're doing. Oh, Brian. Hey, Brian, what's up? Jirai says, have you been to El Salvador as well? Have I been? Yes. I've been to El Salvador 4 times. Not a ton. I plan on doing quite a bit up there with some filming, waiting. I don't know if you've been on the show when we said this. I'm waiting for my final residencia to come through, which has been delayed because of the storms. That sounds ridiculous, but this is not a big country. There are not a ton of resources, and the people who work in those departments have been pulled to deal with flooding. So they're all out dealing with, like, literally, like, dealing with people trapped, emergencies, messed up roads, things like that, inspecting things. So they've put residencias are on hold because of the unbelievable storm going on. And in many cases, they may be like, the people who do residencia are part of the police department, in case that wasn't obvious. So they are not often working as police, so they're more likely to be sent to police offices to man the office, while the more normal police officers are probably sent out to deal with things like road problems. So it's not like sending random untrained people, it's that they're probably shuffling a bunch of people around to cover for each other while they deal with natural disasters. So that's putting things on hold, but the whole point being I'm very close to getting my residencia, and once I have it, I can go to Costa Rica and buy a very custom car. I don't recommend this. I'm doing something very foolish. I often do, like, I have a YouTube channel. I do things for reasons that other people do not. So don't do these things just because, well, Scott did it. It must be smart. I don't do smart things, right? Don't do what I do. I'm buying, I hope, a very quirky Chinese electric vehicle from Costa Rica, driving it up, and I want to use it as a filming vehicle, and I want to be able to drive all over the region and do all kinds of really interesting things and film in all the other countries. And when you have residencia and you buy a car, you have complete ability to move the car through the CA4, which includes El Salvador. So while now I can go up there, it's always by bus. It's kind of a pain, or I fly up. Then I'll be able to drive all over, have all my cameras mounted all the time, and we will do so much El Salvador content. It'll be great. Opening a clothing store. Granada is a tourist paradise. Leon, it's a low-cost place to live. Yep. 250 is amazing from JS. I'm so far behind, I'm not sure the context. Moises says, buy a land and build. Oh, my screen just updated and I lost tons and tons and tons of people. Messages, not people. Didn't lose them. Buy land, build your own house. Renting is not a good idea. I don't know about that, Moises. The reason, so buying land is a good idea. Renting, though, right now is an amazing market. You want to rent for years because if you're not from the region, you don't have enough knowledge about where to buy. So it's not that renting. So renting is so cheap, though, right? And it doesn't eat you up. So I'm a huge proponent of rent. You only want to. So first of all, you don't want to build in Nicaragua right now because buying is such a good deal. If you build, you will lose your shirt. Like if you build a $100,000 house, the best you could sell it for is $50,000. But you could buy that house will be worth $100,000 someday for $50,000. So buying a pre-built house has a major advantage. But at the same time, rents are ridiculously low right now. You can't buy for as low as you rent. And so you can rent amazing places for super cheap right now. And the important thing with renting is that it keeps you with flexibility. So the majority of people, we recommend that they always rent. It's a rare person who actually should buy. You only want to buy in scenarios where you really know that you're making a permanent decision. This is definitely the spot I want to be in forever. This is definitely the situation I want to be in forever. This is definitely the house I want to be in forever. And a lot of people buy like multi-story houses, and then when they're getting ready to retire, they're like, oh, I don't want stairs anymore, or I want to downsize or whatever. Well, that indicates that buying was probably not a great deal, especially in a market like Nicaragua, where if you buy, you assume you're going to be stuck with that house for years, if not decades. Because while the prices are great, that makes it a great buyer's market. It's also because it's a terrible seller's market. And so even in San Juan del Sur, where things are hot and like highly desirable, you're looking at often, when people show me houses, what do you think of this? Does this seem like a good deal? I'm like, that house didn't sell for half that price for the last decade, right, think twice about those deals, because most of those places have been on the market for as long as I can remember, right? And that can be very, very dangerous. So if you're buying, you're trapped in many cases, or you're going to take a bath. But like, we know a house that just sold for a tiny fraction of what they were looking for, but it was on the market for 7 years, and eventually they panicked and they cut they called me. They're like, let people know we're cutting the price in half, right? And then I don't know how much they knocked it down from there, but I know that someone went and knocked it down, right? And then they did buy it, but they lost their shirts. Not only did they sell it for pennies, but they had to sit with no renters in an empty place for 7 years. So be really, really careful with those things. You can end up in a really bad situation. Just getting a message, coincidentally, from the person I'm talking about. Completely coincidence. Don Timoteo, the Margarita Bar. Gringos mostly left Granada before 2018. The prices have dropped since then for rentals and houses. Yeah, Granada is still double Leon, but our prices dropped too. But yeah, Granada is way cheaper than it was before 2018. When I lived in Granada in 2015, it was way more than it is now. Nicaragua women are hardworking, definitely true. Luke says, so about that student intern to thumbnail vids. Frederico, as far as walkabouts, if you put a walkabout keyword or tag in the video itself, then all will come up and you'll get more traffic outside of your own pages in YouTube. It actually doesn't. Or is walkabout like the specific word so YouTube actually says they ignore the keywords. It's very tough to get it to actually show up, but I'll give that a try and see if it comes up much. Sean St. Peter, hey Scott, a week or two back you did a request for Canadian feedback about us leaving for Nicaragua. How's that information coming along? I have some. And I'm getting ready to compile it. It is super hard. If I don't catch the Canadians like in a place where I have a camera, they're like almost entirely completely camera shy and don't just won't make things. Everyone posts something. Right, like I have like 1,000 comments. That's not really true, but I have a good 50 comments from people who say they're Canadian and say those things. But getting someone on camera, and some people have expressed they're afraid of the Canadian government. Like they're not willing. They want to move before they're willing to say anything because they're scared, which I don't think is founded. But that's a real feedback that we've gotten quite a bit. Frederico says, how much was your Italian with daughters? How much was your Italian? Oh, my dinner. I used to live in Italy and speak Italian, so I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't know. I didn't speak Italian with them because they speak English. Oh, dinner. That's a good question. I didn't really pay attention. Oh, let me think. So we had, my daughter Liesel had a Caesar salad. I had a Caesar and Alfredo, pasta Alfredo, penne Alfredo, and then my other daughter had rosé cream crab sauce pasta. She's a pasta nut, and the Caesars are like a full meal pretty much. So we actually all split it. The three of us split the two salads, and then we all had dessert. Liesel and I had peach pies, and Luciana had house-made banana ice cream. They actually have an ice cream machine and make it fresh for each person. And they each had mochaccino drinks, like fancy coffee drinks and stuff. And it was $1,400. So let me get a calculator up so I can tell you what that is in American money, and you can convert. But so that dinner was... This is an Italian restaurant in downtown Leon across from UNAM, the university downtown, was $37. 38, right? So not super cheap, but when you're saying it's a decently like kind of upscale Italian place, 3 people, 4 meals, 3 desserts, 2 coffee drinks. I did not have I just had water because I was driving. Otherwise, I would have had wine. So that gives you a feel, right? Prices have definitely come up from what they used to be, but $38 for 3 people, $11, $12 per person is all in. That's with tax and everything, right? Pretty good. Edge Nava says, hey, hi, Scott. Glad to join a live. Are you reading, responding, reacting to any comments, or just the usual? Actually, I always react to comments. That is the usual. So yes, and yes. Luke says sound is 5/5. I moved it a little bit farther away. Luke, was that the sound on the new microphone or the one I'm on right now? Because I have a lot of time in between. Sean says sounded good. It must have been when I picked up this one. I do love this. This is a Rode, but I have to hold it. And I'm trying to figure out if this one is a damaged wire or if it's the connection on the thing it connects to. I'm always experimenting and trying to figure things out. Gallivanter, what's Nicaragua have over Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras? Oh, excellent question. So, one, heat. We got them all over the place. If you want heat, we've got it. All those are much colder countries. Nicaragua is the safest of those three, generally, by far. El Salvador has momentarily gone from the most dangerous to the safest. We expect them to hold on to that for some time. There's a lot of good in El Salvador. We're not downing on El Salvador, but for any length of time, Nicaragua is the standout safe one in the region. We're dramatically safer than Costa Rica, dramatically safer than Panama, dramatically safer than literally. You look over a 40-year period, Nicaragua is the one safe spot in a region that sometimes is safe, sometimes isn't. And then El Salvador is blipping into safety. We will see in 10 years if they hold on to that and if that's like a lifestyle thing or if that's a momentary thing. We hope good things for them, right? We don't want to be like, no, we're going to beat you unless we just get safer still, which is a possibility. But safety is huge. We're also the lowest cost of living of those four. We also have the greatest autonomy. We're the most separated from the United States. All of those have much closer ties to the U.S. Nicaragua is very much not within the U.S. sphere of influence. So you get a completely different culture from an outside interaction perspective. You're much more tied to Europe and China and Russia and South America. Like we have close ties with Venezuela and Cuba and Bolivia and those places, the ALMA countries. So you get a little bit different there. You have slightly different culture, all three of those. Now, this is very difficult to define, but Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras are the Mayan countries, along with small swaths of southern Mexico, like parts of the Yucatan and Chiapas. But they are a Mayan vibe. Nicaragua and Costa Rica are a Nicaragua vibe. And so you have this slightly different cultural background. So you just have slightly different food, partially because of the heat, slightly different language, slightly different this and that. Like you do feel it a little bit. For me, I really like the nightlife and the rural living of Nicaragua. It's just different, right? All of those are great countries. I love the region. The four of us together are the CA4, so we're very much a team together. We used to all be one country, so it's a little bit like asking, well, what's the difference between New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Ohio, right? And it's like, well, if you live there, it's like, yeah, I can tell. This place has better pizza. Obviously, that's New York. And this other place has better, steak sandwiches. Obviously, that's Pennsylvania. And it's actually not. It's New Jersey. They just call them Philly cheesesteaks. They're actually from New Jersey. I know. But if you want some rural living, well, Ohio's got a little bit more, right? But they're all really similar. They have the same accent for the most part. They have the same, background. They have a lot of the same history. They used to all be together, still are in our case. So it's very, very little tunings for the most part. But like Honduras is definitely the most dangerous of those. Guatemala the second. Now Nicaragua and El Salvador. Like El Salvador is momentarily safer, but Nicaragua has it's just safe. Like El Salvador is like a powder keg, and everybody keeps saying, well, what happens when the prisons fail? What happens when this doesn't hold up? And maybe it will be a problem, right? I don't know if that's a founded fear. I don't think it is, but it's not completely unrealistic. But Nicaragua has no history of violence. So internally, right? We have a history of being sieged by outside forces, but internally, it's an incredibly safe country. And so living here gives you a lot of, this is just a really safe, consistent, stable country over the long haul. And that gives a lot of peace of mind, right? Not that I would worry about any of these countries. I would easily live in all of them. I'm just saying that having this as a more positive thing gives Nicaragua a slight edge. Certainly, if you're looking at Nicaragua or you're looking at an El Salvador or Honduras or Guatemala, and you want to look at all of them, you're going to be struggling to define what it is you want personally between them. Nicaragua this is worth noting, has the easiest path to staying of all of them, and that's probably your most significant individual change. And all of them have just a lot of amazing stuff to offer, right? And kind of by living in any one of them, over time you kind of get access to all of them, and you can start to think of them as a region rather than as really specific individual choices. Biggest reason not to live in Nicaragua within that group, if you're looking for big city living, that's where Nicaragua falls down the most within that group. So someone is asking privately, there's no need to ask privately, if you search on my name and RadPad, at no point do I call it out as RadPad. I will look for the video and post it, but I made an effort. Because I'd promised people back when they were getting scammed that for whatever reason they wanted to protect him, and the information was shared to me back then privately. Then it became public, so then I was able to share it. But I never wanted to be like making this huge thing. We weren't trying to call him out and get him in trouble. We wanted him to think twice, and people on my channel asked, "Is this information legit?" And we didn't want him giving misinformation. But I'm also not trying to overly screw him over. And he did that to himself. Spark says, there's so many cities in Nicaragua I'd love to visit. Absolutely. But no shuttle bus to the Managua International Airport is a bummer. Yeah, it is. But they're talking about, I think the train is going to go to the airport. So I think that's how they're dealing with it. There is obviously private shuttles that go to the airport. I just don't know what they are. And because I don't use that. And there are city buses that go to the airport, but not like the UCA buses that you would want to go to the airport. But UCA, interlocales, we call them UCAs, are not meant for tourists. None of the public transportation is meant for tourists. It's not that they don't want tourists on it. They love that you take it. It's just, it's meant for the locals. And if you want to take it, then great. Hey, Luke Graham, Spark says, only $50,000 for a house? No, Spark. $50,000 is a lot for a house here. Don't think of it as only $50,000 for a house. You should be thinking in only $16,000 for a house, right? Like it's $16,000 is the cheap for the Nicaragua market. $50,000 is a very, very nice house here. So just this is the thing you get from real estate channels is they'll throw like, ooh, houses for $1 million at you, and then they'll be like, another channel will be like only $500,000, and you go only $500,000 when in reality it's only $100,000. They're trying to gauge you. I'm not saying anyone's trying to do this here. But it's a trick that happens in your mind is you start to imagine things are so expensive, and then when you find out they might be less, you kind of solidify on a middle number. But $50,000 for just a house. Now, if you're going to be on a beachfront, yeah, you're not likely going to get a sweet house on the beach for $50K. However, I've made offers on houses, and my lawyer's been like, don't you dare make an offer over $40,000 on that beach house, because that's what it's worth, right? $39,000, $41,000 tops, right? Now, not a nice house, but on the sand. Crazy. Now, they didn't sell it to me, but they wouldn't sell it to anybody. They wouldn't sell it at all, right? They kept it. It wasn't for sale. It was just making an offer. But my lawyer, who does houses every day, is like beachfront property on the sand, $40K. It wasn't a huge lot, but it's a very primo lot. So yeah, $50K is a lot for a house. Absolutely, you can spend that much, but easily you won't need to. Yes, Spark, it's possible, but it depends on the region, city, Nicaraguan American here. Spark says, I see locations are the keys everywhere in this world. Good to have a Nicaraguan American person here to get more info from both side views. It is important to note that the prices in Nicaragua don't vary as much by city as you might think. They do vary by city, of course, and it's more variance within the cities than between the cities. San Juan del Sur is the most expensive, no question. Granada is the second most expensive, no question. Managua has some of the most expensive isolated areas, for sure, because it's got like the Beverly Hills stuff. But honestly, you'll find some of the most expensive in like Matagalpa. And you'll find some crazy expensive stuff in like random places. So it's all over the place. You can spend a lot almost anywhere, but you can spend very little almost anywhere. When we were looking, this is a little bit of time, but like 9-bedroom places in San Juan del Sur, the most expensive place in the country, on the sand, they were offering to us for $250,000. So you can, like, obviously that's way above $50,000. That's a 9-bedroom operating hotel with a commercial restaurant on the beach in the most expensive village in the entire country, which, by the way, I said had 15,000 people in it without having any reference. And someone claiming to be from San Juan del Sur and supposedly disputing everything I said it's only a village of 7,000. Look it up. So if you go to Wikipedia and look up San Juan del Sur, I just want to point out that it is 15,553 people. Thank you very much. EJ Nava. I'm honestly loving that hat Scott is wearing. It only happens it's Nicaragua's premier rum and one of the best in the world. What do you mean one of the best in the world? Come on. Yeah, I was just at the Nicaragua experience today, and I saw this hat, and I'm like, I have to have this hat. It's so pink and gray. Like, pink and gray is one of my color combinations. Like, I love this. I also like a mint green and gray, which is the color we use for Latin American living. Ooh, good time to announce. We got 57 people on right now. We did get up to 65. But we announced this earlier in the week. I have a new podcast, totally different vibe than what we do here on the show. It is Latin American Living. It is a guest and panel discussion and interview style show, and all the guests who have been on the show already are here on the live stream tonight, just happens to be. But it is up and running. I will put a link down below. It is available through its own site. You can find, so it's just Latin American Living. It's on Google. It's on Google. It is on Google. It's on YouTube by Google, and it's just at Latin American Living. It is available, and there you can see video of it. It's not meant to be a video. It's an audio, like traditional podcast, but we do make video of it and put it up on YouTube. So if you have that, like, I just want to see it, it's just two people talking, but it's not terrible. But exactly the same audio is available on Apple Podcast, is available on Amazon Music Podcast, is available on Spotify. It is on Audible. And you can get it direct from pod.latinamericanliving.com, along with a few other podcasts. So that is a big thing that we just started. We have 3 episodes out. One's an intro, 2 are like real episodes. Very happy with where it's going. We're learning some new tech for it, testing out some new microphones. That's one of the reasons that we're testing a few new things. And would love to have you guys check that out and listen to that and explore that as well. So that is something... just a very exciting thing this week, and I can't wait to get another episode out. Hopefully that comes soon. Luke says, looking for expats greener than tomorrow's plantains. Yeah, that is very true. Don Jorge says, that is crazy to hear about Radpad Guy. I did notice his mock-ups all looked very much generated using AI. Yeah, he had nothing even close to real. It was weird. A nice Duolingo tip for everyone. You can Google Duolingo for schools, open a class, and invite yourself to it. Bam, unlimited hearts for free. Cool hack. I pay for Duolingo because I love it so much that I'm donating, basically. Plus, I do it for the whole family because my wife does it, and my daughters do it, and my business partner does it. Frederico. Possible, a great way to learn Spanish and have fun is a group that meets once a week. Wine tasting or beer or meals and meets local with mixed expats and locals. I have wine and beer tasting with locals like every other night. Scott's hacks. EJ Nava, greatest vibes spark. I live in Miami, born and raised in Granada, kind of. Nice. Oh, I see Granada is beautiful. It is. Luke says he missed out on the ShamWow gig. Yeah, that was the era he should have been in. Don Timoteo says, I have sent many packages to Nicaragua via U.S. mail, to Nica Mail. I also send via Amazon DHL, no problems. I've heard from people that things will come through on Nica Mail. The problem is that the U.S. mail is unreliable. The transfer between the U.S. and Nicaragua is unreliable. Once it's in Nicaragua, I bet Nicaragua's reliable, but I'd be wary. Brent says, Scott, you're seriously like an Energizer bunny. You never run out of juice. Nice coverage of all kinds of topics today. Thank you. It was a long day, too. This is me really tired. EJ now Spark, my hometown is the premier tourist destination only 500 years after its foundation, founded in 1524. Bear in mind that we, the U.S., became a country in 1776. Warmest Nicaraguan greetings. That's right, both Granada and Leon celebrate 500 years this year. Leon's birthday was the 15th, just a couple days ago. That's why we had the Ipico on Sunday, which I haven't put up the videos yet, but I did record videos of the Ipico. They look like they came out okay. I haven't had a lot of time to look at them, but it seems like we have good Ipico footage. And I didn't take like footage of the rodeo, but I did get some shorts, and at least one of them's up. I'll get a couple more up. There's one where a guy got got the wind taken out of his sails for sure. We'll get that one up soon. Sean St. Peter says San Juan del Sur has the draw of the sheltered beach and many other great beaches nearby. Is there anywhere else that can even come close to the amenities and access to calm beaches? No. San Juan del Sur is absolutely, I mean, in the world maybe, but in Nicaragua, no, there's nothing that comes close to it. San Juan del Sur is the only significant sheltered bay, that's really what it is, in the country. So you have a really wide beach. You may find one or two others that are wide like that, but rare. So it's a super wide sand on a big curved bay, and it's protected because it's a bay. And so you have really shallow water. It's very calm. So San Juan del Sur is absolutely unique in that, and nothing else is going to compete. So unfortunately, if that's what you're looking for, you're stuck with San Juan del Sur, like it or not. Now, you may just love it, right? And some people do, for sure. And I thought for a long time that I was going to move to San Juan del Sur, as some of my friends did too. And then the reality of it, we spent a little bit of time where we're like, absolutely not. No, there's so much more in the country at so much better prices. And we looked further afield, and I can't tell you how thankful we are that we didn't end up in San Juan del Sur. But it does have unique stuff. Right, and if you want to have some of those like really amazing apartment options, you want like modern, like North American, very fancy, very Costa Rican. You want more restaurants per capita. You want a walkable village where you can go in a grid and actually get to things. Whereas like Las Piñatas is one long stretch. You want a constant flow of large numbers of foreigners that you're just tourists, so you can interact with different people every day. You want loads of expats who are just discovering the country with you. Like you want the nearly nightly party with loads of backpackers and young kids getting drunk for the first time. Like the San Juan del Sur experience is unique, and people point out the calm bay, and I really think that's misleading as a value point. That's not what's good about San Juan del Sur. That's, in fact, mostly bad. I think most people who want to be on the ocean don't want to be on a calm bay. They want to hear waves. They want to see sunset. They want views. They want to open. The thing about that is most people in San Juan del Sur are looking at the rest of San Juan del Sur. They're looking at each other, which is kind of cool, but I don't want that calm bay, right? It's nice for swimming, but a lot of locals have complained that it's full of it's not so clean, so they don't swim in it. You never see people swimming in there the way you see swimming in the rest of the country, even though the rest of the country has really rough water that you don't want to swim in. And San Juan del Sur is really cold compared to the rest of the country's warm. It has a current that comes in there. So San Juan del Sur is specifically the coldest major beach in the country. So there's a whole bunch of reasons that make it like you don't actually want to go in the water there typically, or people don't go in the water there typically anyway. And the bay is full of fishing boats that are just floating out there. Whereas most of the other beaches are wide open. They got surfers. They have more swimming. They have warmer water. They have the sound of the waves. They have the churning surf. They have the salt spray in the air, which is really annoying if you live there, but it is what people want a lot of the time. I hate that, but it looks neat. And when you go to San Juan del Sur, the thing that actually makes San Juan del Sur a really big deal is that it has a curved mountain range that goes around it. And so you have this it slopes up in every direction. And so you have this huge amount of surface area that looks out at the ocean, and they have high ground. And then you have the village down below. And that's unique. We have nothing else like that in the country. And that's it's a beautiful layout. It's an amazing, all the people can look at each other. And at night, when everything else is gone, right? If you're in a flat ocean at night, you might see boats out there. You probably see boats out there. But that's it. It's darkness. And the ocean actually sucks at night, right? Take this from a person who owns oceanfront property. The ocean at night is lame. It's just blackness. Sure, you can hear the ocean. Some people like to sleep with that. That's cool, but there's nothing out there. You can't swim. You can't do anything with it. You cannot enjoy it. San Juan del Sur, on the other hand, at night, people turn on their lights, as they tend to do, right? So if you're most places, you get to see all this livelihood going on. And that's way better than the ocean at night. And to some degree during the day. And this completely interesting landscape of being on this curve, that's what makes San Juan del Sur amazing. The fact that the water is calm is mostly irrelevant in the real world, and mostly a negative if you were to actually weigh it. It just doesn't have the value that it seems like. If it was crystal clear water, if it was super clean and warm, and you wanted to swim in it, that would be a different thing. But that's not the draw. So, but yeah, it's unique, and I love going down and having all the restaurants. But the price of those restaurants is so high that it doesn't have, if you have loads of money and you don't care at all about what you're spending, then it's fine, right? Great. It has decent restaurants, very few that are great, but lots that are pretty good, and a good variety. So that's really good. But because the average restaurant costs 2 to 3 times what the rest of the country costs, the idea of going out every night and doing things and just being able to eat and being able to hire people to do things, like, you give up a lot of that because the cost of living is so much higher. And so those are big factors. You have to weigh all of that. Like, what is the resulting reality of San Juan del Sur for you? And I think a lot of people promote things that don't matter and miss the things that do. It's a great place. It's got a lot going for it. It's still part of Nicaragua, right? It's fantastic. The biggest plus is the lay of the land, the physical lay of the land, and the biggest negative is the expat pyramid scheme, for sure. If it wasn't for that, there'd be like nothing significantly negative about it. The property values, if they actually were just 3 times the price, and if food was actually just 3 times the price, we would go, here's how much it cost. Otherwise, it's great. But the reality is that even at the same price, the majority of us are like, there's like a feel there that not everyone wants to have. EJ says, yeep, Sean Tola does, and way cheaper. Definitely way cheaper. Federico, so is there any service like Amazon or Timo, and how do they send it to you? So there's nothing like those, except we have those in, I don't know what Timo is. Amazon, obviously you have in the United States, just ship it to a shipping service and have it come to you. Those are big services. Like Amazon, a single Amazon warehouse would service multiple Nicaraguas, right? So you can't really have that kind of thing, but we use Amazon all the time. And so part of the secret to those things is being creative, right? Like, I have to go get my driver's license renewed in the United States. Well, while I'm there, I'm going to ship a whole bunch of Amazon stuff to me and pick it up. And when I'm going to be flying through in Miami, well, I send a whole bunch to MLS, who was just on, right? And he keeps it at his house, and I pick it up as I go through. Or I need to get it now and not when I'm going through somewhere. Well, I have friends that come and go all the time, so they bring things all the time. Like Alan, who's off and on, but not tonight because he's got stuff going on. He just brought me this microphone that I'm talking on, right? Just brought it to me a couple days ago. And so there's ways to be creative. And then if you can't be creative, we have Nicabox and other services where you just ship to an address they give you and they ship it to your door here in Nicaragua. Yes, you pay a few more dollars. Yes, you wait a few more days. Not a big deal, right? It's Nicaragua. We don't have a Pura Vida thing to say, but Pura Vida. Larry says, Scott, you can get bagels and English muffins delivered from Granada for $4. Not bad. However, Larry, you can get them delivered from Las Pinitas for free. Chris and Jen make English muffins and bagels right down the beach. So they're pretty good. And then they're fresh right out of the oven. You have to wait for them to come from Granada. But that's good to know that for $4 you can get them from Granada, because sometimes I do want them, and not always are Chris and Jen making them. Brent says, coming down for a visit shortly. I want to experience the rainy season. You're missing it right now. Tropical rainy season, that is. Here in Seattle, we have a joke. In Seattle, there's the rainy season and there's August. Spark says, thank you so much. Sending you virtual hugs from Los Angeles. One of my favorite Gene Hackman movies is Under Fire, based on a true story of an American journalist killed in Nicaragua. Was that Stuart? I actually don't know that movie. How do I not know that movie? Oh my gosh. It's gotta be the story of Stuart, but how did I not know that movie exists? 1983 film. Musical. Is it fictionalized, so it doesn't actually mention the person that it's based on? Historical basis, Bill Stewart. Yep. Hey, look at that. I didn't know the movie. I'm going to go get that. But yeah, that is Bill Stewart was assassinated on right by the airport by U.S.-backed forces, and the famous story of putting it live on the U.S. news so that Americans were watching American-backed forces assassinate American journalists for daring to show Americans what was going on in the war, turned the tide of the war pretty quickly, and the U.S. demanded that they pull out immediately. And it was the end of any hope of, my gosh, I can't even remember presidents' names anymore. The peanut guy before Reagan, Jimmy Carter. It was the end of any hope of having a positive legacy he could ever have. It was a major, major, major moment It's funny. I was showing someone because I'm just reading the Wikipedia article on this movie, and they mention Somosa's support and blah blah blah. And just today, I was with one of my viewers driving through Managua, and there's a completely wasted building. There's just rubble, and it's right in the middle of a really expensive area. And it's like, why does Nicaragua have this completely pulverized building just in the middle of things? Like, obviously, I will buy it. I would give you $100,000 for that lot and put in that's such a primo spot. It's right next to restaurants and shopping, and like it's absolutely top. That is the last stand of Somoza. That is where they bombarded the building, and is left as a memorial to what happens if you are a dictator in Central America. So it's like, oh, now I get it. What kind of cars do you drive there? Me personally, I have a Toyota Corolla. Typically down here, you want decent Chinese and Japanese cars for the most part. That is what's going to work best most of the time. You want to have things that are made for the Nicaraguan market, not necessarily specifically, but that are unique to this market, because you'll have to get parts. Right? It's a major problem getting parts if they're not. Even if you get a Toyota Corolla, like from the United States, it's going to be hard getting those American part Corolla bits down here, right? Whereas if you get one from here, well, they're cheap because it's what they import. So you want to limit things a bit. Cars, mostly small ones, are popular here. We tend to be very fuel efficient. Speeds are very low. Parking spaces are a little bit tight. And then a lot of people drive big trucks because of rough roads and whatever. So Hiluxes are really popular, Prados, things like that. Generic Expat says, I was pulled over 3 times on my bike on the same day driving from Granada to Leon to interview me. Yeah, if you do anything special, you tend to get pulled over a lot. Brent, the the downpours in Nicaragua are kind of different. It'll flood riverbanks and wipe out roads, but yeah, Seattle's cool. Delilah Almanza, haha, wow, things have changed. My dad had a Jeep in Nicaragua in 75 to 84. It was a 42 Willys. Wow. His Jeep was used during the Civil War in 79. Once the war was over, unbelievable, it was returned. Larry says, you need to open Leon's first kosher delicatessen. You know what's funny? First of all, that there is no kosher delicatessen, but also there is a bakery called Jerusalem. And it's got, Star of David all over it and stuff. And you're like, oh, is this like, any kind of Jewish food? They're like, why would there be Jewish food? We're like, because there's Stars of David all over it, and it's called the Jerusalem, right? And they're like, what's the connection? And you're just like, okay, never mind. Like, okay. At Larry from EJ, a Jewish deli is a total winner, even for us Sephardi news. I bet that's not meant to be news. The typical Jewish deli is beyond 100. Yeah. Is there no Jewish deli in Managua? There's definitely not in Leon, but is there not one in Managua? I don't eat meat, right? So I really don't know. Emmanuel Lafondit, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that horribly. Nicaragua is in my plans to live and invest. Excellent content. Well, thank you. I'm a doctor looking to do the same. That's EJ. Three Little Bird says, hey, Scott, just dropped in to say hello. Well, hello. How am I doing? I am doing well. Tired, but I have energy. And it's 7:43. Ooh, we've been on for a while. We are rocking. I am so far from catching up. This is great. Frederico says, that is pretty good price at a nice restaurant, too. Yeah, $37 for 3 people for everything with desserts and fancy drinks. Really isn't bad. If you want a cheap dinner, we could have gone with just 3 dinners instead of 4, and that was actually my plan, and then the pasta was just calling my name. I couldn't resist. If you're going to be in Managua, I love pane y vino, and that is, they have a huge menu. It's absolutely fantastic, there I can get a salmon pasta that is absolutely fantastic, and more than one. They have a couple different, like a rosé, a white. They do a ravioli that might be $1 or $2 more, but it's like $12 at a fancy restaurant. Now that's just the meal, right? That's not my glass of wine or whatever. But $12 is my plate of pasta there. So obviously more than Il Capriccio that we went to last night, where $12 was everything with drinks and extra meal and everything and dessert. But even in Managua, at a really fancy place, like that is really, really, when you go to Pane y Vino, it's like, oh yeah, this would be a place that you're taking the wife on a special night out. Like this is quite a nice restaurant. It's not like crazy, like, oh, I got to get all dressed up and stuff, but it's on that cusp. And Nicaraguans don't tend to get dressed up. So it's a really nice place, and that gives you an idea of the pricing at the expensive ish kind of places. Oh, I need to mention, just because you guys all watch my channel, that today I've been waiting for 2 months for this. That's probably not true, but I've been waiting. It's probably been a week, and I'm just really impatient. But I've been waiting. Final Cut Pro 10.8 came out today, and it's supposed to be a pretty sizable update. And I've updated it, and I've not yet opened it to see how it is. So I'm excited. It's supposed to have some really nice new tools in it, but I'm gonna have some learning curve as I figure out some of those new tools as well. And yeah, I'm excited about that. It just brought up. Now I can't read what. Why were you pulled over? Too fast, new bike, or what? In most cases, Frederico, pullovers are random, and bikes are pulled over about 3 to 4 times as often as cars. It's just bikes are just way more likely to not have their papers, and they're way easier to pull over. So a lot of the stops are only for bikes, but in general, they just pull people over all the time. Check your paperwork, no big deal. EJ says, hi again, Scott. My apologies. Just being your run-of-the-mill playful Nicaraguan, I have the biggest challenge for you yet. Can you help me figure out how a Nicaraguan... Back up. I have the biggest challenge for you yet. Can you help me figure out how a Nicaraguan-born expat can be a doctor/investor? Well, so I know lots of Nicaraguan-born doctor investors, so that part is okay. Obviously, the expat bit is what makes it hard. So, from a legal standpoint, I assume that the thing that's going to be a challenge for you is being did you say Seattle? An American-trained doctor, not a Nicaraguan-trained doctor. That's mostly going to be a question. I know that Nicaragua expects a very different thing of their medical practitioners than the U.S. does. Like, they have a very different approach. That said, there is easily the possibility of working as an American-trained, if you're like a full doctor in the United States. Nicaragua will probably have some accommodation for you. Would you want to work as a doctor in Nicaragua? No. Doctors in Nicaragua will take jobs in call centers because it pays better. So being a working doctor in Nicaragua doesn't probably make a lot of sense, especially as an American doctor, you have the right to consult online to the United States. You could make so much more money working from Nicaragua as a doctor than you could working in Nicaragua as a doctor. That's what you would do. Even if you made a fraction of what you made in the United States, you would do so much better here. By the way, we are going to do a video coming up real soon just for the Americans that explains the foreign earned income credit for taxes. But the basic thing is, if you live in Nicaragua, you get $120,000 taken right off of your taxes. So if you're going to earn, less than 120, you pay no taxes. If you earn more than 120, you take whatever you earn, 150, subtract 120, and you pay taxes as if you earned $30,000 a year. It is a massive benefit, and that is per person. So if you're a married couple, you get $240,000, and that goes up every year. I don't know what it is now. It was 120 last I looked. So those are huge numbers for Americans that a lot of Americans just don't believe. They have no idea that this is the major driving factor for the U.S. like pushes people out. We were talking about this today. The U.S. has a huge incentive for you to leave the country and work abroad. And it actually makes sense. Like, there's reasons that the U.S. government wants that, but people just don't believe it. And so I actually know, like, someone who trains people on moving to Nicaragua had no idea, and he's been paying taxes for years that he doesn't owe. What's the best part of Philly? Seawall, New Jersey. Ramon says, other than Roatan Islands and Atlantida? I don't know how to pronounce that. By far, Nicaragua is safer than, take my word, born and raised in Honduras and now planning to retire in Nicaragua. Oh, it's definitely safer, yeah. What about, like, Isla de Tigre? Do you know? I think that's safe. I mean, so I've been in Honduras. I've been to Honduras a number of times. I live 2 hours from Honduras, right? Indian River Joel is here. How you doing? Good to see you. There's large swaths of Honduras that are reasonably safe, right? Like, you really don't have to be afraid going up there. And San Pedro Sula is supposed to have leapt forward. It's safer than huge amounts of the United States now. So I'm really looking forward to getting up there sometime soon. I need a little mini vacation. I can't do anything while I'm waiting for my residencia because I'm literally waiting for the surprise interview. But I really want to get up and just hang out for like a long weekend in San Pedro Sula and just chill and film the city and relax and take it all in, because I've never been. I've been to Tegucigalpa. I've been to other parts of Honduras. I really want to see Valle de Los Angeles, just outside Tegucigalpa. That I'm saving that for like a family trip. But San Pedro Sula, I want to get up and just chill and check it out, because it's got like modern apartments and like it's got a lot of cool stuff going for it that's very different than Nicaragua, and I think it'll be really amazing for the show. So I really want to get up there and do that. But certainly overall, Honduras has a lot of danger going on. You want to be smart. Sean St. Peter, isn't Tola inland and away from the beaches? Yes, they refer to some of the beaches as Tola beaches, just like Leon has beaches. It's not the actual Playa de Tola. Tola itself is inland, that is true. Luke Graham, I'm both a Joyzy boy and Nicaraguan. Bum, bum, bum. EJ, I used to live in Newark, New Jersey at 1180 downtown. I also lived in North Brunswick for a while. Thank you so much for all the answers. I appreciate them. That's from Spark. You're most welcome. Maybe you mean someone else, but I'll assume you meant me. EJ, nope. At Sean, all coastal and beaches. Google Guacalito de la Isla. And shh, just between us. Sean St. Peter, send a beer. EJ says, Spark, I'm Sophia. Where are you at? I think that's I'm in Sophia. I don't think he's Sophia. Don Timoteo, Frederico, I ordered from Amazon once. It was expensive, but the package arrived via DHL. So DHL, we don't use because it's like, I don't know, 10, every time we've looked, it's like 10 times the cost as the Nicaraguan delivery services. And we've never had any of them be a problem. The Nicaraguan delivery services are cheap, for sure. So that's what I would do. We warn everyone not to use DHL. Not that it's unreliable, just that it's crazy expensive. Tom Mather says, how much is it for rent for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath rancher with a pool in Leon? There isn't any. We don't have pools in Leon. Like, that description doesn't exist. Also need a nice backyard because I have 2 dogs, Boston and Bulldog. I have Boston and Blue Heeler. Oh, she's sleeping. Just looking for a ballpark. So I know a family who just looked at, and it's been on my show, so it's not, I just know that the price hasn't changed. It's a 5-bedroom, unbelievable pool, huge yard, and they're asking $725, which is really high. It should be more like $675, but the pool really is epic. The location is unique, but that is outrageously high. But there are only a handful of pools in the country. That's not in the country. In Leon, we are not a pool city. That's not a thing that people do. When I lived in Granada, I had a pool in my living room. And I'm not saying that there's 0 pools in like living rooms and stuff, but Leon's a colonial city. So if you want a pool, generally that's going to be in the middle of the house. And then you don't have yards. If you want a yard, it makes a pool really hard. Ranch style basically doesn't exist here. To get any of those things, you're looking at like quintas outside the city. Like, the idea is great, and as an American, it sounds like the easiest thing, like a 3-bed, 2-bath with, yard and pool. How just generic is that? Like, of course, they're everywhere. Come to Nicaragua, and that is a description that simply doesn't exist. And so, if one did exist, probably between 400 and 500, because it would be unique but not very big and special. But because it doesn't exist at all, building one would be very affordable. Right, and you'd have this really unique place if you were just found a spot with enough land. That'd be super easy. And I'm sure 1 or 2 exist in the city. I've literally never been in one that had that combination of things. So that's the biggest challenge. If you get rid of the pool, the rest is mostly pretty easy. You'll have to adjust your style of house just a little bit, but not a big deal. Spark says, I am in Los Angeles, but originally from Tokyo. Very cool. Gio's here. Hey, Scott, me again. I saw my dream house in Diriomo for $419,000, too much. 17 acres, cable fence all the way around, caretaker's house, and attached garage. Thoughts? It's very expensive. 17 acres. Yeah, that's way too. I mean, is it like a mansion? Is that like 17 acres? Let me do some math. So normal luxury acres, you're looking at maybe 17 acres. 5,000 an acre is pretty good. 10,000 is absurd. If you're at 10,000, there needs to be like a really significant what makes it worth that much. So let's say it's 10,000, which is the absolute sky high, can't possibly be worth more than 10,000 an acre. So that's 170,000 for the land. It's probably worth half that, but we'll just say. Then the house, subtract that from the house, whatever that is. So they're asking $250,000 for the house structure, assuming they're asking an absolute maximum possible for the land. Ooh, that's an expensive house. So if that was in like Leon, we would say, so maybe if that was 10,000 square feet, 12 bedrooms. Now, if it's like a super modern, like crazy American style build with like really expensive materials, that changes everything because your materials could be worth a lot. But if you're looking at, listed on YouTube, that's not its price. That is, yes. Yeah, Luke says offer 30,000. No, be realistic. Offer 50,000. But like we said, 50,000 will get you a lot of places. But yeah, 419 feels just absurd, unless there's very specific something that triggers that. Our property taxes in Nicaragua are really high. I have some of the most premium property in Western Nicaragua, and I think my property taxes are $100 a year. Spark, no, an Asian beauty on Nicaraguan Live. I'm shocked. I'm honored. Gio says, I know what you said, but I'm afraid I'll be priced out of the real estate market. Nicarnivoro, what about $8,000 a month retirement? Should I invest it in Nicaragua? Because $8,000 seems like a lot of money. $8,000 is definitely a lot of money. No, do not. If you want to know how much we want $8,000 here in the country, yes, please spend $8,000 a month here. That would be fantastic. But what should you do? So assuming you're an American or have an American access, put your $8,000 a month and invest into like an index fund in the United States. And then have access to it. Like, don't put everything into it. Like, make sure you have plenty of accessible cash, right? 10,000, 15,000, whatever. And then just let it build up. Let it invest. And when you want to buy something in Nicaragua, which might be like a car or a house, I'm not saying don't buy those things, right? But take those things. If they make sense to buy, pull out that money through the ATM and spend it, but otherwise leave it in the U.S. in those investment accounts making more and more money. And then in the long run, spend more money in Nicaragua because it's making all that money in the U.S. through the great investments. Definitely spend it here, but don't invest it here unless you have a really, really, really specific situation where you're going to make a major difference, or like it's going to, if you're like, wow, I have all this excess money. I just want to open a boutique hotel. It'll never make money. I'll lose money every month. But okay, right? Fine. Absolutely fine. Do that. Just go into it knowing you're going to lose money because it's fun. Nothing wrong with spending. It's just a way to spend your money. And you spend, right, you start a business and maybe you just lose a few hundred, but it could be this huge thing. And that could be a really great way to spend your money. So that's okay. Just don't think you're going to make money unless you really have something to work on. But $8,000 a month is so much more than you need to live here, unless you're doing a bunch of stuff. Like that's a truly epic amount of money, right? That is really close to $100,000 a year. And remember, if that's coming in through a normal salary in some way, through a mechanism that appears as a salary, that's going to be tax-free in Nicaragua, right? So that is an absurd amount of money. Now, could you buy a house with that? Of course. Could you, but don't just jump into buying things just because you have money. Still be smart. Rent for a while, make good decisions, test the waters, try a bunch of different things, and hire a maid, hire a cook, right? Hire both. Have an extra person, have a handyman. I have like 4 staff at the house, right? So like I have a major domo, I have a maid, not at the moment, but so under normal conditions, I have a major domo, a maid, a cook, and a handyman, right? And I could really use a full-time driver, but I don't have one currently. But that's 4 people that are dedicated to working in my house all the time, right? That's a real thing to do. And that can make your life really easy. Someone who's managing everyone, people who are doing all the things, and you get to just enjoy your life. But you're creating a bunch of jobs. right? So it's a really valuable thing. You can be doing this amazing thing for your community, and you get a luxury life out of it. Like, there's a lot of potential good from that. And add a driver. Have 5 people and have someone who drives you everywhere. Or, have the handyman be a driver, or have the major domo be a driver. It doesn't need to be. My handyman is a driver, so sometimes he runs errands for us. Ramon says, hey, Scott, what do you think about Popoyo Rivas? I don't particularly like anything in Rivas because there's so many expats. It's just not my vibe. If you watch my show a lot, I really like being in Nicaraguan places. Like, I'm very much in Nicaragua, not just because it's cheap, not just because it's safe, not just because I like Latin American food and music and all those things. I really like being a part of the Nicaraguan community, right? And so I am not in any way seeking expats. I have expat friends. We hang out. Like, I'm not avoiding them, but I do not look to go to places that are expat developed. And Popoyo is a very expat-y surfer beach, and that's great for that's what people that want that stuff. One, I'm not a beach guy. Like, I don't even care that much personally, but I definitely don't want to be anything in Rivas. I've been to every beach in Rivas, and not one of them interests me. They're beautiful. They have some great houses on some of them. They have some neat restaurants sprinkled here and there. They have some really interesting things that have happened because of just the dynamics of what's going on down in Rivas. Nothing wrong with Rivas as like a city. I mean, they do have the gigantes, and they can suck it. So there is something wrong with Rivas. But Ometepe is super cool. San Jorge is amazing. There's all kinds of great stuff. But anything that's on Rivas Coast, I am not interested in personally on a living. Like, visiting's cool, but I find them the least interesting places because they are so expat-y that it takes something out of it. You're filthy rich. We should open, I'm going to say primary care clinics as investors. I'm a doctor in the U.S. Be aware that primary care clinics do very poorly here. Remember that the public healthcare system is quite good and free, and the country does have a lot of primary care clinics, so there is competition there. You can certainly do it, but don't be surprised that it's not something that people are in need of either. Just did one Duolingo lesson, so I don't lose my streak. I know, Patricia, I did not have to move it into... It's charging right behind me. There, you can see it charging behind me. Is it on? Yes, it's on. Okay, cool. And, my doggy's moving. So I have to end the live stream in time for me to get my streak in. And tonight is the night I hit enough to get my June... Ooh, the feed froze for a second. Are you guys getting freezing feeds? I can always do a still for a second to give it a moment to catch up. I have like this whole... What's a good... Oh, number 5. Let's go with number 5. We're just going to throw a picture up while I talk. This gives the stream a moment to catch up. Everybody loves this picture. It's one of the fan favorites of the live stream. And Luke says, extension services from the new hospital opening in Leon would be the best option for PCP. That hospital is so big. I wonder how much of that kind of stuff is really going to be interesting, because like we just went to the private hospital here. A doctor's appointment was $10 for very high-end clinic. Spark says, you were too kind. Jillian says, hi all. Jillian, what's up? Are you home? EJ says, Luke, you're freaking me out. I just want to work for personal purposes and not a corporation. Maybe we, the people, can work for our own interests. Okay. Swanee's here. Oh no, I scrolled and she disappeared. Wait, where'd she go? That's how far back I am in the chat, if anyone... Swanee says, Tambien mi encanto, pane y vino. Oh, she's been here since I said pane y vino. She comes up as Swanee, but that is La Marcelita, my producer. So everybody say hello to Swanee. That's Zuany Romero. Yeah, it's pronounced with an S. And it's a lot like the Nicaraguan word tuani, which means cool. So she's kind of Swanee. Don Jorge says, La Puesta del Sol in Las Piñatas has the best pastas and bread. Yeah, they freaking do. And it's not just that they have the best, like, they're such nice people. Like, go eat at Puesta del Sol. They're great. I also like getting my wine there. They have the second best beer selection. but quite far behind. Yeah, their bread's really good. Their pasta's really good. Their pizzas are pretty darn good. What else do we get there? Bruschetta. Their bruschetta is just kind of normal. But oh my gosh, their pastas, yeah, fantastic. Federico says, I'm Italian, so pasta is a great thing. You were Italian too. I paid $44 for 2 breakfasts and a coffee for me and my daughter. What, you paid $44 where? Nicole says, hello, Scott. Hey, Nicole. EJ says, Corolla. Varola? Scott, Sephardic news here. No, there's no Jewish deli a la New York City in the whole entire of Nicaragua. Don't mind the flag colors. No, in the whole country. There's not a large Jewish population that I'm aware of, but man, that's shocking. I know there's a couple delis in Managua, but I obviously I don't eat at any deli. So Federico says, sorry, suck at typing. Generic expats. Federico, first, this is his bike getting pulled over by the police. I'm forgot that I put that on there. First, 2, I was stopped by local police that saw me often at the time, gossip. And the third was a police stop when I was passing on the side, I guess not allowed, but didn't ask for bribes or fine. Yeah, often they'll just yell at you, especially if you're just passing through. But yeah, not supposed to be passing on the side. Bruh, you read my comments. I don't expect to be wealthy in Nicaragua, but rather I can invest into a clinic or a hospital or sustain myself while being a U.S. trained doc. No, you can't sustain yourself. That's not realistic at all. So first of all, working here is very difficult. So if you own a clinic, legally you can work, but you can't be paid a salary. So you can only make profits on the clinic. So you could invest in a clinic, but be aware that even the hospital, we just went to the hospital, we just did this, and a normal checkup, this is not with a bunch of equipment, this isn't like a big thing, just saw a doctor, asked some questions, they gave a prescription, did a quick checkup. It was $10.02. Right, and that's paid for with a credit card. So there's a 2% fee on that or whatever. So knock off, so it's $9 in something that's going to the hospital. They had to have someone check them in. They had to have a nurse. They had to have a doctor. They had to have the equipment. This is not a clinic. This is a hospital in the house. That's where people expect to go. That's how they keep the price down. A really high-end doctor seeing you in your house is like $20, and they're going to be like 30 minutes completely focused on you. So can you make good money as a Nicaraguan? Absolutely. Can you live on being a doctor here? Absolutely. Do they live in nice neighborhoods? Absolutely. All those things are completely true. But they're not opening traditional clinics. They're working from their homes. That's how they keep from having this sprawl of expense of having to own a second place. Every doctor works from home or works from a hospital. And the total amount of money that doctors bring in. Like I said, I have friends. They're both doctors. Both full, they could go work anywhere. They could open a clinic. If they wanted to open a clinic and didn't have the funding, they do. But if they didn't, they could come to someone like me and be like, hey, we're both doctors. We'd like to open a clinic. Be like, okay, I got money to open a clinic. Let's go do that. Right? They have zero problem. They know easily 100 people who would just hand them cash to open a clinic if that's what they wanted to do. They both speak English. They're both doctors. So one works selling lamps. The other works in a call center. Because that pays more than being a doctor. Here, Nicaraguan call center and Nicaraguan lamp store. It's like a lamp distributor. It's better than a lamp store, but it's a lamp distributor, right? That's what they do because it brings in more money. It would bring in so little money by being a working doctor here. If you were able to manage the whole, you would have to buy a clinic. You'd have to do all these things, create a business, do the work, and then you could only pay yourself, you could only take money as profits at the end, and then you'd have to pay taxes on it. You'd make nothing. It wouldn't be worth your time. 2 phone calls of supporting Americans through some kind of online medical thing would pay so much more money for just 2 hours of work without the risk of having to invest in a business. Medical is a great example of how staggeringly impossible it is for investment to make money or for attempting to work somehow in Nicaragua to make money, right? And it's also important to realize there's zero shortage of doctors. There's a surplus of doctors here. So the pay is, so a normal doctor salary here I think is like $800 or $900 a month. So just gauge from that. How much work, how much investment do you want to make And remember that you'll struggle to earn like a Nicaraguan doctor because they have tons of advantages. So you'll likely have a 10 to 20% hit on your ability to attract clients and charge and stuff. And so making $600 to $800 a month profits is kind of the best you can hope for, but you don't have the flexibility of being an employee unless you're a full Nicaraguan citizen. Then, of course, you're allowed to work here as a doctor if they let you, but the amount of money you could make is so little that you wouldn't qualify as an expat living here. You'd have to qualify as a Nicaraguan citizen. Yes, I meant you, Scott. Thanks, Spark. Don says, I'm so far behind that it's these huge scrolls. Amazon uses DHL in Nicaragua. Absolutely. That's why you never order directly from Amazon. It'll take time and cost an arm and a leg. Use Amazon to Nicabox or one of those services, and it'll take all those costs away and stuff. Which is the most dangerous neighboring country? Oh, Honduras for sure. But which one affects tourists more? I bet Costa Rica. Right, Honduras, the crime is mostly in poor areas and gang-related, and in Costa Rica, it's much more even, like in the U.S., and a lot of it is targeted at tourists. So, being a tourist in Costa Rica is noticeably dangerous compared to all the surrounding countries. But from a pure crime perspective, Honduras by far is the dangerous one. Generic, thanks. When I drove a bike in Bangkok for 5 months, never got stopped, but bikes cannot drive on toll highways. White lining is legal in BK as driving on the sidewalks. Passing on the right. Yeah. Gio says, thanks. Sarai says, why would there be any hotel if they lose money? Because why would they lose money in El Salvador? Would they lose? So I don't know about El Salvador. You might be able to make some money at this point. They've stabilized a lot. Why would there be hotels that they lose money? So one, tons of people open hotels because they want to, right? So you have to think about the expats. This is going to be a video that's coming up. Like this is a topic they're already making. We already have the thumbnail for it. When expats go on vacation, they go places and they lose their minds. People who could be expats, future expats. When Americans and Canadians go on vacation, certainly not all of them, but a really high percentage, lose their freaking minds when they go on vacation. They show up, and this could be anywhere. They're in the south of Spain, they're in Morocco, they're in India, they're in Thailand, they're in Nicaragua, they're in Argentina, it doesn't matter. They show up and they go, I like being on vacation here. I'm sure other people would like to be on vacation here, which is probably true. And they say, I bet nobody has ever thought of being in this place that I'm on vacation and having a hotel, bar, and restaurant. Of course, every person has thought that. Every person who's ever existed in that spot has thought that, right? And they do this. So Nicaragua is a great example. They all show up to Nicaragua, and every single one of them goes, oh, my dream is to own a hotel /bar /restaurant on the beach because I want to live on the beach, as everyone wants to do. And I just want a place that just makes it easy for me to live. Oh, wait, that's not how business works. Business is hard. If business was easy, everyone would do it, right? So you're starting from this insane place of thinking that somehow you're going to go from a market and that somehow it's going to make money. Every single piece of this thought process is anti-business. Everything should say, that's not what a business does. That's not how a business works. That's not how investing works. That is nuts. But they don't. They get emotional. And none of them have ever, right, done a business somewhere else. They have no idea how business works. And so coming from America, like if you want to have a successful hotel in America, what do? You go to some place like a suburb of Indianapolis, right? And you open a very boring hotel in a place that doesn't have quite enough hotels. And people come there because they need a place to stay, and you offer it. And other people aren't clamoring to get there because no one cares that you're in a suburb of Indianapolis. That's boring as, right? But that's where they need a hotel because I need to go visit my aunt who lives in Indianapolis, and this is a handy spot. It's near the airport. Like, it's practical. That's how you make money, is by putting in a business where business is needed. You don't go and say, wow, I wish I had a magic fairy business that gave me money for not working and not knowing anything, but they do it anyway. So you have these droves of Americans and Canadians and Australians who have just enough money to build or buy or open a boutique hotel, a little restaurant, a little bar, and they do so and they throw money at it, and now it exists. And then when they realize there's no way to make money, because that would be insane if there was a way to make money, because every expat who's ever come there has done the same thing. And then they go, oh wait, there's no demand for this, or the other ones would have been making money, who've been here for decades. Oh, I didn't think that through. Then what do? Then they take the place that they built for $200,000 and they go, well, I'm going to see if I can make $300,000 on it and sell it. But they can't. And then they realize they're losing money and they can't hold on to it. And then they start trying to sell it for what they paid for it. And they realize they can't. And then they panic and they sell it for half of what they paid for it. And eventually some other expat who has the exact same thought process goes, only $100,000, I'm going to throw $100,000 at this thing. It must make money. Who doesn't want to be here on this beach? Magically, by being on a beach, I don't have to work. It'll just make me money. But if that was true, why aren't all the Nicaraguans rich? Because they owned all these places first. Right? It doesn't work that way. They didn't make money. No one will sell you a business if it's making real money. Right? That's not, trust me, as a business person, if my business is making money, I'm not selling it. That's crazy, unless you offer me way more than I know it's worth. And trust me, I'm the one running it. I know what it's worth. Right? So the nature of buying a business or building one in these places, unless you have something unique, unless you're like, oh, this is going to be a beach someday, I'm building way ahead, or I know some secret that no one else knows, right? Those things will let you potentially open a business. But going in and saying, I'm going to do exactly the thing that every expat has ever done, will never make money. But there is this unbelievable sprawl of things that people have built without doing any business analysis whatsoever. So there's hotels and bars and restaurants everywhere. Half of them are closed because there's so much money being lost that they've just given up. Some of them fall down. Some of them rot away. Like, that's seriously what happens. And so there's this irrational just building hotels. No one thinks about whether it'll make money. No one does the analysis. They don't care. The fantasy draw, and this is how San Juan del Sur sells so many dreams. The fantasy draw of, I love it here, there must be unlimited numbers of people who want to come here, who are just like me except don't want to invest, that I will be rich without having to work. And then they realize that they have to work really hard, and then they realize that even if they work really hard, a Nicaraguan could have worked really hard, and a Nicaraguan working really hard in a hotel will at best make $300 a month, and then they suddenly realize that the logic of what a profitable business in this scenario would be is not what they're imagining, right? Because then they realize so let's say you're going to go into Las Piñatas. Let's say you're going to open a restaurant in Las Piñatas, right? Who are you up against? Well, for one, you're up against a whole bunch of Nicaraguans who have been there forever. They didn't pay anything for those properties, and they work at them. They work them themselves, and they're bringing home $300-400 a month. And they're happy because that's good income, and they own a business. They don't have to answer to anybody. They're making more than minimum wage. That's a slam dunk right there. They're happy. So you're trying to compete against businesses that are bringing home hundreds of dollars a month with the owners working. And chances are you don't want to work, but let's just assume you do, right? Then who else are you up against? You're up against people like me who like having hotels, who like having restaurants, and I don't care that I'm losing money. I care, but I'm not worried about it. I'm not out there going, oh no, I'm losing money, it's the end of the world. No, I run those places because they have a meal that I want. They have the beer that I want. They control the view that I want. I want to be the owner who has the place. So I have some of those places. So you're going up against an existing market of people who are making very little money and operating on super lean margins, and people who are, and there's lots of people like me. I'm not unique, right? Loads of people on the beach are operating like me and are just happy to lose money. Playa Roca, great example in Las Piñatas. He's got millions to spend, owned a big company in the United States, has nothing to live for. His family's all gone, has no kids, no nothing. He's just him on the beach. He doesn't care. Driving the place into the ground. He doesn't have to raise his prices. He doesn't have to make money. He doesn't care. Right? He could. He doesn't need to. Right? How are you going to compete with that? You can't. And are they busy? Is everybody full? No, no one's full. There aren't that many people on the beach. On any beach. Go to San Juan del Sur. Everything's empty all the time. Right? The restaurants are empty. They're desperately out there begging people to come in. You look in, all the tables are empty. Of course, once in a while they're full, but most of the time they're empty. There's so little money being made, but when you're there, if you happen to be there and there's a bunch of people, and you can see, there's a video on our channel we did this week, Should I Open a Restaurant in San Jose, Costa Rica? we went through exactly this. He was so determined. Oh, there's got to be a great deal to open a restaurant because I was an expat there and I wanted a place to eat. But you got to do the business math and say, well, why hasn't the locals done this? Because they can do it cheaper and easier than you can. If they're not doing it, it tells you something. And if they are doing it, you got to see, how do you compete with them? So those are the two big competitors that you will never beat them down, right? You can't drive them out of business. You can never get your prices low enough to compete with me losing money and this guy who costs nothing, right? And then you've got the third group, which are the people who are running illegally and are just taking their chances until they get caught. Right? And you see this relatively often. You see someone pop up a new restaurant and they're like doing great. And you're like, oh, how are they doing this? And then you find out they're not paying minimum wage. They're stealing from people here and there. And it's just a matter of time until the police show up. And then suddenly they're running from the country or they're arrested. Right? And you're like, oh. And then suddenly the place is out of business. But it doesn't matter because they've been taking your customers all this time. And so trying to run an actual functional, profitable business in these scenarios borders on impossible. But nobody coming in evaluates those things. They don't think about it logically. They don't do business analysis. They know a dream from watching House Hunters International that somehow by having very little money, you can not just retire and live cheaply, but somehow you can magically earn money that no one else can make. Because if this worked, rich people would come in and buy all of it and make trillions of dollars so fast. Obviously, the math doesn't add up, but people just don't think about that, and hence, there are hotels everywhere. Generic says, Frederico, I drove in Thailand a few times, and it wasn't as easy as driving in Vietnam. Was there for 5 years. For me, left side of the road is so confusing, and drove a lot of the side. Gallivanter, is Lago Cosibola off Granada a recreational type lake or is it a crocodile fest? I like boating and swimming. Cosibola off Granada is Lago Nicaragua. That is the shark infested lake. Sharks. I wouldn't say infested. There are bull sharks. Crocodiles, I'm not aware of crocodiles in that lake, but people do not swim in it in general. It is not a cultural thing to swim in those lakes. That one, because there's so many nasty things in the water. If you do go in the Isletas, there are people in the water, but the entire thing, boating and swimming, not Nicaraguan things, just across the board. Are you allowed to in that lake? Yes. Do you? No. If you want to take your own chances and do it, absolutely feel free, right? Like, no reason you can't. But definitely you'd be forging your own path. Generic says, I drove a lot on the sidewalks in Hanoi and Saigon, embraced the local culture. Apocalyptic Pete said something he had to delete. Generic says, yeah, it was the only place I saw 4 bodies on the road from getting killed in traffic. That's a lot. I've definitely seen that in a number of places, but that was a lot. It was a minor freeze. That was my asking about the state of the feed. Did I actually make it to the bottom? Am I just one page of stuff left? Where in Nicaragua do you recommend for a Spanish language school? Leon Granada, San Juan. For a Spanish language school? Anywhere. Every city, place of any size is going to have Spanish language. Not a Spanish language like normal school. A school that teaches Spanish. Most anywhere is going to have them. San Juan del Sur will have the most for sure. Granada will have lots. But they'll also be much more expensive and very touristy focused. I know people, like I have friends that are here in Leon because they did Spanish language training here, but I have never used the schools myself. So yeah, it's I think you have like a ton of choices, but I don't have a specific school to recommend. Sorry, wish I did. Someone may jump in. I'm sure there's people on my feed who have good information. If any of you know a good spot for learning Spanish, like a specific school to come study at, to learn to speak Spanish, that'd be fantastic. Gio says, hey, Swanee. Haha, the Swanee River. Tom says, Scott, with all the scams that you expose, do you ever fear for your safety? I worry. Yes, I actually do a little bit. My wife definitely worries quite a bit. I have been outright threatened by some people from San Juan del Sur. Which really highlights just how much of a scam is being exposed, right? If it wasn't really a scam, they wouldn't be scared. They were definitely scared, and got really threatening. They also aren't around anymore. So that particular case worked out pretty well, but I do know there's a lot of people who are very willing to harm people and out there. And I do know people who have done some exposing of scams and have fled the country fearing for their lives. That is a thing, but one of the benefits of being really high profile is that some of those things I'm actually safer than most people. Yeah, I expose a lot of scams. I definitely don't worry about Tony, right? What is he going to do? He has no connections, no friends, no money, no business, and just a whole bunch of really angry people that he scammed, and a whole bunch, a ton of displeased people he tried to scam. So people like that, not really a fear. And just kind of generically exposing the scams, everyone knows. John Blair says, Mr. Engineer, I enjoyed La Escuela Chalteva in Granada, but Scott is spot on with being treated as a tourist all the time in Granada. Yeah, is that a Spanish language school? That would be cool. Definitely Granada would be fine for that. Being treated like while you're in school, not a problem. El Salvador has a lot of U.S. doctors. There's more a health tourism industry there. Yeah, and there's a reason why we don't generally consider them as good as down here. Port City Investments is still here. Why are you losing money? Even cash flow, $100 a month would be good. Losing money because you cannot make money, right? Like if you want to have a touristy style business here, you are going to lose money. You have to pay people, pay taxes, pay insurance. You have to do all those things, and there isn't enough revenue to make money. So, very basic business. And I know that people say even cash flow of $100 is good. Right, if it's positive flow. But you have to assume if you're going to invest, every single person I know who's ever done this, they're all hundreds or thousands out, not in, right? And the same happens in the United States. Let's be clear. I'm a business person. I've done this for 27 years. My first business went out of business. But for 25 years, I've had a successful business. 85%, okay? The United States is the number one. So Canada, I think, has this advantage of if you already have money, you're less likely to have it fail once you have it. But in the United States, if you're starting a business, the United States is the number one place for starting a new business, to invest in new business in the world, right? It has the biggest market advantage. It has the biggest access to market. It has the thing. It's just business is just what you do, right? In the United States, 85% of new businesses will fail. A business failing means they lose money, right? No business that makes money fails. That doesn't really happen. If you're making money, even a small amount, then you can always either keep the business and keep that small amount coming, or someone will buy it from you. And they may not buy it from you for a cash deal. They may buy it from you from a buyout deal. There's all kinds of ways to do this. I've bought companies before, right? I know how to structure deals for places you can't trust that the money they say they're making is real. Great. All that stuff really exists. The United States is as good as it gets. 85% of business people lose money. There's a reason why CEOs' average pay is lower than the average IT systems administrator's pay, right? The average CEO will lose all of their investment money. And even pretty decently above average CEOs will lose enough investment money that they go out of business. Okay, so in the US, most businesses lose money until they go out of business completely. That is the norm. That is the expectation.
Low battery.
Makes crazy things happen is when people go from the United States, where we're really trained. I'm going to invest in new business. Okay, you got to invest in about 6, and 1 of them should be successful as an average, and 5 should fail. Maybe they'll take a little while to fail. Maybe you'll be able to get out before they lose everything. Great. You want to mitigate your losses. And the one that succeeds, you hope, will succeed enough to offset the 5 losers. These are just basic, this is how venture capital math works. Right? So I've worked in the VC space. I've worked in the private equity space. I have my own businesses, right? I've worked in investing. I worked on Wall Street. So this is the math of American investors. Now take that and go to someplace like Nicaragua. You're going from the easiest, most likely to be successful, so the best number in the world, 85%. And you're going to Nicaragua, which is far from the worst, but much closer to the worst than the best. I don't know what the failure rate is here, but the failure rate should be very much like, why do you say low battery? What's going on in the background? Should be very much like 99% failure rate. So if you're going to invest in Nicaragua, you assume failure to a dramatically higher degree than the US. And so anytime you say, I'm going to invest, I want to go to someplace and I want to invest, the first thing that should go through your mind is that almost guarantees, even if I was moving to the US, chances are it's going to lose my money. Now, if you're going to invest in like an index fund, the whole point of like funds is they invest in tons of businesses and they mitigate the losses because they spread it out. And that, 1 in 6 makes more than the 5 that lose over a big spread works out for you in general. Wait, what said low battery? Oh, this said low battery. Oh, it did. We can fix this. Thank you, TJ. I can't hear that. I had no idea that it did that. So that's good to know. It cannot make the length of one of these shows. No big deal. I've got plenty of microphones that don't require a battery. I didn't know it went that fast. I expected it to last much longer than that. Anyway, so when we're talking about, I'm just checking my levels. Oh, they're probably too much. So when we're talking about this, we're talking about, when investors in the United States talk about things, they're often talking about funds and things that and really giant businesses that don't exist in Nicaragua that spread the risk out over giant pools of investors. And so you are able to come up with like averages of how profit works. But when you're dealing with, and this is true in the U.S. too, it's just that in the U.S. Americans have a tendency to look at investing as giant corporations, Fortune 1000s. Not always, but in general. And most of the world looks at investing as little tiny businesses, right? Mom and pa's, clinics. They're talking about opening like a little primary care clinic. Those are the kinds of things they're talking about. And so to be clear, I work with tons of like doctors. The average doctor has a failed business, but they fund it to hide it. They're losing money. They'll just lose forever. So it's a failed business because it's not profitable, but they'll hide that because they're embarrassed, and they'll throw away their life earnings to hide it because of the level of embarrassment. So very often, a medical clinic will lose millions over the years, but the doctor earns enough that they can hide the millions of losses and make it look like they had a semi-successful business to a casual observer, but it doesn't actually mean that when you actually do the research. We are switching microphones, so I don't have to hold it like that. I do like holding it like that at times, though, but now it should be sounding much better. Now we're on the big one. Now if I just lean it up and hopefully not have some noise of me doing stuff with it, should be pretty good. Back to our normal microphone. We have all three to test throughout the range of the night. Thanks for the low battery warning. Okay, so I thought you were saying like my battery was low. I was like, no, I got energy. We're over 300 total viewers on the show throughout the length of the show, by the way. And our average length is at a record high. So this is pretty fantastic, and we got energy still. So there's this temptation to think of independent investing from an American or Canadian perspective as, well, if I invest in an IBM or a Microsoft, sure, they might do really, like they're going to make something. And that's almost always true. There's always an exception, but that's almost always true. But they're doing that because it's a huge pool of investors with billions of dollars, and they're averaging that out over this huge thing. When you're, even in the US, you're going to go out and you're going to say, okay, I'm going to start a doctor clinic, I'm going to start a veterinary clinic, I'm going to start a shoe store, I'm going to start a bakery, and I'm going to start a boutique hotel. And one more thing. And I'm going to start a coffee shop, right? Chances are in the US, 5 of those 6 things will fail, meaning either they will lose so much money that they go out of business, or they will never make money, and you will keep feeding money into them forever to prop them up and pretend that they're making money, then pretend that they're still in business. That's what we mean, and that's what your expectation is in the United States. And if you had 1 out of those 6 be successful and 5 fail, you're average. That's normal, and you'd probably bring in that $100 a month. No big deal. Great. But if you were to only invest in one thing, then you're expecting that chances are it's going to fail. You haven't spread your risk out enough. Now come to Nicaragua, and instead of having to do that with 6 things, you have to do it with 100 things, and you hope that 1 of those 100 makes profit. And it has to cover 99 of them. Well, chances are it's not going to be able to do that. Chances are, we're having a streaming thing. We're just going to go to this image for a minute. I really got to come up with a better image, but that's what we're going to do for a minute to give the stream a moment to catch up. And And when you have all these people who come down and are willing to run at a loss, in America, you don't have people running businesses at major losses on huge scale. And you don't have local Americans who are willing to work for peanuts just because it's how they put food on the table. If a business starts losing money in the United States, 99% of the time, they're going to shut it down. They're not going to keep running it in such a way. But here in Nicaragua, you have people like me who are like, I just want to create jobs. I just want to own this restaurant that has what I want. And so I'm willing to lose some money because I get these benefits from it. And those benefits to me are worth the losses. I'm just buying those things. For example, I wanted to have a really good shrimp basket and fish and chips meals close to where I live. So I pay for that to be at a restaurant. Does that make me money? No, it does not make me money. It loses me money. But does it lose very much? No, it doesn't lose as much as makes me unhappy that I have access to an excellent shrimp basket and really good fish and chips. That is a good expense for me. And I'm able to provide it to other people. Other people in my community also get a delicious shrimp basket and really good fish and chips. And sure, if lots of them were to buy it, in theory, I would make money on it. But they're never going to buy it in that level of quantity to actually make that viable. So instead, it's just the more that they buy it, the more it minimizes my losses. And I appreciate that. And if I could just break even, I would be so thrilled. But the idea, this is the thing. If you think you want to invest to have positive cash flow, then you absolutely have to stop thinking of investing in Nicaragua. Take it off the table now. 100% off the table. I'm not saying it's actually impossible. I'm saying that if in your brain, your goal is profits, the first thing your brain should say, well, I'm definitely not going to do it in Nicaragua, then that doesn't make sense. You have a world of ways to invest for your investment to make money. Nicaragua isn't one of them. Nicaragua's benefits is that you can live here and you can do unlimited work remotely and pay no taxes and have super low cost of living and a super safe place to live that's absolutely beautiful. Why would you even want to invest here, right? That's the other thing. You have to ask yourself, is that everybody knows that the investment here are terrible. Everyone knows that it's a super, super low income country. So given those things, as a business person, as an investor, you should have zero desire to seek it as an investment opportunity unless you're aware of a very specifically undervalued commodity in the country that you have knowledge of and access to, and that other people don't have knowledge of and access to. Milton, where can I get really good fish and chips in Leon? At the Simple Beach Lodge in Las Penitas. Their fish and chips are fantastic. It's not quite New York fish and chips. It's not, you can't get cod, but it is a real beer battered fish and chips. Absolutely amazing. The chips are great. The fish is great. The beer batter is great. And the shrimp basket there, whether it's the shrimp dinner or the shrimp, there's like a traditional shrimp basket. Absolutely phenomenal. And for those who want to know, I don't operate that anymore, so I'm not promoting my own business. I'm not saying it's amazing because it's mine. It was mine, and now it is not. I still eat there at least every Tuesday and often other days and get specifically those meals. My wife gets the fish tacos there all the time. We're vegetarian, so we don't eat all the other things. And traditionally, their nachos are the best in the region as well. We're going to hit ads in 3, 2, 1. And in theory, we're back from the ads. Frederico says, so Port City says, just to know at least the business is cash flow positive or break even. Right, that's just an expectation you can't have. Right, you could get crazy lucky and somehow make just the tiniest bit of money. But you have to assume that you won't. You can't do it with some assurance that is, it's not even likely. Right, you have to be like, this would be such a lottery win to come up with a business that would not lose money, not lose potentially a lot of money. That's where you just have to accept it. That's what the math of the market says. Frederico says $100 a month doesn't even begin to cover things that go wrong, like stoves, fridges, water pipes, etc., etc. That is true, Frederico. However, when you're saying you're cash flow positive, all those things are supposed to be included. But those are the things that make it impossible, right? There's so many little things that add up that when you're dealing with the tiny margins, it's like, oh man, there's always something, especially if you're on a beach. Like you have to replace every metal surface so often, like just your legally required security cameras can cost you more than your potential profits could ever, right? Because the salt air eats through them, but you have to have them by law. and they check. And you have to have a computer. For accounting, it's required by law, and they check. And those things die so fast. They're such huge expenses. Milton says, wait a minute, I can get a deal. Oh, I already read that about the decent fish and chips. Something's making a whistling sound, and my dog is not happy about it. I don't know what that is. I don't know if my camera says it's doing well. I don't know. Remember the other night, my camera's battery died on a couple different occasions, and now it's doing excellent. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if Swanee is still on or not. She was on, but she was really tired and was going to take a nap, I think. But she might still be on. Wow, I caught up with everybody. We have 41 people still on. This is incredible. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. It's so great to have you here. Announcements that I need. Don Timoteo, the 2 most famous bar locations in Granada on the Calzada are now empty. Oh, yeah, that's really sad. But I've been there recently. I don't know if I saw both empty, but you know which one I really liked was, it's like Boca de Negra. It was a really decent tapas place. I mean, it's not like going to Spain tapas, right? It wasn't that good, but it was a good tapas place. I was there in 2019, right? And they were relatively new, doing well, had a really cool menu with like really cool theming. They did it up. They did a good job. Everyone I went there with was like very happy with it. And I tried to go back in 2021. So, right, 2019, they seemed like they were doing okay. By 2021, they were already gone, completely gone. And it's like every place that's run by expats, you pretty much assume is going to be gone within a few years. There's 1 or 2, like there's a Polish restaurant on the beach. They're retired restaurateurs, and I talked to them before they opened it, and they're like, we don't care about making money. They had lived on the beach for years. They knew there was no way to make money. They picked a location that's absolutely terrible, that gets no traffic, and they put it in their house, right? And you know the people who are going to be successful, it's always in their house. That's how you do part of the, like if you want to invest in a place, you better be living in it and working it yourself, because all your competition is, right? Like all of them. And it's just, right? But holy cow, does Nicaragua make a ton of money off of expats that refuse to accept the math of, I just lost my stream. Oh, now it says I'm sending too much. It said I was sending too little, then it said I was spending too much. You must rate limit. What is going on? All right, we're going to pause for a second while everything figures out what's going on. If you can hear me talking, let me know. Do you hear me making this sound? Do you hear me making this sound? Because I'm just waiting for the stream to catch up, because I had too much data and I had none. It probably was, we probably lost internet for a second, and I'm just giving it a chance to figure out what's going on. I'm going to find a different picture so I stop showing this over and over again. Do I have something really cool to show? I don't even, I do. Why aren't we showing number 10? Let's switch to number 10. Does that change in real time? It does. That is our podcast. If you have not yet subscribed to the podcast, please take a moment to go subscribe to the podcast. You can find it on all your favorite podcasting locations, such as Apple Podcast, Amazon Music Podcast, Audible, Spotify. You can find it directly online at pod.latinamericanliving.com. And of course, you can search on YouTube for @LatinAmericanLiving, and you can see our video version of the podcast. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully it's working now. Don says the Margarita Bar and O'Shea's. O'Shea's was recognized by the mayor for saving La Calzada during the 2018 troubles. I remember O'Shea's, and now they're gone. Yeah, people who tried to hold out, a lot of them really got burned. Milton says, not sure if you've already told the story or if you can, but what was the story with the Simple Beach Lodge? What happened? Oh, nothing. We just made a conversion from, like, it's seriously not a story. We owned multiple places, and we had multiple business partners, and some of us wanted to, like, we're in the direction of high-end steakhouses and draft houses, and he is into party hostels, and we decided that it made less sense for us to manage multiple properties together rather than separating the properties and managing them separately, so that the party hostel people are always party hostel and the steakhouse people are always steakhouse. They're just two very different vibes. It's just a normal business restructuring. There's no there's no drama or anything, and that's why I'm at the Simple more often than I'm at my own places. It's also open more days, but Like we built it, although part of the deal is he has to keep operating it as the place that we want, right? So they always have the food that I want and stuff, but it's not us operating it anymore. TJ says, I missed the live the other day. I went back and watched it. I noticed you messaged. I noticed I messaged you in the middle of the live about the latency. Oh, you weren't on the live stream when you did that. That's hilarious, TJ. I thought you were watching and asked me about the latency. Tabor Shimek, all is good. Awesome. Must be that the feed caught up. Frederico says, so investing there is great for money laundering, it seems. No, I mean, I would say that's probably not true. The degree to which Nicaragua is, so both the U.S. and Nicaragua take money laundering really seriously. I don't know if anybody takes money laundering more seriously than Nicaragua. They watch for that like crazy. Things that are just everyday money laundering stuff in the United States does not fly at all in Nicaragua. Just because a business loses money does not imply you can launder money through it. I'm being completely practical here, as someone who has studied money laundering. Remember, I worked in finance. The market here, if you want to launder money, you really want to do it where there's a lot of profits and a lot of churn of the money. So things like casinos are really good for laundering money, and of course, like famously, like laundromats. But you want to be able to have the impression of success and hide just how much success there is. But here, because everything is so closely monitored, like every dollar that comes and goes through a business is so closely watched that laundering here, while possible anywhere, is far more difficult than like in the U.S. And because so the real way you launder money, for those who don't know, is through nonprofits. Like here's how you launder money, right? Here's Scott's Guide to Laundering Money. You want to launder money, the United States has basically a guaranteed, fully legal money laundering mechanism. They called nonprofits, and here's what you do. You start a nonprofit. Could do anything that qualifies as a nonprofit. Go file as a whatever the, I can't remember the code, but go file as a nonprofit, become a nonprofit. Then just go create a bunch of for-profit vendors. And literally, this is every government agency does this in the United States. This is how the U.S. government launders its money, so that the public doesn't have to monitor, or the public doesn't have the right to monitor government spending and government income. And this is how just everyone. This is so common that you can bring in the authorities and be like, look, here, you can see the money being laundered. They go, sorry, they're allowed to do it. No one's going to touch it. So you start a nonprofit and you start a bunch of vendors that you own, or your friends own, or your cousins own, and they offer services. IT is the most obvious one. Nobody ever will audit IT. You can say anything. Literally, start saying words like cloud and backup and whatever, and they'll just go, yep, any amount of money. Nothing's checked. They'll never ever bring in an actual auditor. And there's entire companies that do fake auditing. I have never once in all my years, including on Wall Street, have I ever seen an auditor that actually was an auditor. They're all just money laundering schemes, including the biggest one that, like, if you see their ads in an airport, you see like the magic quadrants from someone, those are all money laundering. None of them have auditing. None of them have IT staff. None of them know what they're doing. They're all totally dishonest. Everything from them is fake. It's all just ways for companies to move money around. They're either paying for false advertising or laundering money or helping hide launder money. So this is what you do this, but it can be your janitorial service. It can be your car maintenance service. Every little thing your business needs, you just hire it out to a private company and then pay 2, 3, 10, 100 times what things are really worth. And as long as you keep it within some realm of reason, no one will ever check anything. Then those people have all this money that is already washed because it came from the nonprofit. And then those people you can do that again. You can do a couple different things to shuffle the money around, and it becomes impossible to trace. And all of that, you can bring in unlimited money through donations through the main nonprofit, and then you can just shuffle it off to these other companies. And that once you're off to those other companies, they really don't have any traceability because you just make those private. You don't make them publicly traded. You make them private companies. And the U.S. really does. They really didn't think through, because Americans are so anti-private business. We're going to have an ad here in a second, so I'm going to wait. So So the U.S. is so publicly traded business. It's the when people talk about American investing, they talk about capitalism in America. They don't mean capitalism. They mean what we call blind investing. And if you want, I have a whole video called Blind Investing. But they mean this: people just give money to giant funds or huge companies, and then they invest it, and the people really have no say or visibility. It's all opaque. You just give money, and then you get some returns. And it's a super powerful system, but it is very visible. So the government's like, nope, don't be buying drugs with that money because we can see, right? But if you have a private company where there is none of that investing and it's just private money going in, then there's like super opacity. The government doesn't see anything happening inside that company. It's amazing how much you can get away with. And now they're talking about it's like a big thing as Americans are starting to embrace international style investing, Nicaraguan style investing. This American, you can do anything inside a private company until you take the money out mechanism is starting to be like, oh crap. When you do this on any scale, we can't anticipate anything. We can't regulate anything. The United States was dependent on all the nation's wealth being invested in plain sight where the government can basically control it all. Right? Much like Cuba. But when they're using mechanisms like Nicaragua does, and Italy, and most places, right? This is the norm. The United States is the exception. When you start using the world's normal private investing mechanisms, but have this extra opacity that the US has, suddenly you have this problem that the government doesn't know where any of the money is going or how much there is. The government is not allowed to even check how much money you have, right? So suddenly you have this really major visibility problem, and money can be laundered on massive scale. And yes, the transfers places can be very hard, or can be very visible. That's how they catch people, right? But as long as you're holding money within a system, it is all but untraceable. You can't trace the transactions between the companies. You can't trace the transactions going in and out to people. Like, it's just, holy cow, they're just trusting on people to say. Now in Nicaragua and most other countries, they don't let private companies be opaque. But so when you combine the nonprofits in the U.S., which basically say unlimited money can come in without explanation, and unlimited money can be paid for services with no checks and balances, and there will never be a checks and balances on it. And this happened, obviously, because things like religious groups wanted to launder money. And so they put a ton of pressure, and the U.S. government is totally run, right, by religious pressure, always has been. It was founded under religious pressure. That is part of the basis of the United States as a country was, like the Pilgrims. Why did they come here? Because they didn't like the religious freedom and transparency of Europe. They wanted a place where they could have fewer religious freedoms. I know that doesn't sound like right, but look it up. That is, and if you look at the pattern, that's exactly what they wanted. They didn't want their children growing up in a place where they had freedom of choice. They wanted the freedom to have no freedom of religion. That's what the United States was founded under, and that's why we have the Congress can make no laws restricting the state's ability to choose a religion, right? The United States is an official, like Saudi Arabia and Israel, it has state religions. It's just not at the federal level, it's at the state level. And the federal government, under the Constitution, has no right to restrict states in their religious restrictions. So one state can become an Islamic state, one state can become a Mormon state, one state can become a Catholic state, and those are absolutely untouchable by the federal government. So that is what the U.S. is founded under. So so religious pressure is in the U.S., much like it is in Saudi Arabia, basically rules the day. So they want this protection so that they can register as nonprofits and that their members can then create businesses and siphon off that money. And so the money donated to a church is guaranteed to have, not that it will happen, but is guaranteed that the members of the church or anyone that the people in charge of the church deem can be just handed that money. And there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you know it's happening, you have no power to stop it because in the U.S. it's all protected. So that is how you launder money in the United States, is those mechanisms. You don't have to use a church. It's just churches drove that model. Nonprofits, because they're following that religious model, can take in money and their board can just hand it to their friends. And the easiest is IT, right? And we see it every day. I've been brought into audit companies. I'm like, here you go. I can show, here's where $1 million just went out to this guy's pocket. Nothing was provided for it. That was completely fake. And the first moment you do that, every time, I've never once, and I'll go in, I'll be with the board. And the board is like, we don't believe you, but show us where it's happening. And I'm like, it's your president. Here's where they did it. Here's what they're going to say. Here's how they're going to try to cover it up. Here's how I can prove that it was really them, and how, like, there's no way to say this wasn't the case. And they're like, oh my, yeah, you have to go now. You are fired as an auditor every time you uncover it, because you don't get hired to be on a nonprofit board if that's not what you're hired for. Like, that's just, and I've also been involved in catching things like the Texas, one of the medical boards in Texas, right? The U.S. government hands certain parts of the medical industry to private companies that are nonprofits that are doing exactly this. And they're just money laundering schemes with hundreds of millions of dollars passing through them and just going out to private pockets, and no one's tracing it because it's completely allowed. So that's how you actually launder money. And like, this may sound crazy, but you can do this as an individual. You have that right as an individual American, if you are an American, to go start a nonprofit and do all of this, right? I don't like doing that because that's just evil, right? But that's how the U.S. operates. Other countries, very much frowned upon. Nicaragua is about as frowned upon as you could possibly imagine, right? Polar opposites. So a lot of that kind of corruption doesn't exist here, and that's one of the nice things about it. But that kind of corruption actually makes for a very rich United States. It's one of the reasons that people take their money there, is because there's so many a lot of things. Ed is here. Hey, all's well from San Juan del Sur. How does Tricasa and San Juan del Sur make money? One, I don't know that they do make money. But I don't spend time there to know if they do. But a lot of those places, like, everyone asks that about me, right? People say it all the time. Well, how are you making money? Like, I'm not. Why do you think I'm making money? I'm like, but you must be, right? Told that all the time. The one thing that does once in a while allow people to make money is having gotten in when prices were totally different, having all of the cost covered long ago. And then now they can make money, right? So it's not that Nicaragua as a country is impossible to make money for all time, right? Someday it's going to be profitable again. In 1821, it was the richest country in the region, right? It was a great place to invest. Made money like crazy all the way through the gold rush. Great place to invest. Made money for all the investors. Like, you couldn't go wrong in Nicaragua. Still, failure rate is above 50%, right? There's never, even in boom economies where like no one can fail, most people still fail. But it was better than the U.S. today, probably, during those 30 years or so. That also prompted the military takeover and colonization by the United States in 1854. So it comes with negatives as well, and people had everything seized from them. And that's where the history of property seizures come from here, when the United States took by force and communized all of the resources into the colonial government, took over everything. And it finally failed when they tried taking over the Portage line, which is part of the train line of Vanderbilt. And Alexander Graham, Anyway, Vanderbilt. And then Vanderbilt went to the U.S. Congress and was like, your little communist experiment ends now. And that was the end of communism in Nicaragua once the U.S. was kicked out by the U.S. Navy. But there was this whole, the government takes over everything and everyone works for the government thing for a couple of years under William Walker. And that can sometimes be the result of wild success, is that, you get too rich and people in government get interested in it. But during those years, Cornelius, thank you. My gosh, I don't know why his name, well, because it's not a common name. But so someday Nicaragua is going to be a great investment, and in the past it was. And so there are businesses that have paid all of their debts, are basically free, and they're not actually making money in the momentary sense, meaning like if you were to invest in them again, they wouldn't make money today. So Tricasa, if it's making money, which easily it is not, but if you were to go into Tricasa today and say, okay, I'm going to buy Tricasa and make money, you have to not just make money, you have to make money to cover the investment of the property, right? And I guarantee that could not be done. So yes, I would say if you were to come into, say, Las Piñatas, and someone was to gift you a business that was fully functional, had all the investment done, everything was done, processes were worked out, and it had made money in the past, but they're not going to give you the cash. They're just going to give you the working property. And you were to take it over and you're like, all I have to do is not lose money. Yes, that gives you the possibility of not losing money. But anything that you're going to invest in, you have to do the initial purchase of whatever it is, and you have to handle all of the ramp up. Like if you're going to open a new bar, for example, well, you got to train people on how to make drinks. You got to hire the initial staff. You got to make the processes. You have to do all those things, and they may not be huge, but you can't overcome them realistically with any business, right? They're just because someone else is already doing it, because someone like Tricasa is already out there and has done those things. And they probably have deep pockets from years of success, just like Playa Roca, right? Everyone says, well, how's Playa Roca making money? But I know one of the investors in Playa Roca, and they came to us and they begged us to buy them out because they're losing so much money. But one of their investors, the one that has controlling share, doesn't care that they're losing money, so everyone else is trapped. No one will buy out the other partners because they're losing money. So any money you put in is just lost. But no one can get out because there are multiple partners with one that's making money. There's another one just up the beach, right? One of our best friends just sold her shares, 10 years of losing money. How do they see it? But all the people around think they're making money. How do they make it look like they're making money? Well, because all 9 of the other partners work in Canada and put money in every month. 9 people are losing money. And still, the place is empty. Still, everyone who knows looks at it and goes, they're clearly losing money. And it is what it is. But lots of people love owning places. And so I expect Tricasa is the same. They probably did really well at some point in the past. And just like some of my places, they made money at some point in the past, back when there was a much larger market than there is now. And the place I'm talking about up north, they made money at some point in the past, but it's been a really long time. And, if your goal is you want to invest now and you think, well, I'm cool waiting 20 years to make money. Yeah, there's a possibility of making money. Eventually, the market's going to grow, things are going to change. There's a possibility that you'll be making money. But you also have to account all those years of losses in making money, right? Okay, so I lost, let's say, just $5,000 a year for 20 years. Now, until I've made back that $100,000, I'm still at a loss. I may be at a momentary win, but I'm still at a loss. So when you look at the big picture, those are important things to look at. Frederica says, overall, restaurants have a much larger failure rate than regular stuff. Says, joke that was, but it's not. That is absolutely true. Restaurants are super, super dangerous compared to average business models. They're also, so the thing about restaurants, and this is a general rule, is a restaurant is less likely to lose everything, but its ability to be successful is very low. And so the things that are most likely to be wildly profitable are also the most likely to have complete loss. And places that are, so let me give you an example. It's really hard to make wild money on a real estate investment, but it's also really hard to lose most of your money in a real estate investment. Both can happen, but they're relatively little risk. When you invest in real estate, you're basically competing against inflation. You're like, can I make more than inflation? And if I don't, I probably won't lose much because it's still going to inflate, right? So it's like your wins are small, but your losses are small. Your risk is low. That's what makes it safe-ish. When you're looking at, like, I'm going to make a software company. Well, if I do really well, I could be Microsoft and be a billionaire. And if I do poorly, I literally have nothing. I have nothing I can sell. My computers are worth nothing because they're old. My staff all quit, and the software has no value. Oh, I literally could have invested. Okay. So I worked for a startup in Arizona in 2017, and I was brought in as a consultant because they were morons. And, they had already spent $1 million, and we got there, and we're like, what do you have to show for this $1 million? And they had nothing, not one thing. They hadn't generated $1 worth of value. And we're like, if you were to start this company today, the first thing I would do is start with nothing you have and start over. Like, their sunk cost was $1 million, and they had generated nothing. But if you were like a real estate investor and you had $1 million sunk cost, you'd at least have pretty much guaranteed $800,000 of real estate. No matter how badly you did, you could only lose so much in 1 year. And $200,000 would be a staggering number to lose on a $1 million investment in a single year, but it's plausible. But as a software firm, this place accidentally burned $1 million and never produced one line of usable code. Everything they purchased just had to be thrown in the trash. Every employee was useless. You wouldn't even keep them if you were moving forward. Not one. They hadn't hired a single person that was useful or had any role in the company. Like, you could not imagine a greater failure. How someone handed them $1 million, but they had their money from the Middle East, and there was like a big joke around the office about how easily duped Middle East investors were, because they were all just rich kids who wanted to say they owned a business, and none of them knew how businesses worked. None of them had educations, training, experience, nothing. And so this was a Indian-owned company who specialized in fleecing Arab investors, right? Now, the thing that made no sense is all they had to do was not intentionally burn all the money and bring in one or two smart people, which they did at the end for some reason, and we could have made them billionaires. But instead, they thought it was just a big joke to burn all the investment money for fun and then fire everyone and have nothing, and then just walk away and be like, ha ha ha, and that was it. And it was just insane, but that was like a thing. But that type of thing, like that was someone intentionally burning all the money. But in general, right, it's a thing that like those kinds of businesses have the biggest risk, but also the biggest potential payout, hence the risk. Don also says, I was asked to invest $25,000 with 4 others. It was just a down payment on a hotel. I carefully explained to them it was the dumbest idea ever. Yeah. Not just buying a hotel is a pretty bad idea, but doing so with other investors, seriously a bad idea. I've been approached a couple of times about that, and it's always tempting. Like, I get it. I'm like, Ed says, okay, I want to read this. There's a thing on my screen that makes it hard to read. Tree Casa is always expanding. Easy to do the numbers and realize they don't make enough to pay electric. Yeah, that's easily true. But I bet, I know. So Tree Casa, if I remember correctly, is funded by, it's not eBay, but it's some enormous .com place like that. And they had I think $650 million is what I heard. So Tree Casa is super cool. For if anyone, so I've never actually been, so right, it's not my vibe, but I would totally go if someone wanted to go. I'm just saying, it's not my thing. I'm not seeking it out. But it's like this amazing jungle hotel complex with amazing day rates with some of the coolest pools and stuff. And they're the ones, this is a long time ago, San Juan del Sur didn't always have fiber. Nowhere always had fiber, but there was a time when a lot of Nicaragua had fiber and San Juan del Sur didn't. And Tree Casa paid to have fiber run all the way from Managua down to San Juan del Sur just for them. But then anyone around it got fiber. So we were looking at buying a place. This is 2019. We were going to buy a place, and we had to be close to Tree Casa because we had to have fiber because of my job. And so we were very aware of it, and I just can't. Someone's going to say who it is. I'll be like, oh, yeah, obviously. But some huge .com payout, someone who sold this company they made just outrageous amounts of money, and they bought Tree Casa with it. So their pockets are deep beyond your wildest dreams. And I'm sure they have properties everywhere, and Tree Casa is just like this. They're like anyone else, right? If you have deep enough pockets and this is just something you enjoy, go wild. Great, good for them. That's a great way to burn your excess money that you don't know what to do with. Make your dream location so you can sit by the pool and enjoy life, right? Kudos to them for having a great way to, and I'm sure it is a tax shelter. And all of the people that I know who do this on a large scale, it is their tax shelters, right? They have profits somewhere in their ecosystem, and they want to shed some of them, or they're willing to shed some of them. No one wants to actually shed their profits, but you know what I mean. They want to bury some profits. They want to put them into something that is, not money laundering. It's completely transparent. It's just, I'm going to hit a tax bracket, or, I have this complication that's going to happen. I can make that go away. And that's what that's used for, or it's a piece of that puzzle. And I've known lots of businesses like that, even in the U.S. like that. And those are completely legal. Nothing. There's no foul play. It's just, you're creating jobs and you're losing money. That's okay. That just comes off this line here, and there's just stuff. Nearshore Living's here. Hey, Ron, how's it going? Good to have you here. Yes, live streams are the future. You know what? I went 6 years without doing one of these, and then I got some gear for it, and this has been fantastic. I think we're on 3 months of doing this now, and it has been so good. We get so many people on. It is so much fun. We get so much interaction, and it noticeably really just grows the channel. Our engagement has been so good, and everyone's getting to know each other, and I think it's good for like when you're doing, and I know you've seen this, Ron, like, there's like when people are interacting on your like comments, it's really easy to have this like vibe of kind of being antagonistic, and sometimes obviously people are, and I'm not talking about trolls; those are obviously, but I mean like sometimes like people who aren't meaning to be, or just having a bad day, you tend to have like this kind of like or kind of button heads on the comments, and I think a lot of times when you do the live stream, it's like this much more camaraderie kind of thing, and I think it actually. I feel like even with channel growth that we've noticed that the quality of the comments, or maybe my quality of responding to comments, is better. But I think it's all kind of there. Oh, Alan's here. He's having a bad day. I know. I've been watching as best I can, Alan, the unfolding drama in the background of everything. I signed off a little bit ago, I think, because everyone did. I stopped watching it. Oh no, I've missed a few of the latest. That is, I'll let Alan fill you in on the bad day, but that was contributing to my bad day because I was, so Jillian, who just said here that, and I were out hanging out all day, taking care of stuff for her, which was very important that I was there, because I don't think she minds me sharing. She didn't have an American Express card and didn't know you need one under certain circumstances here in Nicaragua. So we got lucky that I was there with an American Express card. This is an important one. I need to make a little video on this. PriceSmart is a super important part of everyday living stuff here in Nicaragua. Like, especially if you're an expat. If you're a Nicaraguan, you may not use PriceSmart. But if you're an expat living in Nicaragua, you need to be using PriceSmart. Like, seriously, think about it, right? Like, if you're not, what are you doing? They're fantastic. But, and it's Costco from the U.S., but we get the U.S. Costco basically in Nicaragua. And people are all like, shopping's hard here, this is hard here. No, it's not. Add this, life is easy. Sorry, I got distracted. But they only take cash and American Express, which everything else in Nicaragua, almost all of them take American Express. American Express has, I think, better acceptance here than in the U.S., and I mean that. Like, and I could go into, as you all know, I could go into an explanation of why, but there's an actual thing where it makes make sense that American Express is more accepted here, but at PriceSmart they only accept that, and so that really throws people off because most people are dealing with MasterCard and Visa, and that's what is also accepted just everywhere. Sorry, just responding to people late. So that is just surprising, right? So if you're going to be going to PriceSmart, you either have to have whopping amounts of cash because everybody works with, like, it's where you get appliances and TVs and speakers and bulk food. So it is really common for people to drop thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars when going there. And if you don't have a credit card, my gosh, that's a lot of cash to be dealing with. Most, like, you have to carry that in to be able to deal with. Like, you can't take that much out of an ATM. Like, what are you going to do? TJ, I did not see your comment about book deals. Was that in the thread? Nearshore Ron says, oh, wow, I'm a lazy boy. You really have a lot of streams. Great job. Yeah, it's been, we started it, and now I just have a setup. So I've got a microphone here. So Ron, this is me kind of cheating at this, but I have a Blackmagic broadcast board, and I have a rig that I have set up. So this is a Fuji XS20. It goes straight into the broadcast board. I got Rode mics set up. I have a monitor screen over here. I wish I had, sometimes I have the extra camera here. I don't think I have it today. No, this is the 9. I don't know where my 12 is. Oh, well, I might be able to get one and show some of the rig. My desk is a mess though. But I have like this whole thing set up, so I'm able to just like hit a button and boom, everything goes live. It took me a while to get that set up, but now it's so easy. I've got studio lights and everything. I just turn it on, sit down, grab a coffee, and I'm good to go for the evening. And normally I grab a beer or something, but today was a busy day. Larry says PriceSmart has 5 local bank ATMs. Couldn't be easier. The only problem is that the total volume that you can take out, normally either the ATMs and or your own bank are going to price limit you. So getting more than, say, $2,000 is normally impossible for most people. I can pull off a little bit more because of my company cards. But I would empty every ATM, and I'm sure those are super stocked, right? But like you risk emptying them, and quite often we've had people try to use them and not be successful. So it's when you're trying to get cash and you're all prepared, you do it all the time, it tends to work, but there's definitely a failure rate on that. Mary says, I'm looking forward to the weekly live stream. Oh, I look forward to the weekly live stream. Thank you, Mary. Me too. It's my fun thing, right? And I really like that we did it the other day. And just kind of surprise people because we got such a different crowd. It was so much fun. Alan says, I work in IT. Yeah, yep. That is, it tends to be a very high stress day. That was not my only IT stress thing today, Alan. I had other ones as well. Larry says, you should do a 5 million US giveaway to your original live stream watchers. Yeah. Ramon won't let you go to PriceSmart. What? Because you come up with too much American stuff or you buy too many things? What? Inquiring minds want to know. I'm reading all of Alan's bad news to see what is happening now. Now I need to know. Is it just general, Alan, or did something new happen? Because I've been trying to follow it since I've been on the live stream. La 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 la. He thinks you would spend too much. Well, in his defense, you probably would. Did I say that? Oh, okay. Minimizing to minimize impact. Oh, yeah. I know everything is just slow. Okay, yeah, that I was aware of. That I've been following. I saw the 26% CPU from remote. Oh, fun. Life in IT is always a lot. Waiting to meet with Duplicati support around. Oh, I knew you were meeting with them tonight. I didn't realize it was around midnight. Ugh, where are they based? Is that like midnight because that's when they're working, or midnight just because that's when you think an update's going to be available? I saw that it was, that's just, what a day. This is my new hat, everyone, from my PriceSmart run. We didn't get it at PriceSmart, but we were out, and I saw this hat and had to have it. Did I get it right? Yes. Janet, but if I only take a little money, I couldn't, and I don't have an American Express. CE time. Ooh. Central European time? Oh, they're just starting in the morning because they're CET. That makes sense. Okay. I wonder where they're based. Everyone should get an American Express, though. For those who wonder what I do, no one wonders, right? But my credit card, I really like because I'm a Hilton guy. I get the Hilton American Express. What a great deal that has been. We've been so happy with that. It's just because we use Hilton mostly when we travel or when we're going to Managua and my kids want that American vibe, right? We stay at a Hilton and this is interesting. Because we use the card, we get all these points and gives all these extra points and all kinds of things, and so that's a big thing that has just worked out really well, and we get so many benefits from that and everything. This I think has an answer for something from Ed, but I want to make sure I've read this correctly before I actually share it. And why do those words not appear on the page? Okay, talk amongst yourselves. For Mary says, first thing I did when arriving in Nicaragua after landing was to get a PriceSmart membership, literally a couple of hours after landing. Yes, very worth having. A quick story for someone who just said something. So many of you don't know, I was embezzled a number of years ago. I lost everything, lost my houses, we didn't actually lose the business, but they stole everything to the point where my business went into the red. And not just in the red, like month to month, we went into the total red. They stole more than the value of the business and had been heavily involved in credit fraud and tax fraud. And so, but we had developed such a reputation for what we did in the industry that we made the incredibly reckless decision to not go into bankruptcy, and we allowed the company to go into severe debt, and we covered it all out of personal savings, personal income, retirement funds. Like we tapped everything out to save the company because we wanted to maintain. So one, we paid all the employees. We had employees coming out of the woodwork for 5 years with, oh, I wasn't paid 5 years ago, right? Which at some point became a little bit sus, but we just kept finding people. And for the longest time, from the time we seized the bank, we had to do the whole thing, seizing bank accounts, pulling incorporation records, calling the government, bringing in the police, bringing in banks. It was nuts, absolutely nuts, and such a really tough time in our lives, and we learned a lot from it. This is not a pity party, but I'm just saying, we went through this really, really tough thing, lost everything. And in doing that, a lot of things got lost, right? One of them was my Amex. They had run up, I don't know, more than the maximum available on Amex, and then stopped paying it because the company had access to my Amex. And so they had done that, and so they stole not only everything we had, but they stole way more than we had. And a few things, so the employees all got paid. And let me tell you though, I complain a lot about things in the US, but some things they really do great. And when this happened, one of the first calls that came in, because we redirected the phones to figure out what was going on, and they suddenly, the IRS called, and we're like, oh no, it didn't even occur to us that there had been tax fraud. And we're like, oh no. And then the phone just started ringing every few hours as one state after another was calling us for employment fraud, tax fraud, all these things. But the moment that we reached out, or they called us, and I'd say, I know what this is about. Here's what happened. We were embezzled. We just found out. We don't know what's owed. Please tell us what's owed. Help us work out a payment plan. We're trying to do. And they're like, wait, you're trying to pay your taxes? Everything stops. They're like, no penalties, no nothing. We're going to work with you, right? The moment we weren't trying to use this to get out of anything, which is probably dumb because we could have gotten out of a lot of stuff. Every single tax agency nationwide was like, how do we help you? We have teams for this. We have systems for this. And yeah, we ended up paying outrageous amounts of taxes on things that we didn't make the money on. And it was all stolen. But they just stepped in and helped those things. But the things that we couldn't, so all of our taxes eventually were paid. All of our employees, possibly some we didn't have, were eventually paid. We're pretty confident that there is 0 people left in the woodworks. All of that is to say, one of the things that we were unable to pay was the American Express. And so I had the biggest black mark against me from American Express that you could imagine, because it was just maxed out. Everything was lost. And we were like, sorry. And they're like, we let them know right at the time. And I waited a number of years. And then I recently came back and applied for an Amex. And I'm like, there is 0 chance that they're going to let me open an account. And they didn't just let me open an account. They reopened my account. They simply wiped out my balance, set it to 0, gave me my own account back. And I now have been a member for some ridiculous amount of time because I got it when I was like a teenager. And they're just like, yeah, no harm, no foul. These things happen. And now we have a perfect credit record with American Express, just in general. Absolutely fantastic. I have to do this so the dog wants in. Be right back. And so I'm back. And I never thought that American Express would ever talk to us again. And they were like, no, yep, we gave you some time. Clearly you fixed some things. We know bad things happen. They were fantastic. And now they're like my favorite card to use. I don't use them for most things. We use Chase Sapphire for most things. And I mix it up. Everyone knows I did a show on this. I have a MasterCard from Spirit. That's my one I use the least, but I do use it. It's a good card. I have a Chase Sapphire, and these are all cards. All 3 of them are ones we pay for. These aren't the freebie cards. Oh, and the dog he just came in to check on things. I'll be right back. Okay. The Chase Sapphire is our main card because it just has the best like general benefits. But then the American Express is so good. It's so easy to use. Our online tools and just everything. It's been fantastic. And here it only works. It's the only thing that works at PriceSmart. And for some reason, it's the only thing I have that works at Petito's Jaw. My Sapphire used to work and now it doesn't. But Petito's Jaw takes the Amex, like everything does. And so that's just what we work with. So that was my story of why, even if bad things happen to you, you can often still get an Amex years later. And we have a really good Amex. We have one with all the travel benefits, and we get the massive amounts of Hilton stuff, and it's been good. So that's my quick story on that for someone who needed it. Frederico says, I had an investor who I sold all their properties for and had a cool $1 million on a 1031 tax deferred to not pay capital gains. They turned around and invested in commercial limited and lost it all. Oh, wow. I mean, it can happen, but wow. That is, that really sucks. Larry says, does anyone here offer a delivery service from PriceSmart? In 2019, there was a couple who brought groceries from PriceSmart for 10% of the bill. I'm not sure. But I would be surprised if there wasn't such a service, but I don't know. I don't know of one. Like it just seems like there would be, but I don't actually know. Aha. Okay, so this we wanted to track this down and be sure of this information before we set it. So Ed, hold on. Make sure I grab him. Ed, are you there? So, did I get his name right? I did that without looking. So, I can't look up what his name is. Hold on, I'm just going to do it this way. Can I reply? No. Go to channel. No, it doesn't give me a direct reply. Well, that's just very confusing. Anyway, Ed. Ed from Queens. If I put it in that way, does it show up? Ed. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. So Ed, we just looked this up, and this explains the Tricasa situation. So Tricasa actually has on their website some information. So they are not a business. That is why they're able to keep expanding, and they don't seem to be magically making money. It's because they are actually a non-profit. They are part of the, and I'm familiar with them, the A. Jean Brugger non-profit there in San Juan del Sur. They're bringing in donation money from the United States and putting it into Tricasa. So Tricasa is a money loss that is all donated money, and not all. I'm sure it's, people pay to stay there. But that's why they keep expending money from the U.S. and put it into that, which is super cool. I don't know what that foundation does or if they're good or bad or anything. I just know that that's what they advertise. That's what they do. It is the foundation, A. Jean Brugger, and I have, I think, met her. It's been a while. It's a nonprofit organization devoted to assisting promising Nicaraguan youth through education. Our mission is to create and promote programs in education and community development in San Juan del Sur. So that is where the money is coming from. I'm not sure how that mission goes into. You can hear me. Okay, cool. Were you not able to hear me before? What just happened? Or is my live stream for you so far behind that you just got that question from like an hour ago? Yeah, so that explains the Tricasa situation, which is actually very eye-opening because I'm sure there's a lot of those kinds of places, right? That there's some amount of nonprofit involved or some amount of thing that's donation based, and that is bringing in the money for that stuff. Oh yeah. No, I've definitely met her. I've seen her at dinner, but she actually, I think she passed away some time ago, but her foundation is still going. She was a retired nurse from the United States. It is a nonprofit in both Nicaragua and the United States. It is the A. Jean Brugger Education Project, tax-exempt 501c3, board of directors, blah, 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 blah. Oh my gosh, my dog is back. I just want to point out, because I mentioned this earlier. Hold on, we're going to do the dog thing again. This is why I need a production assistant. Where is Swanee when you need her? And so I had said in a video sometime in the last couple of weeks that San Juan del Sur had 15,000 people, and this person was being all and said, no, there's only 7,000, look it up. And I looked it up, and Wikipedia said 15,553, but of course those things are out of date. Normally there's more. The A. Gene Brugger Foundation says that it is approximately 18,000 in San Juan del Sur. Whether that is correct or not, I don't know what their source is, but that is what they claim. So the numbers seem to be leaning on being bigger. Awesome. So that is that information. How's everybody doing? What is up? What is up? You guys have gotten quiet, but we got 50 people on. So let's get some questions and commentary and stuff going on. I really wish someone would bring me a beer. And you know what? I didn't get dinner. I had lunch, and there has not been time for dinner, and I've not even heard of my family having eaten. So I have no idea if anyone ever did. Try to find my kids on, where are my kids? Where are they? Seriously, where are my kids? Oh my gosh, this dog is driving me crazy. What is up with you? Here you go. And I'm back. Oh, there's my kids. Did you get dinner? I'm wondering if they got dinner. I wonder if I have to order food. It's 9:30 at night. It's a little bit hard to order food at 9:30 at night, especially on a Thursday. It's not even like a late night. We're down to 47. What's going on? No. But there has not been questions since I said ask some questions. All right. What time is it? Oh, they did get dinner. All right. Good to know. I can always fend for myself. Leftovers, sandwiches, grilled cheese. I can make grilled cheese. That could be good. Funny thing here is, I can't think of any questions right now. TJ said something, but I can't see what you're saying, TJ. I've missed the thing about the books. Oh, there was pasta, and there's pasta waiting for me. Oh, that's good. It'll be super old by the time I get to it. Cheese. Is there a place where you can buy pool tables in Nicaragua? Heck yeah. Pool is big here. We have one, or we did. We gave it to the Simple. But my business partner is a professional pool player, so really interested in that. But they're everywhere. Like, pool tables are, I mean, everywhere. You go out on the beach. There's multiple places with them on the beach. Even though not like San Juan del Sur, of course there's there. Like in Las Penitas, there's multiple places on the beach. On the Ponaloya Road, for anyone who's driven this, that is a desolate road, right? There's nothing out there. You're driving out there at night, and you're like, oh, this is pretty dark, actually. During the day, it's beautiful because it's trees and fields and cows and rolling hills and volcanoes in the distance, and like it's just beautiful, wild Nicaragua, right? Well, you drive out at night, and you're like, oh, it's dark, right? So you're like, there's nobody out here. There's like occasional little tiny, really, really small communities that are super, like, there's communities out there where electricity is barely hooked up and they're still pumping water from a community pump, like manually. Like, this is remote, people. And you go out there, and somewhere along that road in the darkness is a little tiny roadside bar with a pool table. So that's like, they're everywhere. You go through Sutiava, my little barrio here, pool tables all over the place. So you've got tons. Across the street from that house you showed a few months ago, that's where I live, a whole pool hall. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All through the city. Pool halls everywhere. Super popular thing here. Surprisingly popular, really. And what happened? Oh. Hold on. I have to read a message. Nope, still on about the pool hall. Now, I don't know where you actually buy the tables. I know you can get them on like Facebook Marketplace, but there's pool like stores. There's like pool billiard specialty stores that you can go to. and you can get anything, right? Like it's just so popular here. Like casinos, there's casinos everywhere. I don't know if I've ever lived somewhere that has so many casinos. Of course, I've never lived any place that had loads of casinos, so maybe it's for places that have a lot. Maybe it's not crazy. But it's a lot. But you'll have no problem finding them. You can get pretty cheap ones. You can get really good ones. You can get all over the place. Easy to get. My brother was asking if there were casinos. Oh, was your brother asking you, or did your brother get on here and ask? Because I know that we've talked about it before. Tony is here. Hey, everybody. Hey, Tony. Yeah, so casinos are super popular. You get a range of them. So I was driving past one. There's one called, it's like the Joker's Playroom or something like that. It is the dinkiest. There's like 6 slot machines. Is that right? One-armed bandits in this tiny little thing. It's just like a little hallway. And it's right across from like 23 Bar. And it is, I did not trim my beard. No, it's just, I like pushed it in or something. Oh, TJ with your 240 hertz monitor. You can't, TJ, you can't buy that here. Not that I know of. So these like dinky little casinos that could be hidden anywhere. But then you have like the really nice casino here in Leon, which is a big building and like lots of stuff and fancy, and they have a restaurant and a hotel, and so that you get a really big variety. I'm not a casino goer, so I can't tell you much about them, but I know every city has them. Managua is loaded with them. The DoubleTree has one that we stay at. I never go in, but they share the parking lot. There's Pharaohs all over the place. There's a number of chains. San Juan del Sur has some. All over Leon, all over Granada. Like little towns have them. Like most of them are terrible. Right? Don't be like excited. Like, whoa, it's gonna be like the Diamond Horseshoe in Vegas. It's not like that, but there are so many. You're just flush for choices, pun intended. Janet says, I've been in there. There are more around the corner, like 4 rows. The one across from 23 Bar. Yes. I saw it today, and I was like, what a place. Mary says, I've seen a few casinos. Pharaoh's is one. Any recommendations in Managua? I want to make his first visit memorable. Unfortunately, I don't know a good one in Managua. Maybe they're all good. I don't know. But no one I know plays in Managua. They all play in Leon because we live here. I've seen some that look okay. Oh, there's even one. Definitely don't go here. In the nice new plaza at what's the name of the plaza? Oh, Cayy in Ciudad Sandino. We were in there. There's like a new cocktail lounge and a couple nice restaurants, and in the corner a casino. Even like little shopping plazas have little casino places. Is gambling the problem there, or are they geared towards tourists? Oh no, not for tourists at all. It is a gambling problem. If you do anything here, there is so much gambling, so much sports betting. Dorado Bet is everywhere. So many little casinos, and they are only for Nicaraguans. I mean, as a foreigner, you are absolutely invited to. Oh yeah, Monte Carlo. That's, I think, the big one. Monte Carlo has one in Managua, I heard. Yeah, that's probably where in Leon for the fancy casino. That is the Monte Carlo. It is across the street from the Perla Hotel. They're right across the street. My car is so well known there that if I pull up there, and I don't go to the casino ever. I've never been inside. And I pull up in my car and park on the street, their security will be like, what are you doing? You can park in here. They know my car. It's ridiculous. But yeah, gambling is a big problem here. And it's just everywhere, every little community. So you go into places that no tourist has ever been, that's where the casinos are. They're in the back streets. They're in the weird corners. I'm sure the one by La Perla has a few foreigners that hang out in there, but by and large, it is nearly 100% Nicaraguans in little places. Is Flor de Caña sponsoring me, from Walter? No, but they should be, and this hat is a good demonstration of what an awesome Flor de Caña sponsorship could be like. I'm glad you brought that up, Walter. I'm hoping you're from Flor de Caña and realizing the value of 371 views on a Thursday night on a live stream would have for Flor de Caña. I have a lot of metrics that Flor de Caña would be interested in. Just saying. In Granada, this is Don Timoteo. In Granada, the casinos are full of people that cannot afford to be there. That is Leon the same. It is tons and tons of really, really pushing their luck. I've heard they have good food. Well, isn't the one Monte Carlo across from La Perla? They're being catered from the bistro. That's part of La Perla, right? Tito Creativo. Do you like gallo pinto for breakfast? Tito, I like gallo pinto all day long. I live in Nicaragua. I do like gallo pinto for breakfast. I have always liked gallo pinto. I've been eating gallo pinto for probably half of my adult life. It's very good. Especially the housekeeper that just quit made the best freaking gallo pinto. It was so good. I was eating that every day. Normally I just eat it, a few times a week. I've been eating it every day, like huge bowls of gallo pinto. I was like, I don't know why it was so much better than usual, but it was good. Janet says Monte Carlo is nice inside. They have air conditioning, so it's too cold. They also have generators. So I know Paul, my business partner, he hits Monte Carlo anytime the power is out, anytime it's super hot. He just goes there. And he goes there every Sunday because there's extra points. Anytime they do free breakfast, he eats more meals there than anywhere else. He's like, I'm going for the air conditioning. I'm going for the food. I'm going for extra points. He's just always there. Frederico, well, good night, you all. Till next time. Have a good night, Frederico. Alan says that is the definition of casinos. Most can't afford to be there. Walter says you should go to Chinandega to the Ingenio and talk with them. Oh yeah, no. I actually have a meeting with them scheduled. It's just they were out of town this week and weren't able to meet with me, but that's actually happening. But I don't know if it's moving forward. I just know we're having a meeting. We will see what they think. But they are, I think, and have a few things they put in a microwave and bag. Oh, well, that takes some of the funny out of it. Lottery schemes are big also. That's from Don. Hey, don't make fun of the lottery. For those who don't know, I work with the lottery. Not this one, but a lot of them. A lot of them. Walter says, have you eaten gallo pinto with leche agria? Oh, yeah, of course. And I like it. I'm not like, I don't know how to put it. When you give me leche agria, I will normally eat it with the gallo pinto. But when I'm eating gallo pinto, I very rarely am like, oh, you know what I need? Leche agria. So I like it, but I'm also very, It's good. I like it. You just dip your fork in it and then get the gallo pinto. I like just a little bit. My wife does not eat it with it, but I do. Why did the housekeeper quit? This is Patricia. And is it difficult to keep staff? It is difficult to keep staff. Is there a lot of turnover? Yeah, constantly. My wife has decided that there is a chart, the crazy good housekeeping chart. And the better that they can clean, the crazier that they often are. And so you'll end up with the most amazing housekeeper. So we had a great housekeeper. We had her for like a year. She was great. And never a problem, never a word. And then one day, boom, just went nuts, accused us of all kinds of things, completely crazy, yelled at our lawyer, all kinds of stuff, refused to take severance, and just quit and went to the labor board to complain about us. And the labor board's like, what the hell is wrong with you? They're like, they've been overpaying you. They've been treating you great, had nothing. She came back and was like, I'm so sorry. What did I do? And we're all like, I don't know. And then she just signed the severance and disappeared. But it was weird. We're paying her double, really treating her well, but she just started, and this is a thing we've had with staff, people deciding to go to university for no reason and being like, I've decided I just want extra classes. And then they burn themselves out because they're trying to work a job and go to university at the same time. And then they end up losing their career. And then it's like, oh, well, I guess I can't afford to go to university anymore. Because I got to put food on the table. So she was trying to become a lawyer, which that's great and all, but she went to our law firm and it's like, hey, can you give me a job? And they're like, oh, are you crazy? Oh, wait, yes, you are. Yeah, that's the problem. No, we're not going to give you a job. You just went nuts on people. It was so weird. But pretty much every housekeeper we've had either go crazy, just be terrible. That's different. That's us getting rid of them. Or what was the original problem? Serious gossiping and you really don't want to have a housekeeper who's listening to everything happening in the house and then going somewhere and telling everyone about it. That is a common thing that happens. And we have contracts that say they can't do that because it's become such a problem. But, well, no, Patricia, it's not, because we're not doing anything wrong. So we were like, yeah, go to the labor board. Right? Like, we pay their taxes and we pay, like, we do everything by the book. Oh, because all of our people. So it's true. If you're just a normal person and you're hiring a person on the side, and like when they go to the labor board, it's like your one interaction, and it's kind of scary. So I totally get that. We're a major employer in the area. Every one of our employees, whether they're at one of our properties or they're at our house, are all run through the same payroll system. They're all run through the same legal system. They're all under the same contracts. They have all this paperwork, and we know what we're doing, right? They're not our only employee, so they're all getting paid the proper 13th month. They all have the proper withholdings for their severance. They all have the, we're not just meeting minimum wage, we're beating minimum wage, we're aware of any overtime. All those things are covered. Like, we really cover our bases. So when they threaten to go to the labor board, for us, it's just funny because we know they're going to show up in the labor board. It's going to be like, these are good employers and you are the one who screwed up here. And if we did do something wrong, we also know that it's going to be a really minor thing, and it's not going to be that we got in trouble. Someone's going to come back at worst and be like, oh, you seem to have missed some overtime here. Do you agree? And we'd be like, oh, okay, we didn't realize. I guess, well, we're not trying to, we overpay everyone. We loan people money, like, so not at all scary. But stupid is what it was. And it's not like it cost us a penny. Like, no one did anything, right? They're just like, no. But yeah, Patricia, you do get a lot of turnover. It is the nature of the thing. But our latest housekeeper, she was only here for like 3 weeks. And honestly, she was not cutting it. And I think she knew. She kept coming in later and later. She took the job under false pretenses. She took it under, like, we're looking for a live-in. And she decided to not live in. And, like, just the whole thing was weird, right? She was, like, upset that we wanted her to live here because she had little kids. And we're like, well, you applied for a live-in job. We didn't know you had kids. We have no idea, right? We don't ask that. And so we were like, okay, you don't have to do, So she got to live at home. But then she wouldn't come into work, and sometimes she wouldn't come in for a really long time. She would never come in until we asked, "Where are you? You're hours late." "Oh, I'm nearly there." And then she would never get enough done during the day. But she was cooking pretty well. But she would spend her whole day watching telenovelas, which is totally fine. But she would get distracted and always mess things up. And we're like, oh, boy, she's watching a lot of telenovelas. And you can see her standing there, like, doing stuff and just watching. And you're like, but when she cooked and paid attention, she did pretty well. And she's the one that invented the sweet fish, for those who heard that story. But then this morning or yesterday, I don't know, she's just like, oh, I'm not coming to work. I have a sore throat. I quit. We're like, you have a sore throat? You quit? What kind of statement is this? It was just very strange, but that was that. So yeah, but we have someone who I can't remember how they're connected, but they have. But I've never been in Leon. Where is a good place to chill and drink? Nika from Miami. Any recommendations? If you're coming here to Leon, oh no, our stream died again. Hold on, I think we lost internet. We're going to lower stream to hopefully catch back up. Now it says excellent. 1 second it's like you've lost everything. We're going to cancel your stream, and the next second it's like all's good. Thanks, YouTube. Let's go back to where's a good place to chill and drink in Leon. If you're looking to chill, like you want to be like super Nika in Leon, NL Vivero is, I think, a really good place to go. It's so Nicaraguan. Janet's gonna be like, oh yeah. It's just really good for live music. The service is kind of meh, but they have good drinks. They have decent food. Where to go with two daughters? Hopefully not for drinks in Leon. We'll get to that. But there's a lot of places in Leon to go. De Umo often has live music and good food. Out on the beach, there's lots of good places with views of the ocean. You've got Desperados. We're obviously plugging my own place. Where else is good for drinks? If you do want to be inside, Sundance is good. If you want views in the city, El Mirador, very close to downtown, is quite good. Sundance has cocktails. El Sestao, their service is quite good. Prices are high. Food is decent. They're on the square. That's always a good one. Yeah, those are. I can't think of. Nothing really stands out, but all the places are pretty decent. Janet says, yeah, Patricia, this does happen. It does. It's just part of life. Walter says, housekeeping, you have to pay Social Security like normal employees. If you do that, relax, no problem. Exactly. That's what we do. We treat them like any full-blown employee, and it just takes care of a lot of headaches. You can, under certain circumstances, get away from that if it's like a one-off, but it's complicated and you're taking your chances, and we've decided just not worth it. Ed says they allow smoking in casinos, not good ventilation. Most of them probably not good ventilation. Monte Carlo, I guarantee, has good ventilation. Patricia says, can you avoid that drama, potential legal problems by just hiring people as needed, like a housekeeper coming once a week instead of working full-time? Probably not. No. Maybe they'll cut it down. Like if you have 1 day a week instead of 7, it'll be 1/7 the drama. But I don't know that it's really going to help. Jillian says the ATMs in PriceSmart spat out my European Visa and MasterCard. Yeah, that was BanPro. I don't know. Which Jillian, which ATMs do you have luck with here? And you should open a Charles Schwab account. I just thought of that. Walter says you have 3 months so you can get as probation. Then you when you're sure you can get something formal. Oh. He means when you're hiring someone, you can do a temporary thing a little bit, but you can only do it for so long, is what he's saying. Walter says, and if you're not comfortable, apply the Article 45. I don't know the details on that. I may know it, but not know it as Article 45. Juan Carlos Sandino, where to go with 2 daughters, 11 and 12 years old? Well, Juan Carlos, what kind of stuff do they like to do? And where will they be? Or are you looking at the entire country with things to do with 11 and 12-year-old? What kind of interest? And my daughters are currently 13 and 15, so not that long ago, my daughters were here at those ages. Janet says, yes. The one says, how is Leon area compared to places in Panama? I really do. Well, temperature-wise, we're almost identical to Panama City. So for the information for Tito, which is easier to say, how do I find it? Walter, it's not Ponaloya, it's Las Penitas, the southern beach, not the northern beach. It is mid-beach. You'll see the sign. Our signage is terrible. So it's only open Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And it is immediately adjacent. It's connected to Jake's on the Beach. Separate businesses, but we share a wall. So if you see Jake's on the Beach, we're immediately after it. We have not gotten a good sign for it yet. There's so much sign drama. That is my drama. I want to kill everyone over the sign situation. But that is very slowly being dealt with, and there will be a sign someday. But it's right there, and 9 taps of draft beer, steaks, brisket, salmon. Good place to go. Go check it out. And great views and 2 stories on the ocean. Lots of sea views. Juan Mendoza, Nicaragua. Hey, Juan. Back to the one. Leon area compared to places in Panama. So Panama is much less colonial. So that's a huge difference. Like Leon is so solidly colonial, and Panama just does not have that vibe. I lived in Panama, right? So Panama, for the most part, has a very, first, South American vibe, not Central American. Really far west in Panama, you'll start to feel Central American, but for the most part, you're feeling South American, unless you're on the Azuero, and then you'll feel Spanish. That's real colonial Spanish, like weird old stuff. And Walter, that's what I was describing. It's Desperados on Las Penitas by Jake's on the Beach. And I don't know how to describe it, but Panama is very polished. Panama is very modern. Panama is very expensive. Not terrible, but a lot more. And just everything feels like you're in South America. So it's just so completely different. I love both, for sure. Panama is what brought us to Nicaragua. We loved Panama. We said we need to explore the region. Costa Rica's touristy, not what we're interested in. And so we hopped over to Nicaragua. And when we got here, we were just like, this is our vibe. This is our place. And we ended up basically never leaving. That's not quite true. But we left, double-checked, and came back. And I love visiting Panama. I love that it's close, but and I really need to get down there and hang out. I miss it, but it's so different. Panama has so much more of that, like cocktail lounges and malls and galleries and like just fancy, like urban. Even when you're not in the city, it feels so much more urbane. And Nicaragua is so anti-urbane, which is weird because I'm a very urbane person. Like I would live in a big city, and a drop of a hat, it is such a big thing. And it's just, you feel it in all the little things, right? But Nicaragua, for me, just fits, even though it lacks the big city. If I could take Guatemala City and pop it into Nicaragua, that would be my vibe. Or really take Nicaragua and pop it up into the hills of Guatemala so that I got the cooler weather. That would be my vibe. Helen Harper says, hi, first time watching live. Do we need residency to open a bank account? Nope, you don't need residency for anything, really. Do we need a local bank account to open a stock brokerage trading account? Just in case you know, thanks in advance. I honestly don't know what it takes to open a brokerage account. I don't think there are brokerage accounts. There's only like, I don't know, 8 companies on the stock market. Like, I don't know anything about it. It is not a thing that people do. Wow. I'm totally unaware of what's on the stock market or how you use it. That's a funny thing that I've never, but definitely not something that people talk about. I want to stay on Jake's on the Beach just because there's a dog. Patricia, that dog hangs out at Desperados. Nicaragua Stock Exchange. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's called the Bolsa de Valores de Nicaragua, the BVN, Alan. It's bolsanic.com. And I honestly... Yeah, there's so little on it. I have no idea how you use it or anything. Yeah, wow. I think they're based at Invercasa, hence the name, investment house. But yeah, I've seen the signs and stuff in Managua, but definitely a weird thing. That would be an exercise in finding some stuff out. I have no idea. We have to be really careful as Americans because if any of those businesses invest in gold mines, it is a crime for us to invest in them. So you have to really know that those companies are not investing in gold because of U.S. restrictions. If you're not American, it's easy to invest. So the main places are Invercasa is the home of everything. Invernic, Pro Valores, which is Grupo Pro America, the Banpro, and Lefice. Those are the main members of the stock exchange. It seems. Learn something new every day. The one says, what is the main difference between Central and South America to you? That's a tough one. I've only spent so much time in both, but having lived in Panama, which is considered South America, how do you describe it? It's more that I think South America is a much more general, like so many cultures, so many things. And Central America is so... almost a single one, right? There's obviously the Mosquito Coast and its associated cultures like Belize on one part, and then the rest is a mix of almost entirely traditional Mayan in the north and Nicaragua in the south, which are very closely related. And so there's this really tight integration and collide, Central American thing, even in Costa Rica, even in Chiapas, even in Yucatan, you have this really, really tight feeling of the personality and the style of life. And I don't know how to describe it, but the everyday interactions just feel very uniform. And when you're in South America, they're very different. Like it's like Panama, Bolivia, as you get Peru, when you're in different countries, you get very different feelings to each other and to Central America. That is one of the toughest questions I've ever been asked to try to define the difference in how you feel the cultures. It's kind of like, how do you feel is the difference between Spain and Italy? Like you can feel it immediately, but it's how do you describe the feeling of the everyday just vibe of a place? Music, obviously, that kind of stuff, the way that people go out at night. South Americans have so much more tendency to be like, we're going to a fancy restaurant, or just not. Now, it doesn't have to be a fancy restaurant, but like the going out to dinner, the not as loud, the less live music, the more there's more cocktails. There's more like these are weird things to use as examples, but they're things you really notice when you're going out, when you're like spending time as a person visiting different regions. And when you're in Central America, there's so much more of this uniform food and drink and nightlife and lifestyle, and it just everyday life is just it really is more homogenous throughout the zone. Helena Harper, I would be looking for an interactive broker's account with access to markets. I mean, realistically, there's no such thing. So, I mean, an important question is, why would you want that here? Like, what are you imagining that will do for you here? Why? That's there's something being missed because it's not really. I have a friend that use a broker in U.S. and he is from Nicaragua. The broker do all the paperwork. Well, yeah, Walter, if you're doing U.S. investing from Nicaragua, that makes sense. The U.S. is a brokerage country, right? That's like what makes America America. But Nicaragua is an anti-brokerage country. Like that's not how things work here. I don't know why anyone would want to invest in that way in Nicaragua. I feel like something must be. I would be looking for an interactive broker account with access to U.S. markets. Something's wrong. Helena, what country are you from that you would want to get access to that from Nicaragua? I literally can't think of any scenario where that would be an actual desire. Something's wrong. There's some piece of what you're looking for is got to be incorrect to lead you to that. That was the ad insertion. Should be over by the time you hear me again. I wish I knew what that was like on the other side. So if you're looking at coming to Nicaragua, clearly you are not Nicaraguan. You can explain in private, yeah, if you want. But in general, if you are coming to Nicaragua, you're not Nicaraguan. Wherever your money is now, you want to invest in U.S. markets from there, not from Nicaragua, because very few places in the world have less access to the U.S. markets than Nicaragua. The last thing you would want to do is intentionally, there could be extreme circumstances, of course, but there's no normal situation where you would ever, one, just want to shift your money into Nicaragua. That's generally a no-no. And two, to then take money that's been shifted into Nicaragua and want to invest it in the U.S. That would be a chain of events that are very difficult, and the amount of constraints and stuff on that would be extreme. In Nicaragua, you can use an office call Bolsa de Valores in Invercasa building. They have license from Nicaragua and U.S. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the website we were just on that we're talking about. And Invercasa is where I was I was at Invercasa today. I didn't go in. I was just at Invercasa, but it's you wouldn't want to unless you are super restricted. Nicaragua has so many controls and so many restrictions, and the U.S. does too, and they have so many between each other that one of the things that Nicaraguans attempt to do at all times is avoid being in the situation where they would want to do that. Now, many Nicaraguans are trapped, and there's nothing they can do, and that is the only way that they can invest into U.S. markets. But unless you have no other option, you would not desire to do that. Helena, that's my email. You can just shoot me an email, and we can talk about it offline, but... Yes, but as soon as you show proof, should not have any problem. It's not just about proof. There's so many costs and limitations on top of it. There's extra transactions. So let's just say she's coming from France. Like, we have no idea. If she's coming from France, she can invest directly into the U.S. from France. And then there's only the translation from France to the U.S. But if she's moving from France into Nicaragua to the U.S., you have that extra step. That's going to be a bunch of overhead and be a bunch of money loss before doing the investment. And then that investment's going to come back to Nicaragua, which you don't want to do. You want it in the place that it started. You always want to avoid extra hops unless you have some extreme situation that you're trying to protect against. like you're in a market that does not allow U.S. investment bank account, just open an American bank account, do your investing from there. And then it's all done without those overheads. That's one of the, we're having a problem. I just noticed that my broadcast board flashes when we're having a problem. So it's got to be that we're losing internet from time to time, just for half a second. So just enough that it flashes, and then it says, "Oh, you lost," and then it's immediately back. So we must have had a blip. An American veteran looking to take advantage of pensionado visa for legal residency. Is there a required amount of time for how long per year one has to be in country? Yes, there is a very strict amount of time. It's quite a bit. So here's the question, though. Why are you an American veteran looking to get the pensionado visa? The general rule is, if you ask the question, is there a required amount of time, it guarantees you don't want the pensionado visa. So, and the pensionado visa is not for legal residency. It is for permanent residency, not the same thing. So the question for the one, and this is a question that we ask everybody, and this is a great example of, there's really this, you got to know what it is. Why do you feel you want the pensionado visa? Because there's no logical reason you would want it. So what's driving you to make that a goal, right? That's the question. What the end goal shouldn't be the visa, right? So somewhere there's an end goal that you must think the visa is getting you to. What is that end goal? Walter says, yes, that's why you hire a broker in Nicaragua in Bolsa de Valores or each office like BanProBack, and others can help you with that. That still doesn't help. You still created the problem. No, it's not Tigo. I'm on Teco. Always on Teco. Yeah, Tigo is pretty bad for landlines. I use Tigo for my phone lines. It's for my cell phone. It's good for that. Yeah, you never, just as a rule, if you can avoid moving your money into another country, you do, period. There's just, that is such a problematic thing. So that's one of the things we always tell people, because everyone, when they're moving to Nicaragua, they're like, so how do I move my money there? Like, well, you don't? Why would you do that? Just like if you have all your money in Nicaragua and you move to the U.S., how do I move my money to the U.S.? You don't. You don't make an extra transaction. Only move the money when you need it. Right? Always leave your money where it is unless there's some problem, unless it's eroding there for some reason, which could be a thing, but that's wanting visa to plant flags in the world. So it doesn't do that at all. That is a misnomer. That's one of the key myths. And have optionality in case of new COVID lockdown type of situation. Right. So that's exactly the kind of thing that we warn against. So I don't know if he's still on, but Nearshore Living has a number of videos warning about that. He was on the thing. I have it in my myths video. I have it in, I feel like we've done at least 3 videos recently specifically about why this isn't the case. Conceptually. Oh yeah. Yeah, my Make Your Plan A that I just did talks about it. So the idea of planting flags is let me link the video for you. But this is exactly the case that both Nearshore Living and I were talking about, that there's all these hucksters that are out there trying to sell relocation services, and they falsely claim that there's a number of things you're able to get that will give you some kind of protection, and they completely don't do that. They are, here you go, Improved Plan A is my video in this case that just talked about it. So here's the thing for the one. You can move to Nicaragua today. You can also get your residency. If you got your residency and then did your plant your flag somewhere else, you would lose your residency. Did nothing for you. The act of going, most countries do this. If you're not resident, you don't get to be a resident. But if you have the pensionado residency in Nicaragua and COVID happens, you are in the same boat that you are right this second. You have unlimited right to move to Nicaragua. You already have the ultimate power. Right now, you have as much power as there is in the universe to move to Nicaragua. Right this second. Assuming you're an American, like your passport matters, but your visa doesn't. No matter what visa you get, your ability to enter Nicaragua doesn't change. The only thing that would potentially change that is if you got citizenship, which they don't offer. That's not going to happen. right? But the concept that residency gives you a protection is a absolute myth everywhere in the world. Every country has the right to turn you away equally as a tourist or a resident. And in Nicaragua, like, that's just not a thing. Is like the U.S. green card holders is nothing rather than being a citizen. Being a citizen is different. But that is, Walter says, Scott, I'm talking about stock market, not for love of money. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Yeah, but I mean, the stock market, the purpose of the stock market is for money, right? Like, if it's not that, what is? So the one that's great is you have absolute protections right now. Like, and you do in 100 countries. So you're in this great position. So let's take a non-Nicaraguan. So Nicaragua is as good as it gets, right? And that's where we always say, if you don't want a vehicle that you are going to drive over the Honduran border, then you don't want residency. Period. That is the one situation we know of where the residency makes some sense. There is a second situation, and a number of people mention it, but most people I feel are wrong. I know that's a lot to say, but I feel they aren't gauging the thing. There is a extra effort. So one of the things that comes with residency, you must be here, I don't know, more than 6 months of the year. I don't know the actual number, but it's the majority of the year. You must be here. And you must check in with immigration, or I'm not sure what department it actually is. Alan can probably tell us. I don't know if it's immigration that reprints your cedula, but you must get a reschedule. You have to get a cedula reprint every 6 months. So you must be here the majority of the year and twice a year at specific times. And some people like the reprint of the cedula, a lot of people like the cedula reprint more than a border run. That's easy, but you have to do the cedula every 6 months. The border run is a very fluid system that you have to go into really complex math scenarios about how often you actually have to do it. For me, a border run happens about once every 2 years, whereas the cedula would be 4 times every 2 years. And so do I like it 4 times as much is the question, not is it better? Right, so it gets this really complicated thing. And will it always be that way? The one is always, the other is just maybe. So it's all very complicated when you try to gauge it in that way. But one of the things about Nicaragua is if you stay a whole bunch, they make you go into the residency system. And if you don't stay as much, they take you out of the residency system and you just move in and out as you need. But your ability to stay here is always the same. So Alan's a resident. I am not. If they close the borders, we have equal chance of getting in. Right, which is basically 100% for both of us. Or not if they close the borders, but if some like lockdown situation happens. Your lockdown, and this is something I talk about in one of the videos, all those things, you get another even if you get passports, right? Your lockdown is not countries locking you out. It's countries locking you in. And so if you actually, and this is my video, the first one that I linked, the Change Your Plan A, one of the things I talk about is there is no protection, none, from residency and citizenship in other countries. The protection comes from moving to a good country now. So Nicaragua is one of the best in the world when it comes to the lockdown situation. Like, we didn't lock down, personal liberties are preserved, all kinds of stuff. If you actually fear what could happen in a situation like that, then one, you have to take a certain amount of risk that you get your decision wrong, right? You could say, well, the U.S. is going to do this. I think Canada will do this, so I'm going to move to Canada. And then Canada does something different than you thought. And you're like, oh, right, that's a possibility. But you can look at things and say, okay, the U.S. was bad. Canada was atrocious during COVID. Nicaragua was great. Okay, I'm going to project that the chances are next time that the U.S. will probably be bad. Canada will probably be atrocious. Nicaragua hopefully is going to be good again, right? And so you come to Nicaragua now. If you believe that, then it tells you already need to be in Nicaragua because you will not have time to make that decision should something bad happen. And your only protection is by already being in the good place, right? So that's how you protect against that fear. That is how you deal with that. And all those benefits. You want personal liberties? Come to Nicaragua. You want safety? Come to Nicaragua. You want lower cost of living? You want protection against lockdowns? As much as any country, no one's going to guarantee you, right? But as much as you have a good chance to estimate against, come to Nicaragua now. Establish your life. If you're worried about residency, right? It doesn't matter if you're a resident. It doesn't matter if you're a whatever. The things that are going to protect you in the really extreme situation, obviously, is already being here. The other is having been here, right? So this is where, so like in reality, if there was a situation where they weren't letting people in and it was Alan and I, and we both got to the border, sorry, Alan, but I have a better chance of getting in for a couple reasons. One, I've been here longer than Alan. Two, I'm an investor here. And I'm an investor here with that employs a lot of people and keep investing even though I'm losing money. I just keep helping helping places, and they know that and they monitor that, right? And three, I'm really high profile and I put in a lot of effort to help the country. Like I participate in a lot of things and I'm very visible. All those things are those are kinds of things you can do to bump yourself up on a list and be like, look, I have more to contribute, right? And that kind of stuff can have a positive impact. But the reality is that a place like Nicaragua isn't going to keep you out, right? But if it's your first time coming in or you're a resident who hasn't been here, then that's, if anyone's going to be locked out, that's you. So Mexico was good during the lockdowns. Yeah, a lot of Latin America was. Even the Central American countries north, right, like you could still move around. They did have curfews. I was up in Honduras during the curfew. That was... we're pausing on there. Oh, we're having the problem again. It says we're on air. Oh, we seem to be back. All right, I brought up a monitor so I can see what's going on. I want to know if we're actually dropping or if it's like YouTube having a problem or something. I was in Honduras during the lockdown, and Honduras was extreme. Police on the street, and they would like force social distancing. So if you saw people, they'd be like, "Oh, you're standing too close. You're doing this." But they had curfews at night, and I hadn't been anywhere that had curfews. Walter, this is the best ISP in like North America, but no one's perfect all the time. But we do so many hours of live streams. We couldn't do this with anybody else. Certainly couldn't do it with most of the U.S. What was I saying? But it was noticeable in Honduras that I had not been anywhere with lockdowns like that. But even there, it wasn't that bad. It was okay. But Nicaragua was really, really good. Costa Rica, I think, was bad, but Costa Rica tends to be, right? They're a lot like North America in a lot of ways. So it's when we were coming into Nicaragua, the thing that happened in Nicaragua was that the flights. Oh, by the way, we're up to 54 people. Wow. Oh no, it dropped. But for a moment, we had 54 people. We had to fly through Honduras to get here because the flights had all been canceled to Nicaragua. And so we were spending time in Honduras because we had to travel in and out that way. So we would go into Nicaragua and it was like no pandemic at all. And then you go into Honduras and it was like crazy. And you're like, whoa, this is like extreme differences. But I could handle the way the Honduras was handling it. I really did not like the curfews. No one to this day has ever explained to me what a curfew was supposed to do. In my mind, the curfews actually exacerbated the issue because the idea is, in theory, right? So social distancing makes sense, right? You sneeze on someone, that's how things happen, right? So you want to reduce sneezing. That makes sense. That's reasonable, right? Let's find ways to reduce sneezing. Well, if you let people go out at night, I'm going to reduce sneezing on people because I'm going to go out at a time that other people aren't out. Like at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to walk to the store and buy some coffee when no one else is there. That's a great time to go because how much more social distancing can I do than being in a place that has no other people, right? That seems to make sense. And I talked to some doctors about why Nicaragua had so little impact even when it didn't have vaccines. And, which obviously people were dropping like flies, but not at the rate of other places. And one of the things was air conditioning. We don't have it. Everything's hot, so people tend to stay away. We social distance anyway. We're warm. Back off, man. You're in my cooling space. Like that's normal. And we have open windows everywhere. all the time. Not most of the time, all the time. So everyone's got fresh air. Everyone has air movement. Everyone has space around them. No one has uncirculated air or recirculated air. None of that's happening. We always have fresh air with the wind just blowing things away. Well, that makes a huge difference. So logically, going to the store in the middle of the night, traveling places when other people aren't around, is a great way to social distance on an epic scale. Not like 5 feet away, I'm 15 minutes away, right? A whole different world. Well, when you curfew, you take all the activity that people do in a 24-hour period, and let's just say you have a 6 to 6 curfew. You take a 24-hour period and you compress it to a 12-hour period. I understand that you're not going out in the middle of the night as often as you are in the middle of the day, but at an extreme level, you're doubling the human interaction. You're basically taking a city of 2 million to make it feel like a city of 4 million with Tegucigalpa, because everyone has to do all their activities all at the same time. You can't spread out in time the way that you normally can. So it's actually an intentional exposure measure. It makes no sense at all. And like Canada went all in on intentional exposure. Like it was a huge thing. It was so weird. And then anytime someone got caught, what was the reaction? Oh, let's put them in jail and expose them to each other. What kind of reaction is that? And that's what so many places were doing. Not Nicaragua, like not at all. So they had all this like encourage people to spread out their time, and they would have education, like please don't sneeze on people. Oh, sneezing, yeah, I should think about that, right? Like, so yeah, good, good place to come. But yeah, for people looking for those Plan Bs and the idea of visa flags, there's better ways. Patricia says, not to jinx myself, but I still haven't had COVID. You credit washing your hands and being a hermit. Those things will help. I had COVID, but I didn't get it for a really long time. I got it like a year ago. It wasn't that bad, but tons of shots first, and it had worn down by the time I got it. But holy cow, we're over 400 views so far on this live stream. This is impressive. And so far we have not gone out. My monitor says we're still up, so I'm keeping an eye on things. And I'm not going to forget my Duolingo, don't worry. I hope. Hopefully not going to forget my Duolingo. Got to keep that streak going. What is my streak? Oh, I don't have it in front of me. I can bring it up. Duolingo. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-dum-bum. But what? It logged me out. What is up with that? No, that is me. So it shows me and says welcome back, but doesn't let me use Duolingo. What? I already have an account. It shows me, says welcome back. Super weird. I don't know. Logging back in again. Okay, Duolingo. I've had a number of technical issues with Duolingo. I love them and all, but I've got some things. People have these social things where you do things with other people. Mine doesn't. I did for a long time, years. And then one day they removed it all. And I have nothing. I have no way to interact with people. All those special things that my family has, all of them are gone. I don't get any of that stuff. It's weird. I don't know why they get it and I don't, but it's my wife does quest things with friends and family or something. And it's this neat thing that she does that's I don't know. I think she does some of those challenges with Alan, actually. But I don't have that. I don't have any of the leaderboards, none of that stuff. Nothing social exists in my Duolingo. And I even opened a ticket with them. And I'm like, why do I not have this? Where did it go? And I even pay. I'm a paying customer and they took this away. I'm like, what? What is this? And I don't think they ever responded to my ticket. Now that I say that, I'm going to look it up and see if they ever did. But I'm pretty sure they never answered me. Oh. Yeah. They had automated response. May 2nd. We've received your ticket. That's it. That's almost 2 entire months and they haven't even responded to the ticket. Obviously a problem. BandPro usually works with your cards, but Lafise no. Oh, interesting. Sometimes BandPro just has a bad day. Patricia says you get banned from everything, and I seriously do get banned from everything. You have no idea. It's so many things, and like it's never connected. No one ever gives me a reason. It's just, oh, that stopped working. You can never have it again. All the freaking time. The one, Butterfly Spanish, her channel here on YouTube is dope. I assume that's for learning Spanish? Butterfly Spanish, I don't know that one. No choice, sit and wait. Yeah, exactly. I'm checking out Butterfly Spanish. I'm assuming my keyboard is super loud because my microphone is like right on the keyboard. How to order a lot of... Oh, it did something. How to order ice cream and popsicles. That's what we all need. No, for real, that's what I need. Butterfly Spanish. Oh, wow, a lot of subscribers. That's pretty cool. Just gonna... Never seen this channel before. Loca. I will go subscribe to this and check it out later. My phone is charging. I know you all are super interested. I've decided I need to get an iPad. Sometimes these things just have to be done. Ooh, the bus schedule video is actually doing way better than I would expect. That is not a video that was up there to do well. That was just an extra answering somebody. Ooh, in really cool channel news, nobody cares. Our lunar month, that's every 28 days, watch time today hit 12,000 hours, which is a really, really big milestone to hit. I'll have to check to see if Duolingo is hiring. I'd love to get paid to ignore service tickets. BandPro asked me for 2 months agua and electricidad bills in my name to open an account. Oh, just about opening a BandPro account. That's cool. Oh, no wine today. No, I wish I had wine. I don't have an assistant to go get me wine. I have a bottle of wine ready to go, but it's been a busy day, and I would get tired, I think, today. So I'm just on water and coffee and getting low on both. But that's all right. We'll have wine soon. I can't believe we went all the way through the battery on the recorder with so much more time to go. I really can't do anything that relies on battery for this show. We do such a long live stream. The one says, "Noise, congrats on 12,000 hours." Thank you. It is. Let me tell you, that is years of working, and everyone I talk to is like, "How many hours?" Like, wow. And this past month, I mean, we shot from over the course of 3 months, we went from like 6K to 12K, which, wow. Just you guys. Thank you. Alan says, Lafise is pretty easy to open. Yeah, Lafise, as far as I know, is consistently the easiest. They've been good to work with. We use them for everything. You need to have tax returns, W-2s, references, U.S. bank account statements, etc. But you can open with you need to have, but you can open with just a passport, plus all those other things. Yeah. Oh, Alan, she doesn't have an American passport. That may be a factor. It may be based on where your passport is from. I don't know. Could be. Lafise is Nicaraguan, to the best of my knowledge. So they've been good for us. They've been always really, really good. All right, guys. What else you got going on? We got time. Let's do this. I hope everybody's subscribing to this Butterfly Spanish. Looks like a cool show. Ooh, study Spanish in Guatemala. Where's there study Spanish in Nicaragua? Come on. As opposed to cedula. Yeah. That's for those. Yeah, some of the banks want you to be a cedula holding permanent resident, not just a tax resident, to open a bank account. But others don't care, like Lafise. Much like the U.S., the U.S. has tons of banks give all kinds of a hard time for people to open an account, and other ones are like, whatever, just open an account. We just saw someone. How is we covered this one on, was it Tuesday or was it One of the videos recently, the live streams, someone asked about it. There's no drive for it. There's no need for it. I've talked to a number of people. Like it's allowed. You're totally allowed to use crypto here. You're allowed to there's no restrictions. But there's a practicality that in the US, is crypto useful? Yeah, there's all this usefulness to it in the US, but in Nicaragua, there's nobody can come up with a use case to use it at all. And so, and I've had all these crypto people over the last year or so are constantly asking about it, and we're how would you use it? What use case would you come up for? And no one's ever come up with a working situation. And the thing that makes it tough, the reason that it doesn't work, is because there's no banking in Nicaragua that can convert crypto to anything in Nicaragua. So if you use crypto here, you must do your you just basically can't use it here. You can be here using it, but it doesn't get used here. Does that make sense? So if me as an American and I want to pay Janet as an American, and we're both in Nicaragua, I can go get crypto, but I have to get it from a U.S. source. So I do my thing in the U.S., now I have crypto. And now I give Janet money, and she now has that money as crypto, but she can't use it as crypto, right? She has to turn it back into cash or something. So she has to go back to the U.S. and turn it back into money. So, but I just did a transaction in the U.S. and she just did a transaction in the U.S. We could have just done a bank-to-bank in the U.S. and skipped the crypto. The crypto didn't actually solve anything. It's oh, that seems to come up every time as the problem. So that's where it's difficult. That's not impressive. Sorry, just checking. You reminded me I have a crypto transaction partway through, and I want to see what the status was. And not doing anything, apparently, is what it's doing. So if you want to use crypto here, by all means. But everyone is so used to places like the U.S. and Canada where the money can go in and out of regular currency inside the same country that it never occurs to them that if you don't have that the crypto doesn't actually work in any useful way. Helena says, Nicaraguan Spanish seems much easier to understand than neighboring countries. They speak clearly on videos. Wow, I don't normally feel that way. So are you comparing to Costa Rica? I would agree. Costa Rica is really fast and mumbly. New business idea, study Spanish in Sutiava at Scott's house. We do offer that, actually, Patricia. Not really in my house, but we do offer that. Most people say that Nicaraguan's a little bit harder to understand. I find Guatemalan to be the easiest personally. Nicaraguan is colonial Spanish, and so while it's clear, it is also full of verb forms that can really throw you off. If you're speaking to Nicaraguans, it's much easier than if you listen to them speaking to each other. One, it's fast, and two, it's colonial, and there's verb forms that are very difficult to catch unless you study. And then once you study and you put in the time, it's not a problem. But for example, if you wanted to say, I can never think of good examples. Do you want to eat? ¿Quieres comer? If you're in Guatemala, ¿quieres comer? ¿Quieres is do you want? Comer to eat. But in Nicaragua, it's ¿quieres comer? I know that sounded similar, but when you're listening to it really fast, one is ¿quieres? The other is ¿quieres? And so there's different letters and there's different accents. And if you speak and say ¿quieres?, Nicaraguans understand. But when they're talking to each other and it's fast, and you're depending on the difference between quiero, quiere, quieres, queréis, quieren, queremos, the last one you're not going to miss. But you're listening really, really closely for that ending in ere, eres. And when it switches to one you've never heard and you don't know what it is, you're like, what did I just hear? And you're trying to fit it into this matrix in your brain. And it's like, And that's the Voss form, and that's how people speak to each other. And so you hear it all the time, and you're like, what is going on? This is not something I studied. I've never found anywhere that teaches that unless you're in Nicaragua. And so that stuff can be very difficult to adopting Spanish as a language you're going to speak and listen to, because it's like you're not going to get this from Duolingo. You're not going to get it from your American Spanish classes. There's all these things. So that's why I find Nicaragua really hard. That, and you're always talking to people in Spanish with unbelievably loud background music, so you can't hear anything. Janet says, Ramon was just asking if anyone wants to adopt a kitten. Our friend Claudia took in some kittens that was born in that hotel parking lot near her house. The mother kitty was run over in there. Oh, that's horrible. So, guys, anyone who's here, if you need kittens, please take a kitten. Have you been easily able to make Nicaragua close friends? Yeah, we actually have really close Nicaraguan friends, quite a lot, actually. I honestly think we've had an easier time making friends here in Nicaragua than we did when we moved to Texas. And we have a lot of close friends in Texas. Like, it's not like we lived there for a long time. We made friends. Context. My wife and I are from New York, both of us. We moved to Texas in the no, not in the 90s, in the 2000s, and lived there for a long time. And we have really good friends from there. But with all the time we put there, and the fact that we spoke English, right, where everyone else speaks English in Texas, we really feel that we've made more closer friends in Nicaragua than we did when we were in Texas. Now, of course, we have a mix here. Some of them are expats and some of them are Nicaraguan. But the number of Nicaraguan friends that we have here that we're close to, I think, is quite high compared to much more time in places in the U.S. Of course, places where I grew up. Like, I have loads of friends from my childhood that I'm decently close to. But there I had many decades to accumulate friends rather than just a few years. So that's, yeah, I would say overall it's been very, very good for making friends. Makes perfect sense. Take to a veterinary clinic. They can help you. Kind of. Everybody's got too many. Patricia says, wow, that's a lot of cats. So sad. I hope they find homes. 2 syllables versus 3 syllables. It's more than that, but yeah. Do they say buenos dias or buen dia? It's bueno dia. There's a little bit more than buen dia, but it's in between. And it's adio, not adios. There is a certain amount of just all the last sounds of things are missing on so many words. That also makes it very, very hard here that so many ends of things are missing. It's also, I find it funny that, like, when I took Spanish in high school, they were so like, we're fluent Spanish speakers, and, officially good afternoon is buenas tardes, but nobody says that. Like, that's not a thing. Like, you could say it and people would understand you mostly, but people don't really say that. And then you get to, like, Latin America and, like, everybody says that every day. Right, like buenas tardes, like that is, well, buena tarde. And so they taught us plurals when singulars are used, and they claim the words were not used when they absolutely are. Like, I have Nika friends who I 100% trust. Oh yeah, absolutely. You cannot be from New York City. You have more of a Midwest accent than an East Coast New York City accent. Are you from Syracuse or Buffalo? Yeah, thank you, the one. I'm from Buffalo, yeah. Born in Rochester, technically. I mean, I was born in Rochester, but I was raised in the Buffalo area, and my wife was raised in the Syracuse, Utica area. But my accent is Buffalo, Cleveland, because I was raised in the Buffalo zone, but my parents are from the Cleveland zone. So my home, everything was Cleveland, but that is a single accent, Buffalo, Cleveland. If I was actually from Rochester, so Syracuse, you should be able to pick me out a little bit. I can't do the Syracuse accent, but it's pretty minor. I am impressed that you picked out the two, though. Syracuse is closer to Buffalo than Rochester is in accent, even though Rochester is closer. But I can, at times, pull off a Rochester accent because I was born there and I did go to uni there. And so it's Rochester. And it's subtle because it's Rochester in Buffalo and Rochester in Rochester. But yeah, in Rochester, you can actually tell where people are from in the city from their accent. It's like London, like the different parts of the city have different bits. I did live in New York City for a long time, but not until I was an adult and working on Wall Street. If you really know the region, I'm actually I grew up in Wyoming County. So, which when I was growing up was connected to Buffalo, and then now, just in like the last year, I just looked at something in New York State, like reclassified it as part of Rochester. I'm like, No, but we were on 585 numbers, so we were in the zone that got stolen our 716. So we're bitter about that. That's been like 30 years, and I'm still bitter about that. How are the Duolingo lessons going? Really well. Like I do every day. I try to do the. Oh, I just noticed. I knew it. Yeah, that was impressive that you picked out the right city. And my wife has just enough of an accent different that you can pick out that she's from Utica at times. Duolingo's been fantastic. I'm on, that's what I was looking up. That's why I went to Duolingo. I am on 1,547 days. And today I will get the June monthly badge. I try to do about 4 to 5 lessons per day, which is not a ton, but it's like 20 minutes. So, but I speak Spanish throughout the day, right? So it's not like this is my only Spanish. But I've been very, very dedicated to doing it for a long time. And my wife's on, I think, like 1,100 days, and my daughter is on like, I think she's on 900 or 1,000 days now. So we all do it all the time. Yeah, it's a lot. I actually, long ago, like 5 years ago, I maxed out, completely completed Duolingo Spanish and Italian. And then they expanded it by like, I don't know, 10 times as much. And so for years now, I've been trying to get back to having my Spanish completed. And they do keep adding to it, but they did, at some point, they just added so much all at once that I went from being completely done to being like, I don't know, 10% along the way for me. So that was pretty crazy. All right, well, day 100 is still really impressive. That's more than 3 months, and it's a really... and my daughter had the same thing. She almost stopped using Duolingo because she was on hundreds of days. And, it just had a problem. Yes, my network dropped for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, looks like 9 seconds. A limit? No, I don't think there's a limit. I definitely know there are people at, I want to say 5,000. There's some people who basically have not missed a day since they basically started Duolingo. There's only a couple of them, but there is a leaderboard. And all of us that are up on the top several thousand are like never moving. Because it's, once you're at like this, like even my daughter, like we never miss, ever. We're so just on top of it. And to miss, like I try to not miss 5 lessons a day, but I really never miss 1 lesson a day, right? I can be like with minutes to go and be like, I got to get a lesson done. And I've always got it on my computer. I've always got it on my phone. And, and I said I didn't get to complete my thought. I'm going to get an iPad. Next time I go to the U.S., I'm going to pick up an iPad because they've got this. They've got Final Cut is now available for it. It just makes sense for me to be able to do more editing and be able to spend more time with my kids and do editing and do more like portable studio stuff. They've really upped the iPad game since I had my last one. My last iPad was the original iPad Air, and I think they're on the 6th now. So that's really close to a decade since I last had one. And mine was a hand-me-down. I had 2 that I loved. I had the original iPad, and I gave that to my kids. I got an iPad mini. Oh, I love that form factor. I gave that one to my dad. And then I got the iPad Air, and I think my dog sat on it and like just destroyed it. I think that's the right list of which one that happened to. But it was... they were always great. I always loved them. And when the one got broken, it was like, oh, now I'm not going to have one for a while. But the Air had so much power. And I didn't buy the Air. That was like super fancy. That was, honestly, that was the person who embezzled from us, had worked for the company. She bought it. And then when she got a new one, she handed it down to me. And so I got this really nice iPad at one point, and it was fantastic. I really, really liked it until it broke. And it was like, oh, that Air with all that extra power. And I really didn't need the extra power, but just having an iPad that was relatively recent was so nice. Like, I really use them. I sit on the couch and I have it with me all the time. I like to do my Duolingo on it. I like to listen to music from it. I like to read my email on it. And so I've now been, I want to say, so many years. I can't even remember. I feel like I didn't have the iPad when I went to Spain in 2015. I think it was dead before then, if that's possible. No, I didn't have this dog. Maybe it was a different dog. Oh, I think it was my sister-in-law's dog. That would explain the time period. And it's time. It's time for me to get another one and see. So I'm really thinking about getting the Pro because it just seems like it's going to make sense for me because I want to do editing on it and I need the extra power. And yeah, I probably don't really need the Pro. The Air would do, but so that is my planned treat for myself coming up in the near future. But really, I have waited like 10 years to replace it. So now I have a real use case so I can sit on the couch, hang out with my kids, and do my editing. Because supposedly it's like really nice. Like the iPad Pro has more horsepower than my amazing Mac laptop, even if I upgraded it all the way. And it's supposedly they got some really nice controls on it that supposedly make like editing possibly better than the desktop. So more power, more speed. It'll give me some visual stuff that I don't have because I don't have 4K monitors and stuff. There's a whole bunch of things that in theory it's going to making this show, not the live stream, but other things even better. So the buffering in the stream, we didn't even notice any drop. Oh, wow. Yeah, 9 seconds. Everything like freaked out, but that's awesome. That I don't know. It must be a combination of Blackmagic and YouTube working together for the buffer. Alan says, I almost forgot to do my lesson today. 1,102 days. Very impressive. But streak freezes. Yeah. I haven't used, knock on wood, I haven't used a streak freeze in a really long time. Walter says, how are the earthquakes? Are you getting accustomed? Leon shakes a lot. The earthquakes are nothing. Honestly, I've never felt earthquakes here as big as we had in New York growing up. So they are bigger here, but they don't feel bigger. I was used to them when we first got here, right? Like I was out on the beach, had our first one, saw the walls move, and I'm like, earthquake, that's interesting. We've been through a 7.2. I think it was epic. That one, everyone's calling everyone, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? We're so used to them that we don't really notice 99% of the time. It's like I get my alert on my phone. I make the videos for you guys. I didn't feel it. I don't know. No one knows. Like it's so, the only thing we care about is the house damage. They really don't matter. Everything in Nicaragua is built to handle earthquakes now. So it's just, it's cheating. Patricia says you might as well just get the Pro if you're going to use it for at least a few years. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's got the new M4 chip that hasn't come out in the laptops yet. Like if you get the Air, it's only the M2, so it's only as powerful as my laptop. The bigger thing is not the processor, it's that the Air has 8 gigs of RAM and the Pro has 16, same as my laptop, like holy cow. And it's got the M4 instead of the M2. That's not worth the money on its own, but the M4 is supposed to be a big leap forward. The M3 was like the whatever. The M1 was amazing. That's where my desktop is on. That's where we're on right now. The M2 I have on the laptop. It's faster, but like it's marginal. It's like a nice increase. The M3 was like, did you bother? And then the M4 is like, whoa, okay. Yeah, the 3 may have been lackluster, but the 4 is here, and it's looking pretty good. And with the Pro, you get the 16 gigs of RAM, so it matches my laptop. So it's basically like a second laptop with even more power. And I have the M2 and freeze. The M1 never had that problem. What kind of freezing? Like your desktop freezes? My desktop freezes once in a while with the one, but not very often. The thing that's really so the other thing with the Pro is it's got the studio microphones, and it means that in theory I can use it as a portable podcasting station and do some interesting things with it that I can't do with other things. I may be able to do it for lives, like when I'm out on the road. That would be interesting. Like if we can get good enough internet and I can be like traveling places and be like, let's go live, and just, yeah, it'll be not as good as this, obviously, right? But in theory, I could be in like a hotel room, get decent internet on it, just prop it up somewhere, and we could do a live stream and have good microphones, a good camera, and handle a bunch of stuff that the Air really can't do as well. Maybe that's a good reason. There's the ad placement. Hopefully we're back. We're up to 420 views, and our average view duration keeps getting longer too. Very, very cool. I think we are minutes away from hitting our all-time longest live stream record. I have a MacBook Pro and got freeze like thinking when I have many windows open. With the M1, never had that problem. Weird. I have the M1 desktop with 16 gigs and then the MacBook Air with the M2. Otherwise, their specs are basically identical. So I got lucky. When I got the M2 laptop, my desktop is like, I don't know, 128 gig SSD. It's probably 256, but it feels tiny. And when I was going to get something small, not as big as I did when I got the laptop, but I had to get the laptop really quickly, and the only one that would ship quickly with all my other specs that I needed was the one with 1 terabyte of storage. And so I have this huge, really fast drive on it, and it's amazing. I love my laptop. I love my desktop. I love my ecosystem of things. But yeah, I gotta get I'm pretty sure the Pro. Patricia's right. It just makes sense. And it'll make editing so fast and easy. And I'm really hoping that maybe it ends up being just like my main editing machine. Maybe that's just what I want to use for that. That may be the case, right? It may just be that easy that most of the time that's what I want to do. And actually switch off of the desktop and switch to the... Because I only get 2 copies of my Motion VFX tools, and so it's hard for me to work with Final Cut on more than 2 devices. Currently it's desktop and laptop. I like having the desktop set up for editing because it's just so convenient being on the desktop, but realistically my laptop is faster and the iPad Pro will be much faster, and so it may be better to just switch to those 2 and the desktop use a bit less, and we will see. But interesting possibilities. We will see. We will see what I end up doing. But Final Cut Pro updated today. I just got it open so I can look. It does look a little bit updated. Looks like it's just the tiniest bit better than the old one. But there's probably some customizations I need to do. We'll see. It's looking. That's looking like it's got problems. That's we'll see. No, that's okay. Okay, now it's working. Now it's supposed to have all these new tools in it, so I'm really interested to see where they are. How do I use them? How do I figure out any of this stuff? But it's supposed to have a bunch of new, like, not too long ago, they added like voice isolation, which is fantastic. If you're wondering why my stuff sounds so good, I use equalization with bass boost, and I use voice isolation, which just takes the background noise away. That's why these live streams don't sound nearly as good as the show, because I'm able to do that processing. Supposedly, it's going to have even better stuff in this, and I can see a few things. I don't know where we get it to do that stuff, but I'll have to go through the Dylan Bates training sessions on all the new stuff, but I'm looking forward to that. Should upgrade the show a little bit. But the biggest thing, for those who wonder, is having like really good microphones, equipment like this, oh yeah, we can show it. Boom. That's the H1 Essential that we just started playing with. Janet, this is what we're going to be trying out for like next time at Via to see how it does. Because I'm really hopeful this is going to solve a number of my studio problems for concerts. But stuff like that and the Rode microphones and those things and the Fuji, like these things really add to the experience of making the show look amazing. And I think a lot of people are like, you can get by without that stuff. And you can, but then you have to be a lot more interesting. It's much... come on, guys, where's all the chatter? We got 34 people on. Let's get some conversation going. I want to keep this... This live stream is breaking all of our records. Janet says, that looks really interesting. Thank you, Janet. I'm glad someone's excited about my Zoom recorder. It's very flexible. I've been testing it out in different things. I have others. I have more expensive units. I have like a really nice Tascam, and I have an older Tascam that got crushed somewhere. I can't remember where it got crushed, but it's like it's a unit like this, but bigger. Here, I'm going to take it off. This doesn't need to be on here when I'm not. So this is you just carry this little thing around. It's so portable. This is nice. I'm still getting like into it and figuring things out, but from my testing so far, if you're looking at just testing the waters on a really nice audio recorder, pretty happy with this. So it's worth a look, you see. And it's so small. Like, it's smaller than I was anticipating. And I got this, I showed it the other day. I got this nice little case. Always get cases for things. If you're not getting cool cases for all your equipment, what are you doing? But this is not, so I have a unit like this that's Tascam, and something just crushed it. So everything's broken. It still works, but like you have to be careful because like everything's broken. So like you move it and noise goes everywhere. My GoPro, this is Don Timoteo, my GoPro overheats in Nicaragua. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I have 3 of them, right? They overheat. I can record with one. It overheats. I plug it in to upload in the air conditioning, put on the next one, overheat it, bring it in. It starts cooling down while the first one's still uploading. Third one, take it to overheating. Like, I cycle through them. Like, that's my workflow. I get about 25 minutes before they overheat. It's a constant problem. There's a few things you can do, but I have to use the media kits, and that just makes it that much worse. So there's no great answer. The GoPros actually handle the heat better than most things. I've heard that the DJI Action 4 will dramatically outperform the GoPro for overheating, but it's all going to overheat, especially if you're in the sun. And that is why GoPro, we need white GoPros. We've been asking for years. These black ones don't cut it. They overheat so much faster. We want Insta360, who pays for reviews and we're not happy with, but they make nice white gear, and at least that one thing is better. I have way too many cameras on my desk. Yeah, that's one of the reasons so this camera that we're on has active cooling. It's got fans on it. It has a $300 fan on it to keep it cool. $200 at least. Really expensive add-on fan. And we have to turn it down. So for the show, we can't broadcast in 4K. That gear doesn't exist. So we're on 1080p, which is fine. We're just my talking head rambling on for forever. But so it doesn't overheat as much because it's at 1080p, and it doesn't have to write to its card because it does an HDMI output directly to the board that I'm on, and so that helps keep it cool. But then it's got this active fan on the back that's acting like a CPU fan, keeping the thing cool at all times. And that's the only reason that the Fuji is able to do what it does and able to record continuously at such high quality for so long. And that's why we got that specific, the Fuji XS20, because it's one of the very few cameras out there that can do that. And even so, we keep it in the air conditioning. But it gets a little bit warmer because I got 2 big studio lights over it that really do contribute to everything. That was a lot on tech. I'm running low on drinks. I am looking forward to getting dinner after this. After this is done, I will very quickly be doing my Duolingo, then eating some spaghetti, I'm told, and then I do every night, along with my Duolingo, and that my daughter also does Duolingo, at midnight every night. About 12:05, my daughters come in and we do the New York Times Wordle and connections puzzles every night, and our streak is in the hundreds. Like it's pretty significant, and we had some really long ones in the past and lost them, but now it's just something we do, and it's a lot of fun. It's nice that we have that together for 15 minutes every day. And we've gotten really good at it. My daughters just fly through it. They're like, oh yeah, they have patterns for doing the word matching and stuff. They've really figured it out. And a lot of days, not today, because everything's going on, but we play video games together. We've been playing the Nancy Drew games. If no one's ever checked them out, if you have kids, you're looking for fun things to do. Oh, who was it that asked about things to do with an 11 and 12-year-old? I asked about what they like to do and stuff. I didn't see any feedback. So if you did provide feedback, put it back in again. That was Juan Carlos Sandino. Juan, if you're still on, I'm wondering what kind of stuff, where to go, what would they like to do? Obviously, going to Ometepe, very cool. Going to the beach, very cool. going to see the Dark History tour if they can handle some really, really seriously dark, here's where people were tortured and killed. But some 11 and 12-year-olds are really into that. Volcano boarding. My daughter did it when she was 13, and she liked it. There's the canyon at Samoto. That might be a little bit rough at that age. I'm not sure. I've not done it, so I don't know. Obviously doing the colonial cities, restaurants, all kinds of fun things, but it really depends on what they like to do. So be sure to follow up with me on that, because I don't think you've given me the follow-up so that I could answer that, but I'm not sure. Alan, you got 1 hour left until you get to have a phone call with Duplicati. How's that for a fun night? So anyway, if you have kids, this is what brought me to it. The mud pots. Yes, what's it called? I'm going to get those are cool. You have to be really careful with kids. They're really easy to get hurt. There's not a lot of safeties out there on that, but it is really cool. He's working on a new version now. Good to know. Good to know. At least something's happening. Jacinto. That seems right. There it is. Yeah, the Hervideros de San Jacinto. This would be good to do with kids. Just make sure you're being very safe. Do your kids participate in any sports? They do not. No interest whatsoever. I have very not sports kids. I have very video game kids. They're very hang out with adults, not kids. No interest in sports. Honestly, I had no interest in sports either. Not at all. Like, that's fun to go play a game or something, but and in high school, like, I was a letterman and made states and sectionals and all those things in swimming. But, I'm kind of glad I did it. Like, I'm glad I had a letterman jacket and had that experience and, got trophies and stuff. I mean, I wasn't very good. Like, I was like minimum qualifier, but like I did the stuff. And at the end of the day, what good did any of that do me other than having a few stories to tell? I'd have other stories of if I was doing interesting things with my life instead of swimming. It was healthy for me at that time, but it hasn't helped me now. Right? I don't have a pool. I don't go out and swim. Not a big fan of it. I didn't want to do things like baseball, football. That's how you get hurt. So, no, my kids don't do anything. There's lots of sports. If you have kids and you want them to do stuff, there's a lot of options around. A lot of people play baseball. A lot of people play soccer. There's volleyball. I don't even know what all there is. But there's people out doing stuff and things you can join. But my kids are very, very keep to themselves, very hang out with adults. They are not normal kids by much of a stretch, which is pretty cool. They're very not into public school stuff. They've got cousins who are very the opposite, totally all in on public school and school life and extracurricular activities and all those clubs and stuff. And my kids are just like, that's everything about our cousins' lives is awful for us. Like all the sports they do, those don't seem fun. All the band stuff they do, that doesn't seem fun. And my kids are like, look at all these things we get to do with our lives that we love. And our cousins are always jealous that they don't get to do any of these things. And they're like, nope, we like this. So that has been the story with them. But if you do have kids and you've never done this, the Nancy Drew video games are kind of cool. So we have this really interesting relationship with the Nancy Drew games in Nicaragua because we were in Nicaragua in 2015 and Steam had its summer sale or whatever and hopped on and found this Nancy Drew collection for really cheap. And I'm like, oh, well, this seems like something my daughters would be into. They're not ready for it yet, but they easily will find this fun, and this is a good deal, so let's grab this. And so we grabbed this selection of Nancy Drew games. No idea if they're going to be any good. And we didn't start playing them right away. My wife and I played one probably within the first year or so, and then that was Nicaragua, and I think when we were in Italy, so it was a year and a half later, my eldest is like, oh, I want to try this out. Let's give it a shot. And so we started playing Nancy Drew together, and she just loved it. And my youngest watched us play a little bit. She was like kind of interested. She was very young at the time, and so my oldest is just like, "This is great. I love this." And then shortly thereafter, my youngest is like, "Okay, I want to do this too." So we started playing the second one, not just the second one for us. And they just, it was great. It was like father-daughter time. We all hung out, and it's a game we could play together and really got into. And we just had such a good time playing it. And so it became a thing of ours that started in Nicaragua. And so we've been more or less for the last, depending on how you look at it, between 7 and 9 years, been absolutely playing Nancy Drew all the time. Together, and it's just like this thing. And so now we're down to, there's like 34 Nancy Drew titles, and we're down to the last, I think there's only 2 more for us to start, and there's a total of like 5 for us to finish. After all these years, we're right down to having played through the entire Nancy Drew game series. But there's such a good series because you can just sit down and hang out, and normally Liesel, my oldest, controls, but not always, and my youngest helps with like puzzles, and I mostly follow along with the story and add some stuff to it, and we just enjoy it so much together. It's been huge part of our lives together with kids, and so I recommend it quite a bit. If you haven't checked it out, definitely take a look at those. So that was our Nancy Drew story. But it's interesting because we completed 2 of them this week, and tonight we're not playing, but really soon we will be done with the series. And it's like, oh, this has been a part of our lives for so long. And when the kids were little, they were bringing out Nancy Drew games every 6 months, like clockwork, 2 a year, just pumping them out. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. But now they've really changed, and now it's like 5 years between titles, and no one knows if they'll make it to another one because they've just gotten so bad at it. And the last game, the one before the one that just came out, was like atrocious. Everyone, like, customers were angry at how bad the game was. They changed everything and ruined it for a bunch of people. That's really sad. This latest one I haven't really heard, but it took them so long to bring it out that, it used to be 2 games every year, and now they're struggling to do 2 games a decade. I'm like, wow, that's rough, right? So it's just been such a big part of our lives. No one's talking. At the Mud Pots, good. I can't quite read what it said, Janet, because that heart always appears. Oh, it's good at the mugs. Good thick shoes, Janet said. Yes, if you're going to go out to the Hervidores, you got to have really thick-soled shoes because you're on boiling mud. So if you accidentally step on something hot, you want your shoe to just warm up and not immediately melt your foot. That's where it gets a little bit dangerous out there. But it is really cool. It's a good video to go watch. Cami and I were out there a little over a year ago, and what a cool day that was. That was just a lot of really interesting stuff to see, and like, who knew that was a thing? No one had ever told me about that, and someone on the show was like, "Hey, you need to go check out this thing," and I'm like, "To go check out the what now?" And we went out there and we're like, "This is really neat and not very far away. I can't believe that this is a thing that." That is right here in the Leon area, and nobody talks about. No one has ever suggested that I go check out or anything of the sort. Like, that was really cool. Oh, my dog just came over to say hi. Hi, baby. Oh, is this a long live stream for little puppies? She's been sleeping the whole time. Janet says, I've been listening, but I have to do my after-class reports at the same time. Oh. Oh. I have Mia standing here. She's like, I really want to do something. I've been sleeping too long. That is your nap leading up to bedtime, isn't it? Yeah, I know. I can't tell if she actually wants something, though. Oh, she might want water or something. What else we got going on tonight, guys? It's Thursday night. What are you guys doing this weekend? Anything big going on? We had the Ipico last weekend. I don't think I have anything going on this weekend. I'm really hoping not. I could use a slow weekend. I'm really bummed though. Last weekend I was going to go to Managua and go hang out at the 1979 and see a concert, and I was really excited about that. And then I was going to go to the parade and actually be in the parade in San Judas on Sunday morning before coming back for the Ipico, and it just ended up the car had issues, and I turned around at the Empalma Isapa and came home. The dog is sneezing. And do you want me to let you out? Is that what you're saying? And so I had to drive back, and I was really bummed because I was looking forward to it. And I went past all that today. I was in San Judas, and I went past the 1979 bar, and I'm like, I was going to get to hang out at these places, and I didn't get to. And but I did get time. That's when we played the Nancy Drew a lot this week, because I suddenly had time to hang out with my kids, and I was able to catch up on the show a little bit. So we're actually doing really well on the episodes for the most part, and that's been good. And then I was out today all day, so it ended up being really good that I had been caught up a bit, which is always the case. Janet says, the concert this week at Via Via is that group named after the Prick Soda? I have any work to do. Oh, Cadejo at Padrino's that night. That's probably better, but what? Named after Prick Soda? I'm looking this up. Who is playing where? So there's Cadejo. And let me just filter this down by Leon. So Big Ronnie is playing tonight, obviously. Cadejo at Padrino tomorrow. Oh, there's Via Via. Oh, Los Prixes. Wow. That's odd. Here's the band she's talking about. For those who want to see it. That is some weirdness. Who is in that band? I don't recognize anybody. But it's celebrating their first anniversary. Yes. Yes, it is. Is that actually what they're named after, or is that just coincidence that that's a thing in Nicaragua to use that word, and both are named after the same thing that we don't know what it is? That would be my guess. Like, that's weird for real. They must be named after the soda. Well, I'm sure the soda came first, but isn't the soda named after something? Like, it's gotta be. What does that word come from, other than the obvious, like, French? I mean, it means prize, so I guess they're the prizes. I mean, it's a generic word, right? But it's translating from French. Sort of. I don't know. All very weird. All right, I'm going to be right back and I'll let out the dog. If any of you don't know what to do for this particular moment, take a moment and go subscribe to the Latin American Living Podcast. You can find it on all the major podcast sites. It's a great way to spend some time when you only get to listen and don't get to watch. But if you do want to watch, find us at Latin American Living on YouTube. We'll be returned right after these messages. Oh, wait, my dog's eating. She doesn't actually want to leave. She just wanted food. Oh, I am going to go get her a drink, though. She needs water. She's a good dog. She deserves water. You do. You're a good dog. Yeah, you're a good dog. Yeah. And we're back. Hello, everybody. We only lost one person during that. Not bad. Not bad. Maybe it's Prize, but that's weird. I figured it's such a weird name that maybe it represents the soda. Well, it could. It's definitely a possibility. It'd be way better to be like the Florida Cañas. The Tonias. What does Tonya mean? I've been trying to figure that out. It's a reference to something I know, but I don't know what it is. You know what I've been wondering? Because these live streams are so weird. Like, obviously, I don't want to change up the Thursday live stream. Like, we've got a vibe. And obviously, by late in the night, we start to get pretty sleepy. But, and mostly you guys. Like, I've got energy. I can do this, right? Where's my interaction on the show? Too many people have dropped. There's not enough going on. I blame you. I know there's actually only a handful of people still on. But we do have really good view numbers for sure. But I can tell, like, the average view duration is starting to level out, which suggests that we are... we're slowing down. Chat rate, it's not that much slower, actually. Views, though, looking solid. Good numbers. I love the little charts that happen as we do this. What was it? Oh, great. I was all, like, about to say something, and it was going to be cool and make a lot of sense, and now I don't know what I was going to say. Take a moment and hit that like on here, by the way, if you haven't done that yet. I should mention that earlier on. Then waiting until the end when everyone's disappearing and has been here the whole time. Oh, I've been thinking, like, wouldn't it be funny that I should just turn on the camera, like, during the day when I'm working and just, kind of have the chat go by, and then I can just be like, have this be like the super casual, like, we have to, like, categorize it somehow, and it's like, this is the goofy Scott is just working chat. Like don't think of this as the real live stream, but if you want to see me work and hear me mumbling and possibly, just see me doing my Duolingo or checking my mail or whatever, why not? We could turn it on. I can let it run all day on and just, like, see what happens. That might be a popular thing, but why? It would be super weird, but you could, like, ask me questions and I could be, like, working along and be like, oh, there's a question. Oh yeah. And just, I mean, it could kind of be a thing. I don't know. And then if it gets busy, we could just do it. And, like, some of the time I could, like, if I put it on this screen over here and had the chat, and then over here I could be editing the videos, or I could have the laptop here, I guess, and I could be editing the videos and have the chat over here. It's got potential. And, like, the live stream is such an odd animal as it is that I wonder if it wouldn't be popular. I mean, sometimes live streams just have a life of their own, right? And my ability to ramble on for forever and just talk about everything that's going on. The only problem is that I need to sometimes answer the phone, and sometimes I need to, just do different things, and I can't always, I'd have to, like, mute and do all kinds of things. There's, like, things I'd have to do that wouldn't be great all the time. So who knows? But if we had it all set up, switching mics just because I feel like it, I can go to my really quiet, mumbly NPR voice mic. This is the kind of deep voice, slow-talking, chill vibe that you get when you switch on to the Latin American Living podcast. There's something funny about holding a lavalier mic that I find automatically makes me talk like that. Like, this is just me with my lavalier. I see that talking like this has not gathered any more likes. We're stagnant. Stagnant, I say. Oh, my doggy's here. Hello. Oh, you're such a good dog. She loves doing the live streams in reality. She really likes hanging out. She likes that she knows I'm not going to leave the office as long as this is going on. So she just sleeps and is happy as can be, because really she just wants to be wherever I am. That is what her days are like. So she's just very chill. Late night DJ voice. It kind of makes me sleepy, though. Yeah, I'm sure it does. It kind of makes me sleepy. Imagine being me and just kind of kick back, because I have to actually relax my voice to do this. And it's like, you're listening to the late night sounds of the Latin American podcast. Latin American Living podcast. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Here, coming to you from the studios in Leon, Nicaragua. All right, I'll go back to some energy. Boom, ba-da-dum, boom, boom. All right, we're back with energy, talking to the microphone, because I have to speak up when I'm talking to this one, because it's way down here. And that one, when it's really close, you have to, like, lower your voice or it blows it out. So this is good, because I have to, like, lean back, and then I have energy. And I'm like, yeah, we're doing it. But you guys are, it's slowing down. it's slowing down, but I really want to hit that 6-hour mark. You have a class at 1 o'clock, so can't get tired. You can do it, Janet. This is what coffee is for. Why don't we do Duolingo on the show? Let's all do Duolingo together. What do you think, Patricia? This is going to be something. Ooh. While we're waiting for questions, this is your punishment for not asking more questions. Ooh, I like this. Wait a minute. Why is my Duo? Oh! I don't have my my Wi-Fi's off. One thing I like about doing this show, I always come on with my phone dead, right? And I pop it on the charger, which you can see right there. Oh! I had it like right there, and it's like, oh, I wonder if my phone's charged yet. Really, Scott? 5 hours and 42 minutes later, and you're wondering if your phone's charged? I think it's charged. You're not supposed to have coffee, so I only get it on Monday and Friday. Oh, that's one of the saddest things ever. I don't know what I would do if I couldn't have coffee. I'd be very, very sad. Here we go. I am going to do... Oh, no, she's actually saying things. I was looking at the dog importing guidelines that start August 1st and was surprised Nicaragua is not on the high risk rabies list. No, we have no rabies here. Like, we're not England where there's actually no rabies, but we have essentially no rabies. Like, it's not at all a real risk. That's it's just one of those things that people say. But oh, there's the little dog. Speaking of rabies, the rabid little dog has come. I'll be right back. All right, Goofy. All right, now I have the little dog with me because I know the U.S. has considered Nicaragua a high-risk country in the past despite the rabies actually being low, actually being 0, right? Like, it's actually 0 for populated Nicaragua. Like, no pets have had it in years. Yeah. I think it's gotten out enough that it's like you can't make this claim anymore. Like, that we're at 0 is pretty extreme. Guatemala and Belize are considered high risk. Whereas Belize have rabies? Like, there's not even any animals. All right, you get to listen to me do some of my Duolingo. ¿Sabes cuántos vuelos directos hay a Río cada día? No conozco a la dueña, pero conozco al mesero. Is this fun? Is more questions, or you get more of this? No sé en qué estación llueve mucho en Chile. Vas a conocer al grupo antes del tour mañana. That was the little dog barking at the big dog because he wants to play. Why do you have paper? Don't play with the paper. Play with the dog. Play with the dog. Hi. Hi, Mr. Boston. ¿Conoces el restaurante con la vista espectacular? La. The word it doesn't think I can pronounce. La. Alan says, in Nicaragua, when buying a new vehicle, do you negotiate like in the U.S. or do you just pay the sticker here? I don't know. I haven't bought a car yet. And I'm not buying my first one in Nicaragua. You can. Yes, I have a video of that one. And I can't answer it because I don't know a single person who's ever bought a new car here. I think it's Chris Transio says, I'm thinking of a trip to Nicaragua in late August. Grenada, probably. Have the rains slowed down by then? Well, they're going to slow down by the end of the week. They can't be any heavier than they've been. Is there an affordable shuttle service from Managua to Grenada, cheaper than a taxi? So, Clive, he literally just took some paper so he can chew it from under my desk. You do not need this microphone instruction manual, you silly dog. He's all like, what? I'm just a dog. I'm sure Alan does want a kitten or two from your friend Claudia. So yeah, by August, so right now we're in the heaviest rains in history, like in remembered history. Like, it's really extreme. In August, you'll still have rain, but it's not that much. Affordable shuttle service. So shuttles normally cost more than taxis for that kind of thing, just because it's so close. The thing that you want to go from Managua to Grenada, if you want to be cheap, is you want to take the UCA bus or the Interlocale. That's going to come out from the UCA station. That's University of Central America. Any taxi from the airport to just say you have to go to the Terminal UCA, and they'll get you. Very, very easy. And from there, it's actually like a minibus, like a mini high school bus. Not like a chicken bus. Like it's actually the minibus, but it's bigger than a van. And very comfy, and it'll take you through Masaya to Granada and drop you off half a block south of the main square. Could not be handier on the Granada side. Less than handy on the Managua side, because if it started from the airport, that would be really, really amazing. It does not, but it does get you there very easy. El Salvador and Honduras are on the high rabies list too. I think they accidentally omitted Nicaragua. They're just blaming it. Do any of those countries have rabies? That would be a good question. I wonder. Like, easily they do not. But yeah, the UCA bus Interlocale from Managua to Granada is dirt cheap, like $2. Very easy, and go straight where you want to go. Señor, usted me puede guiar a las ruinas antiguas. Ruinas antiguas. I find that the pronunciation stuff is very important. That's often where I struggle a lot. ¿Saben si necesitamos una visa para cruzar la frontera? Ustedes conocen el Distrito de las Artes de Miami. Conocí a tu amiga hispanohablante, es muy amable. Ah. That's what I thought. Dun dun. They vaccinate street dogs here, Patricia. Free for anyone that has a dog, too, and government programs. Our relatives went. Our relatives went to a vaccination event at the park near them. All countries in North and South America have some rabies. The new rules are making it more difficult to bring a dog back to the U.S. Yeah, we all have some rabies, but we have none in populated Nicaragua. It's only in the jungle. The problem with the reason that the U.S. doesn't have it on the list, right, is that a dog is safer being in Nicaragua and then going back to the U.S. than staying in the U.S. That's where it would become really ridiculous to put him on a high risk, because it is the absolute definition of low risk. Unless the dog took the rabies with him from the United States, there's essentially no chance that they could have it here. Because everyone is vaccinated. Like, every animal everywhere is vaccinated. They go door to door vaccinating to make sure it stays that way. And so that's really a big deal for that. That just popped up. This is actually kind of handy. Just do some Duolingo in the background while I'm waiting for questions. That's what you get, but it lets us go longer. I've been bitten by a dog in the barrio Madrono in Granada. I've been chased by dogs. Oh, that doesn't work. I've been chased by dogs, but I've never been bitten by one here, knock on wood. Yes, they're all vaccinated. It's not just that it's vaccinated, it's all the dogs around it are vaccinated. And there's very few predators in the yard in general to pass things on to the dogs. So that there's a lot of protections that they've eliminated rabies from the ecosystem, so it doesn't have a good chance of getting in the first place. Oh my gosh, both of my dogs are sleeping right next to me. They're so adorable. They're like sleeping with their faces kind of. Aww, the babies. They're so adorable. At night, they both sleep with me. One sleeps curled up here and the other at my back. And they're like, so they know when it's getting to be close to that time, they seek me out. And they're like, hey, snuggles are coming soon. We have to keep going for at least 9 more minutes. We're going to hit 6 hours on the live stream. Yeah, we got to do that. Oh, the dog was scared from fireworks. I hate the fireworks here. We had big fireworks in Leon today, like for no good reason, of course. And every dog everywhere is scared. It's just awful. My dogs are so scared of the fireworks. It's one of the reasons that we live farther out from the city. We couldn't be anywhere near a church because the churches are just so disrespectful to life in the streets and the people who live in the areas around them. It's awful. Here I am. All right. Glad it's vaccinated. Christmas night. Dog was scared of fireworks. Let's see. Do you drive in Nicaragua? Yeah, I have a Toyota Corolla. I drive quite a bit. I've always driven here. Back when I lived here 9 years ago, I used to rent a car and drive. I don't recommend renting. That seems to always be a bad scene. But I own a car and drive quite a bit. It's fine driving here. Like, I don't mind. It's really not that hard. I drive Managua all the time. I drive wherever, long haul. Is it still broken? No, we got it fixed. Chepe fixed it for $8. And we just had I got hit by a bicycle, and it just knocked off a panel, and it was flapping in the air, and it was just a problem. So we thought we were going to have to get it fixed, and he's like, no, I can do this. So we just taped it on, glued it, put a bolt in, and now it's fine. It's cars here are always in terrible shape. We bought the car used, and like everything on it is practically broken anyway. So like the lights are not in a good angle, and they can't fix them, and the electrical system's always a problem. It's rough. What do you think of the quality? Yeah, the bike hit me. Yeah, I was in front of it, and he leaned over and hit me in the back quarter panel, and he came in from the side. So I was in front of him, but he was alongside and managed to fall into me from the side. My road is horrible, especially, oh my gosh, well, I went to your house the other day, Alan. It was terrible. And all those potholes that are big enough to swallow your car are full of water, so you don't know which ones you can drive through and which ones you'll drown in. What do I think of the quality of the highways? The highways here are fantastic. Not Alan's driveway, but the highways are amazing. You can drive at really high speed everywhere. You just have to watch out for the cows and horses and people and all that stuff. But the roads are great here, partially because, I'm from the U.S. where there's like snow and freezing all the time. So you can put in a brand new highway in New York, and it's ruined by like the end of the month. And it's like, why did we do this? But in Nicaragua, the weather's even. So other than the heavy rains, the roads last a really long time. So you can generally put in the effort, and they. Since you say the government watches this, can they repair Colonia Universidad, please? Patricia says, I love Toyotas. They still get you where you need to go, even when there's a million things wrong with them. That is true. It keeps limping along. It has not started for me a number of times. It left me stranded in the middle of the highway in the pitch dark just recently, and neighbors pushed me, and I was able to pop the clutch to start the engine the other night, all because like the key is broken. They do some things with the key that I'm pretty unhappy with. Like their whole like, oh, it's an anti-theft thing. It's not an anti-theft thing. It's just trying to sell more keys, and that's been a major problem. But and there's no way to get them repaired here, right? There's so many like, oh, we put in this special thing. Oh, sorry, we don't provide enough parts. So if anything goes wrong with this one little tiny thing, your entire car is now useless. Like, are you serious? So, this car, from an engine perspective, I'm pretty happy. It's my first ever Toyota, but from every other perspective, I'm mostly unhappy with it. It's definitely not been the best Toyota. I've rented some and been really happy with them, and that's kind of what led me. That, and obviously here in Nicaragua, Toyotas are what everybody uses for good reason. But, you can't drive a standard transmission, and those smart keys. Yeah, the smart keys are terrible. Everything's standard here. A very few automatics have I ever seen. And my wife can't drive automatic, so she has to have a driver everywhere she goes. I've always driven stick. You know, it's funny. I don't think of myself as like a stick driver. I mean, I am, but I don't like really think about it because growing up, we didn't have sticks, and I didn't drive a stick at all. And this is going to sound ridiculous until I was like 17. And like, oh, you were so old. But I learned on a 16. You mean your wife can't drive manual, not automatics? Oh, yeah, she can't drive automatic. Well, kind of both. And when I was, 16 and got my license and stuff, it was all in automatics. I never had a manual at home. I had a tractor, but you don't clutch them the same, but you do shift. So like I had a little bit of experience, I guess, but it's totally different. And but then when I was like 17, my buddy was like, "Oh, we're gonna teach you how to drive stick," and he had a stick. And so he brought over his beat up old car and made me go out on hills and learn to drive stick and luckily he had this beat up old car and was like, we're just going to do this. And so I actually learned to drive stick when I was like 17. And so I kind of have always been able to drive stick, but in my mind I couldn't. And then I bought my first stick in, I want to say 2001. So I was in my 20s, but I was young, and I never bought anything but sticks since then. And so I've always drilled so for 20 years I've always had a stick. Once in a while I'll have like a minivan or something, and then that's not stick. But I've like always had sticks, more than almost anyone I've ever known. And it's funny because in my mind I'm like, oh, I can drive stick in a pinch. No, that's what I drive all the time, always. All the years I lived in Europe, I had that. All my Mazdas, all my ones that are famous, and all my wife's BMW was not a stick, but my cars always were. Just forever, I always had a stick. Janet says, I love manual transmissions. I learned to drive manual. The only automatic I ever had was a mom van for a while. Yeah, that was my mom van is what didn't have one. Is the electric car you want manual or automatic, or are there charging stations readily available for it? There are some charging. Electrics can't be manual. Like by definition. There's no transmission in an electric car. So there's nothing to shift. They're both manual and automatic, if you want to think of it that way. Or neither, however, because the whole part that is manual versus automatic doesn't exist in an electric car. That's one thing I will miss is I like shifting. Like I find the whole process of shifting to just be enjoyable, always have. But also as someone who does videos and stuff and am just always required to be the one that drives. Like that just never ends. I mean, when Paul's here, he'll drive, but never at handy times. So I'm just always stuck driving. And because of that, it's super hard to deal with. I'm also the person who has to be the message and coordinator for everything. No one else in my ecosystem is ever willing to talk between people. I always have to be the one that transfers messages around. So if I'm driving, no one else will ever look at a map for me. No one else will ever answer anyone else for me. So I have to do those things while driving, always. And then what I really want to do is be able to, operate my GoPro or grab my phone. And so you guys know I do some videos where I just put the camera up. But I'm like shifting while I do that. Like that's really hard because I'm going through the cities and like trying not to bump into things. It's hard enough to steer in Nicaraguan traffic, let alone shift and do all that, especially when my second gear is broken. Like it's a mess. All right, that should have been another ad that just ran. Patricia says, clearly I'm not a car person, lol. Buddhist is here. Hey, Mario. He says, I always drive stick. Most people won't borrow your car. Here in Nicaragua, they will. But yeah, I like in Europe, they refer to it as the American anti-theft device. Like just no American can drive stick. It really is true. Ellen says you shouldn't do that. Super dangerous. Well, that's why other people should do things. But I can't get anyone to film. I can't get anyone to message someone. I can't get anyone else to read a map. I can't. That is it. So or drive, right? Janet says, shifting involves you being in tune with how the vehicle is running, like shifting down for corners and hills. Yeah, it really does. Like it forces you. Oh my gosh, ads are running again? It's only been... What just happened? Didn't ads just run, or is this like a second run for different people? Janet says, I'll read maps. That's also a problem that the Nicaraguans like take so much pride in not being able to read maps that they're like, what is this thing? And you're like, it's a map. Just tell me which direction to go. Nope, I don't know what this is. Like, obviously, it's a picture from the sky. Like, this doesn't require explanation. And you know how to read it. What would you do if it was a photograph? Right? Like, But the absolute denial of reading a map is so extreme. Nope, this doesn't tell me anything. Nah, this isn't really the city. I don't know what any of this means. What are these lines? That is the story of the situation here. Oh, we did get a bunch more likes after I mentioned it. It just took a little while, and then 10% more came through. My brain works like a map anyway. Me too. That's how I yeah, I've always got a map going on in my head with stuff like. All right, guys, we're over the 6 hour mark. This has been awesome. Alan has a call he's got to get on. And Janet's got class in a little bit. I need to finish up my Duolingo. I was just being funny doing that. I did do one lesson. It did count for my one thing, but I didn't get my other points. I have not had dinner yet, so I'm about to go eat that. But being over 6 hours, 445 views, unbelievable. Average view duration is like 60% higher than normal. Chat rate is at a 2, which sounds ridiculously low, but that's a good number. 1 is what we're often hovering at, so we're actually at a 2, which is really cool. We still have 23 people viewing right at this moment as we come into the very final moments of the show. And I'm about to go do my midnight stuff with the kids and take the dogs to bed and get some sleep and get up and do some Final Cut Pro editing in the morning, so we can check that out. And thanks, everyone, so much for joining us. Remember to go subscribe to the podcast. And I don't know what else we got. The latest episode just dropped a few minutes ago, or is going to drop in 5 minutes. So there's going to be, for Janet and everyone, you have something to watch tonight before you go to class and all that. Don't forget to give that a thumbs up, share on where all the things, blah, 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 blah. And if you'd like to buy me a coffee, you can buy me a coffee. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks so much. I don't look at YouTube stats. They hurt my feelings. Aw, Patricia, but the puppies. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow somewhere on one of the things or something. If nothing else, next